Luo Feng and Thousand Rain flew away like two beams of light. The land of treasures was boundless, and lakes could be over 1,000,000 square miles. How long are we going to fly like this? Thousand Rain said. Let us teleport ourselves. Okay, Luo Feng answered. His Mo Sha clan body turned into a metal sheet, and they teleported themselves. Almost at the same time with Luo Feng following Thousand Rain, although it was difficult to sense the accurate coordinates during distant teleportation. Luo Feng and Thousand Rain didn't teleport themselves that far. They appeared inside a remote mountain. Thousand Rain looked down and pointed at a call between peaks and said, "Let us go there. I bet there are lots of them trying to find you. We can at least have some quiet time there." Good. Luo Feng smiled and dove alongside Thousand Rain. There were streams in that call, and the water was running. Luo Feng and Thousand Rain landed beside the stream. Are you really Blade River Emperor? Hua Thousand Rain couldn't help asking. Do you really want to do this? Luo Feng looked at him. No, that's not what I mean, Thousand Rain explained. I'm not investigating you. I'm just curious. Blade River Emperor is so famous because he can kill an emperor as a sector lord, which is something that can only be accomplished by unique creatures like Shu Chong Emperor. I bet there are lots of others who are curious. Then just think of me as Blade River Emperor, Luo Feng said. He smiled and nodded. You're not him. Thousand Rain was dazed. Or perhaps you are you a phony that the human race introduces to mislead those barbarian races who want Blade River Emperor dead. Impressive, impressive. Indeed, that way, they can protect the real Blade River Emperor and render all others' efforts in vain. Besides, the race will certainly reserve the time and bring you back to life, given your talents. This Thousand Rain is really imaginative, Luo Feng thought to himself. Thousand Rain said, rest assured I won't tell anyone. You're not trying to mislead me, right? Maybe you are indeed the real Blade River Emperor. You can think whatever you want, Luo Feng said, smiling. You can call me either Hua or Blade River Emperor. I'll answer to both. You. Thousand Rain didn't know how to respond. Stop talking about this, said Luo Feng. I'm really curious about the treasures here. Luo Feng looked at the call. The scene was breathtaking, and the mountains were steep, where grew all kinds of plants. Rocks and streams were everywhere. Luo Feng observed it for a long time. Where are the treasures hidden? Luo Feng couldn't help asking. I haven't seen any treasures after arriving here. There are treasures everywhere, Thousand Rain said jokingly. Of course. They are invisible to you. What do you mean by that? Luo Feng kept asking. You know nothing. Newcomer, enter the world of glory and chat with our friends in the Han Alliance more. You'll know more by doing that. Let me introduce you to some common sense. Thousand Rain pointed around. All the supreme beings of the ancestral god school can leave some treasures here, and they set conditions for those treasures. As long as one is qualified, the treasures will show themselves to that one when it walks close. Show themselves. Luo Feng was baffled. Treasures are not alive. How do they know whether we're qualified or not? You don't understand. Thousand Rain pointed to the sky and said, the ancestral god school controls the entire 5-color Aurora Lake. They know everything you do or touch within here. Luo Feng was suddenly enlightened. That's right, I can know everything that's going on in Star Tower. Just like the 5-color Aurora Lake. The level of beast god inheritance you've reached, the strength of your godly power, the amplitude of your soul and godly body, the control system of the World of Glory should be connected to that of the entire five-color aurora. Lake, Thousand Rain said in a word, the control system will collect all your information, and once you're qualified for a certain treasure, it will open automatically for you. There are two conditions for obtaining a treasure. 1. Be qualified. 2. Go to the treasure directly. Thousand Rain smiled and added, if you want treasures, show some extraordinary talents in the World of Glory or inside your palace. If you don't want to reveal it to everyone, although the palace belongs to you, the control system will still know your every move. Remember, show your power, otherwise the control system can't collect information. Luo Feng nodded. It was exactly like him being in Star Tower, where he could see how the powerful ones in the Star Tower moved. However, that was the most he could do. He couldn't examine the souls of the barbarians and inspect the secrets inside their bodies. If you are indeed a sector lord, you can reveal your true identity temporarily in your palace. Thousand Rain said, there have been fewer than 10 sector lords arriving here since the birth of the universe, and every one of them who did was an emperor's equal. That's what makes you special. Maybe there are some treasures that are for sector lords only. Ha! Luo Feng smiled as thoughts flooded in his mind. I'll collect some information in the World of Glory later, thought Luo Feng. I know so little as a newcomer. While Luo Feng and Thousand Rain were hiding at the periphery of the land of treasures, the place was filled with hustle and bustle. The news that Blade River Emperor had appeared in the land of treasures and confronted Beishan Knight spread like a virus through the virtual world of the World of Glory. Tens of thousands of heirs knew about it, except some who turned off notifications. So. One creature after another appeared at the portal. The powerful ones who rushed to the land of treasures all wanted to see the famous Blade River Emperor. Where is Blade River Emperor? They demanded. Where is the human Blade River Emperor? Blade River Emperor flew away with the Thousand Rain Emperor of the Dark Mist clan, answered those who knew the truth. You can confirm that the human is Blade River Emperor, right? We can all confirm it. He is the Blade River Emperor, and there are only so many emperors within the human race. Talented emperors are rare. Do you really? There's another who can rival Blade River Emperor. Coincidentally, Blade River Emperor also follows the path of Beast God. Do you really think two peerless geniuses following the same path will hide their identities and rise at the same time? He must be Blade River Emperor. Makes sense. Let us go. I want to see this Blade River Emperor. I know of the rewards offered by the demon race, the automaton race, and the worm race, and all of them are incredibly generous, especially the demon race, who offer an invaluable treasure, although that one can barely reach the threshold of invaluable treasures. Universe Knights are all crazy for it. Although the land of treasures was vast, there were too many powerful ones, and Luo Feng and Thousand Rain were spotted after a short while. Look, isn't that Thousand Rain Emperor? That's right. See the black-armored human beside him? That must be Blade River Emperor. Blade River Emperor is a sector lord. Why can't I tell? Blade River Emperor is said to have invaluable treasures, which can cover his scent. 3 creatures dove towards the call. Luo Feng and Thousand Rain lifted their heads, and those 3 arrived. Busted. Luo Feng shook his head. He had originally planned to wander within the land of treasures, which seemed impossible now. Blade River Emperor. Blade River Emperor. All of the 3 figures were 5 feet tall, with broad waists and muscles so Strong it was as if they were carrying shields, they had 6 arms and 6 eyes. That stared at Luo Feng, trying to discern the secrets behind this sector lord. Who could kill a limit emperor? Are you Blade River Emperor? A green-armored powerful one suddenly asked. He must be. He must be, the other two said. Powerful ones from Tabe clan, what do you want with Blade River Emperor? Stop denying it, said a powerful, purple-armored creature from the Tabe clan. It's impossible that two peerless and hidden talents who both follow the path of beast god could come from human race. Blade River Emperor, the green-armored one said, gazing at Luo Feng. I've heard of your story, but I don't buy it. The human race has ordinary genes. And no matter how deeply you understand the laws and how powerful your secret techniques are, you can't defeat an emperor without an extraordinary constitution and body. Rumor has it that you're a sector lord. I bet that's fake. The green-armored undying gazed at Luo Feng and burst into laughter. Sector lord, killing an emperor, that's not something that can be accomplished by you humans. You don't think Blade River Emperor is a sector lord? Luo Feng asked. The demon race, the worm race, and the automaton race seemed convinced. Enough to post rewards for killing Blade River Emperor, and the demon race even offered an invaluable treasure. Who knows? The undying of the Tabe clan said, gazing at Luo Feng. Maybe that's because you humans are so good at deceiving others. That sounds about right. You humans are one of the peak races. You are talented at just about everything. You don't need to explain anything. We'll be convinced if you can give out the scent of a sector lord, after which we'll apologize to you and show you our admiration. They all stared at Luo Feng, waiting for the scent of a sector lord. Thousand Rain, I'll go back first. Luo Feng turned around and told Thousand Rain beside him. I bet other powerful ones will arrive in no time, Thousand Rain said, nodding. Human, 2 of the 3 creatures from the Tabe clan screamed. You 3, said Luo Feng. He turned to them and sneered, you're all stupid. I didn't deny, nor confirm that I am Blade River Emperor. I don't care if you believe it or not. So Luo Feng teleported himself and vanished. You little, but before they could finish cursing at him, Luo Feng was long gone. Thousand Rain laughed, smirked, and disappeared. They all gnashed their teeth in anger. How dare this Thousand Rain Emperor be disrespectful? The green-armored one looked at his companions and said, this Blade River Emperor is indeed careful. He didn't give away anything or have any intention of revealing his sector lord's scent. It seems that we didn't succeed in confirming his identity. Let us go back to report to our seniors. The 3 powerful creatures of the Tabe clan flew away. Luo Feng teleported to the portal of the Land of Treasure, where some barbarians talking to each other immediately noticed him. It's the human. Look, it's Blade River Emperor. He asked the Blade River Emperor. The barbarians flew to him instantly, one yelling, wait, Blade River Emperor, while another shouted, human. However, Luo Feng pretended that he didn't hear anything and stepped into the portal. The barbarians could only sigh and shake their heads. Luo Feng teleported back to his palace instantly after getting back to Bohemia Island. I didn't expect to rouse suspicions quite so soon, thought Luo Feng as he went to the 2nd floor of a pavilion. There were futons on the ground with empty space surrounding them. Here, he could see the pools and gardens directly. He sat down with his legs crossed and looked down. On second thought, it's not that startling, he murmured. It's almost impossible for two hidden peerless talents to rise from the same race, not to mention both following the path of beast god. Even I wouldn't by it, let alone the barbarians. Luo Feng waved his hand, and the mini-quantum computer appeared on his hands. It was the receiver to connect to the world of glory. I'll enter this world of glory and see how it's different from the virtual universe of my race, Luo Feng thought. He sensed the receiver through his mind and connected to the world of glory. Shortly, in the world of glory, a figure appeared at the periphery of a square holding a black book. Luo Feng smiled, holding the book. Interesting. The virtual universe uses virtual assistants to function, while this one uses this book. Luo Feng opened the book. There was only one word on the first page, written in the human language, name. The following pages were blank. Please enter a username for the world of glory, Luo Feng heard a voice say. When he turned to the first page, name. Luo Feng considered for a moment, then answered, Blade River. Since many powerful creatures already thought he was the Blade River Emperor, he would give himself this username. He didn't care much about the authenticity. Luo Feng turned to the second page. It was the map of the world of glory, and Luo Feng heard the voice say, there are two districts in the world of glory. One is the open-air square, and the other is the world of battle. You can connect to the world of glory within the secret region of the ancestral god. School. Well, it's pretty small, Luo Feng whispered. And there are very few functions, he complained inwardly. There was no comparison. If the virtual universe was a skyscraper, the world of glory was a cottage. It only covered the ancestral god's secret region, and there were only two districts, the open-air square and the world of battle. There weren't even accommodations or shopping malls. The human virtual universe was much more bustling. There were countless levels of space and a wide range of functions. Everything that you could to do was provided in the virtual universe. Luo Feng skimmed through the options. Leaderboard of the world of glory. Glory points. Points for inheritances. Now, Luo Feng understood the only way to have extra inheritances was to come to the world of glory. There were 7 rankings on the leaderboard, starting with first-level ranking and descending to second-level ranking, and so on and so forth. Different heirs appeared on different rankings according to their wins and losses. As for Luo Feng, he was at the back of third-level ranking, 0 wins and 0 losses. Of course, there were creatures with records far worse than his. It's simple. Indeed, Luo Feng thought the ancestral god school only wants to offer a place for us to gather by setting up such a simple virtual universe. Open-air square. Luo Feng looked away. The square was actually an open-air bar where lots of wine was being served, and meals were taking place. They could be enjoyed by all heirs at any time. There were chairs assembled within the square, and Luo Feng could see tens of thousands of heirs with a glance, and with a glance they spotted him as well. Look, it's Blade River Emperor. It's Blade River Emperor. The heirs all noticed Luo Feng, but they chose to stand by. He realized that the heirs were in hundreds of or even thousands of separate groups. He could sense the hostility among the groups. There are always conflicts whenever there are powerful ones, thought Luo Feng. Especially in a place like this, where all the talents in the universe live. Blade River Emperor. A creature flew toward Luo Feng like a bolt of lightning. Luo Feng looked at him and realized it was human. He smiled. Cha Man. Emperor. Cha-Man Emperor was a low-key emperor of the human race, although he wasn't as mighty as the emperors who could rival universe knights. He was very close. Cha-Man Emperor was incredibly talented and had risen to a high level very quickly. For this, he was highly valued and specially trained by the human race. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the final step to becoming a universe knight, which had robbed him of his pride and made him meek. Many talented ones suffered similar fates. There were, after all, only so many who were qualified to become universe knights, such as Seven-Blade Emperor, who could say for sure whether he would become a universe knight. Let us go. The Hong Alliance is here. Cha-Man Emperor took Luo Feng and walked away. According to the command I received from our race, I should call you Blade River Emperor directly when you're suspected. Will it affect you? They will be just as suspicious if you don't call me that. It'll happen either way. Don't worry about it. Luo Feng smiled. Cha-Man Emperor nodded and continued. These heirs are divided mainly by the alliances they belong to. The enemy alliances don't get together. We who belong to the Hong Alliance will stick together. There seem to be many groups, Luo Feng said. He could see the divisions between them. Most were in groups of hundreds or thousands of members. There were few groups with more than 10,000 members, and they represented the superpowers of the universe. Luo Feng pointed to one particularly large group where hundreds of thousands of powerful ones sat together. Who are they? There are so many members. That's the Snow Territory Alliance, Cha-Man Emperor said. Although they are inferior to our Hong Alliance in terms of power, it is the alliance that has the most members. There are lots of Undying and even Emperor-level Undying within that alliance, though most are from weak, ordinary clans with a few exceptions. You should know that the Ancestral God School doesn't care about the number of members a clan has when it distributes tokens. After a short while, they arrived at a corner of the square. That's South our place, Cha-Man Emperor said with a smile. Luo Feng looked to the front and saw only around 1,000 powerful ones. They were all very common clans of the Hong Alliance. This is it, Luo Feng whispered. We're the elites, Cha-Man Emperor said, still smiling. That's right, we're the elites, agreed Luo Feng. No point comparing the quantity, I suppose. Luo Feng smiled back and followed Cha-Man Emperor to the heirs of the Hong Alliance. Within the territory of the demon race, balls of flames as big as stars were distributed everywhere and enveloped the valley. At the center was the towering Sky Wolf Palace. An enormous, snake-shaped creature with two heads groveled on the palace floor. But its voice was echoing within the entire space. Master of Sky Wolf, the heirs of our demon race within the Ancestral God School gave us a message. A human suspected to be Blade River Emperor went to the Land of Treasures. It's highly likely that he's Blade River Emperor. The Master of Sky Wolf was in charge of the reward for hunting down Blade River Emperor. A silhouette engulfed in fire walked slowly out of the Sky Wolf Palace. Give me the details, the Master of Sky Wolf said, looking down at the snake-shaped creature. I bring news, said the snake. I'm here to tell you first that important information is about to be sent to you. Go, the Master of Sky Wolf said. Yes. The snake flew out of the Sky Wolf Palace and teleported itself. The Master of Sky Wolf stood in front of the palace and received the information from the virtual universe. Although the telecommunication system owned by the demon race couldn't compare to the human race or automaton race, they had built a basic system by plundering parts from others. Besides, Creatures who were masters of the universe could easily obtain information from hundreds of millions of light-years away without any need to access the virtual universe. 1. Among the stars appeared a three-dimensional virtual projection. The master of Sky Wolf looked at it from afar, watching the confrontation between Luo Feng and Bei Shan Knight in the Land of Valuables. "It's him," the master of Sky Wolf murmured. "I can tell by his eyes." He had seen Luo Feng before. The speculations made by other super beings of the other races were questionable, but the master of Sky Wolf was powerful enough to distinguish between the real thing and a forgery. The eyes were the window to the soul, and he could recognize that meddlesome human by those eyes. "I can't believe he went to the ancestral god school. It was a smart move." "Indeed, but I'm a bit surprised the humans are unable to protect him within their race. I'm sure he'll stay in the ancestral god school for a long time." The worm race and the automaton race might also receive the information. They might even act first. It's going to cost them dearly if they want to kill Blade River Emperor within the domain of the ancestral god school. I'll let them do it first. The eyes of the master of Sky Wolf gleamed as he pondered how to dispose of this individual, this man who possessed the potential to be a great being of the human race. The master of Sky Wolf had seen Luo Feng before, and he was sure that the talented human could become an undying. However, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to become a universe knight. It was difficult for anyone to become a universe knight like True Yen Emperor, who had been stuck at the last step for an age, or like Cha Man Emperor, who was every bit as talented as Seven Blade Emperor but couldn't break through even after hundreds of thousands of years of training, and like Zhu Chong Emperor, who was a special life form in the universe, even more powerful than some bona fide universe knights. However, he still couldn't become a universe knight, even with all the resources provided by the ancestral god school. Mountain-sitting guest had once said that rare resources could help the undying make their breakthroughs and become universe knights, but it was a huge price, and success was not guaranteed. Blade River Emperor was indeed impressive. However, he was still outshone by a special life form like Zhu Chong Emperor. He must have lots of secrets, thought the master of Sky Wolf. That's how he killed an emperor. Limit as a mere sector lord. If he becomes a universe knight, especially a high-level one, he will rival a universe master. Perhaps he will become another Heaven Erosion Palace leader, or maybe even stronger than that. He will pose a greater threat than a universe master by then. To the enemy races, the idea of universe knights wielding the power of universe masters was, indeed, more intimidating than actual universe masters, as no one could resurrect a dead universe master. However, although universe masters like the Chaos City leader couldn't bring back a universe knight as powerful as the Heaven Erosion Palace leader, the strongest ones of the universe, such as the founder of the Huge Axe Dojo, could certainly do that. A supreme being that could be resurrected at any time. What a threat that was. "There's a huge hurdle between an undying and a universe knight," said the master of Sky Wolf. "If Blade River Emperor can't cross the hurdle, but the human race still tries to help him regardless, they might pay a huge price without any reward." Although the master of Sky Wolf was worried about the surge in power of Blade River Emperor, this human was far from a real threat at the moment. "I'll wait and see if the worm race or the automaton race make the first move." The worm race and the automaton race received the message on the same day. 4 of the peak races in the universe, humans, automatons, worms, and demons had territories close to each other, and the wars between them could be bitter and devastating. They would surely try to eliminate any peerless talent as soon as possible. The automaton race reasoned the demons and worms might get to him first. There's no need to rush. Meanwhile, the worms debated, the humans must have a plan to protect Blade River Emperor now, and we need to arrange any attack carefully. The three peak races were the only ones concerned. The other powers that could rival the Hung Alliance were all on the fence. As for the weaker ones like the Nine Territory Alliance, they would love to see the four peak races destroy each other in battle. On the open-air square in the World of Glory, Luo Feng quickly became friends with many powerful beings. The Hung Alliance really doesn't have many heirs. Luo Feng couldn't help saying. Indeed, Lily Emperor said with a nod, sitting beside Luo Feng, but this is only a quarter of us. We humans are rare only because the ancestral god school distributed their tokens indiscriminately among the races, rendering us at a disadvantage. Besides, the Hung Alliance wants only elites, and those within the alliance are either powerful races or subsidiaries thereof. Luo Feng nodded. There were several powerful barbarian races within the Hung Alliance, and they all consisted of universe masters. We don't have lots of members in the Hung Alliance, and that's why we don't get lots of heirs, Lily Emperor said. The beast god inheritance is only one of the many ways to become stronger, said Cha Man Emperor, shaking his head. Humans are relatively weak within the ancestral god school. Lily Emperor and Cha Man Emperor were both humans, and the halos on their heads were gone. What's most frustrating is that it's so difficult for us to earn glory points, Cha Man Emperor said, shaking his head a second time. We humans have the virtual universe, which is envied by countless other races, especially in the World of Glory. Lots of barbarians want to even challenge us or accept our challenges. You can't earn glory points without enough battles, thus, we don't have the opportunities to receive the inheritance. Lily Emperor brought his wine glass up and said, we can only challenge others in the Hung Alliance. Few within our alliance share the same level of inheritance, however, and we all know each other pretty well, so we don't challenge those who can beat us. Challenge, Luo Feng said, tilting his head. He had read the rules in the Black Book and knew that the World of Glory was divided between the open-air square and the World of Battle. Glory points could be gained and lost in the World of Battle. Each newcomer would have 3 glory points, and the smallest price to pay for each battle was 1 in. Air had to send a letter of invitation to battle first, then wait until 4. An affirmative response before he could engage in a fight. 100 glory points could be exchanged for 1 inheritance. Can you imagine how difficult it is to get 100 glory points without any challenges? Cha Man Emperor said with a sigh. Occasionally, there are some who challenge us, but they're ultra powerful. If we answer to that, either we're at least at the same level, or we're just being stupid. It is so difficult to earn glory points, Lily Emperor agreed. Thousand Rain Emperor stood to the side, smiling as he said, compared to you humans, I'm lucky as I'm not so isolated. However, you can earn glory points only if you win a battle. Otherwise, you'll lose points. If you lose all your glory points, you have to wait for an era to get a new one. If you lose all of them 3 times, you have to wait for 10,000 eras for another chance, and if you lose them 6 times, you have to wait for 100,000 eras, so on and so forth. That's why everyone is very careful and will only make a large bet if They are certain they can win normally. The wager is only for 1 glory point per battle, but larger bets will happen under only extreme cases. Thousand Reign Emperor shook his head and added, although there are innumerable heirs here, it's almost impossible to get an extra inheritance through glory points. Don't gloat, Cha-Man Emperor said, at least you get challenged. Not very often, Thousand Reign Emperor replied, and most of them are stronger than me. Luo Feng quietly considered how difficult it was to exchange an inheritance with glory points. Just then, many heirs of the other races began to notice Blade River Emperor's arrival, or, more specifically, the arrival of Blade River on the Black Book of the World of Glory. An arrival time and name, along with a note, always appeared when a newcomer arrived. Someone glanced at their book, saying, "It says here Blade River is here. And it reads human for the note, it must be Blade River Emperor. Then that means he is here now." The barbarians all looked from afar. It's impossible for a sector lord to kill an emperor. Limit only with the law comprehension. Someone said he must possess invaluable treasures. However, in the world of glory, everyone has the same intensity of godly bodies. Even Zhuchong Emperor has the same constitution as we do, and we must use the weapons provided by the world of glory. Even Zhuchong Emperor was defeated many times in the world of glory. This Blade River Emperor, a 3rd level heir. I'll invite him to a battle, someone spoke up. I'll do that too, another cried out. It'll be interesting to bully and humiliate this legendary Blade River Emperor. I'll crush Blade River Emperor. I'll make him miserable. All at once, a plethora of talented heirs from every race were sending battle invitations to Blade River. As Luo Feng continued chatting with Thousand Reign Emperor, Cha-Man Emperor, and Lili Emperor, he felt the trembling of his floating black book. "Hold on," he said as he opened it up. His eyes went wide. The number 10,232 filled the blank beside the invitations to battle line in the book, and the number was soaring. Now 12000, 13000, 14,000, now 20,000, and still rising rapidly. Luo Feng was just listening to Cha-Man Emperor and Lili Emperor complain about how difficult it was to acquire challenges. However, in the blink of an eye, the invitations to battle sent to him had already skyrocketed. After only a few seconds, it reached 30,000. This is unbelievable," said Luo Feng, his heart pounding at sight of the number. "I hadn't received any invitations to battle last time I checked the Black Book. It happened so fast." Luo Feng had entered the world of glory just now and had given himself the name Blade River. Before that, even if other races had wanted to challenge Blade River Emperor, they couldn't find the target. But now, Luo Feng appeared in the open-air square, and almost all the heirs knew about it. As expected, many of them wanted to battle the legendary Blade River Emperor. Besides, Luo Feng was one of the 3rd-level beast god heirs, and out of all 7 levels, the 3rd level contained the most heirs. More than 100 million heirs were at the 3rd level. There were only a few universe knights, whereas hundreds of millions of the heirs were emperors. Almost all of the talented fighters who went through hundreds of millions of years of training reached the 3rd level. A considerable number of them had completed the 3rd level and started to comprehend the 4th level, like True Yan Emperor. Accordingly, the largest portion of the heirs belonged to the 3rd level, followed by the 4th level. The rest, in descending order, were the 2nd level, the 5th level, the 6th level, the 7th level, and the first level. The Heaven Erosion Palace leader represented the 7th level heirs, who were almost as powerful as beast gods, as strong as they were, only a few dozen reached the 7th level. As for the first level, even the newcomers had some foundation, so there was no one at the first level. Thousand Rain Emperor, Lili Emperor, and Cha-Man Emperor all noticed that Luo Feng was staring at the black book. "What are you looking at?" Thousand Rain Emperor shouted. "Who?" Luo Feng looked at his 3 friends from the Hong Alliance, knowing he didn't need to hide the news that so many other races were challenging him. He whispered, "I've received tons of invitations to battle." "Tons of invitations," they said. All of them were dazed. "How many have you received?" asked Lili Emperor. 100. Realizing something was wrong, he shook his head. "Blade River, you're too famous, you can kill a limit Emperor. As a sector lord, the heirs here are from hundreds of millions of races throughout the universe. They won't rest until they fight you in a battle, and many of them want to grasp this opportunity to crush you. My bet you can receive lots of invitations, perhaps thousands." Both Cha-Man Emperor and Thousand Rain Emperor looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng blocked the space around them to ensure that only they could hear him, as he murmured, "More than 50,000 already." 50,000, Lili Emperor said, opening his eyes wide. 50,000, Cha-Man Emperor sighed. He had spent an eternity on Bauhinia Island, and he hadn't even taken part in 1,000 battles. "It's been such a short time," Thousand Rain Emperor said, dazed. Cha-Man Emperor was a bit let down. "It seems," he said, "that I've underestimated how much those other races want to fight you. You're just too famous, and you're only a sector lord." Lots of the treasures and true treasures were absent in the world of glory. "You'll be at a disadvantage when you're fighting them. Not only do they want to fight you, they want to crush you. They think they are superior to you." Luo Feng glanced at the black book. He had already received more than 60,000 invitations. There were, indeed, lots of great beings from other races who wanted to fight him. "Blade River Emperor, you're one of the 3rd level heirs," Thousand Rain Emperor said. 3rd level heirs and 4th level heirs make up more than 99% of all the heirs here, and there are more than 90 million 3rd level heirs. You'll receive 900,000 invitations to battle, even if only 1% of them challenge you. Luo Feng nodded his head. "You need to be careful," Thousand Rain Emperor continued. "Don't accept invitations without consideration. All the heirs use the same godly bodies during the battles in the world of glory, and they're all 100,000 times stronger than the body of a sector lord. You can choose your own look and body type, but your constitution is the same, and you have to choose from weapons within the world of glory, which are all ordinary weapons. The playing field is kept even. All the treasures you obtained outside and all the special skills you happen to have will disappear when you're in battle. You can only use fusion laws. All other laws are useless in the world of glory. Only fusion laws can generate power." Luo Feng nodded, listening carefully. "For example," Thousand Rain Emperor continued, "Zhu Chong Emperor is a special organism unique in the universe, but in the world of glory, he doesn't have the incredible godly body, the extraordinary techniques, or the true treasures. Thus, he becomes ordinary. He is only at the upper middle tier of the 3rd level heirs, and he will drop to one of the lower middle ones when he becomes a 4th level heir." "Yes," Cha-Man Emperor said with a frown. "Besides, sector lord's mind powers can't compare to that of an undying fighter. You'll be at a disadvantage." Blade River Emperor, Lily Emperor, said, the powerful fighters are all peerless in their races. Quite a few have come up with their own pinnacle techniques, and several of them even came up with ultimate techniques as for law comprehension. There are some at the third level that almost complete it. When it comes to body amplification, all of them have their own techniques. And their willpower is top tier. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. Ultimate techniques. The primal Chaos City leader praised him after he created his own pinnacle techniques in a place like Bauhinia Island, where hundreds of millions of peerless talented fighters lived. It was unsurprising that lots of them had created their own pinnacle techniques. However, Luo Feng was amazed that several had created ultimate techniques even though they had only completed the first few moves. The Ancestral God School gathers talented fighters from all the races in the universe, thought Luo Feng. They have various talents and various life forms. Some have incredible godly bodies, and some of them have extraordinary techniques. It's conceivable that a few of them could come up with ultimate techniques. You have to think twice before you accept challenges, as a commitment is binding. Cha-Man Emperor said they'll only be nullified after you lose all your glory points, so you need to be careful. Luo Feng said, nodding. Suddenly, several voices arose from afar. Blade River Emperor, shouted a voice. I, Taijing Emperor of the Demon race, challenge you. Do you dare to accept it? Blade River Emperor, you can name your bet. Another voice cried out, but apparently you only have 3 glory points, so I'll bet you 3 glory points. Do you have the guts to do so? I highly doubt that Blade River Emperor is that powerful, another jeered. Perhaps he got famous because he was lucky. More voices flooded the area, all spoke in human languages. Some were high, and some were low, some were squeaky, some were like thunder, and some were hoarse and echoing. All the other races were provoking him. Yes, provoking him. They were all peerless talents within their own races, especially in the world of battle, where all the special effects were void. How could they possibly admit to the power of a sector lord? Do you think Blade River Emperor will accept the challenges? Asked a lanky, powerful one with 9 leaves on its head. He stood with several others, all of whom were green and black with leaves on their heads. Their skin resembled bark. They were of the Fanling clan and had no genders. All were descendants of the Fanling tree. Maybe he will, at first, another replied. However, he'll realize the powers of the other races after losing once or twice. There are many challenging him this time, and we might not have the chance to fight him. He has only 3 glory points, and he'll lose all of them in no time. He won't be able to fight after losing them all. Luo Feng did, indeed, want to accept the challenges from the talented fighters of other races. However, he was still rational. He knew he shouldn't underestimate them. They were not just some ordinary powerful fighters from the outer domain battlefield. Many of them had created their own pinnacle techniques, not to mention those who had created ultimate techniques. The number is still increasing, said Luo Feng, looking at his black book. It had already hit 100,000. Cha-Man Emperor. Yes, Blade River, Cha-Man Emperor said, looking at him. I've got an idea, said Luo Feng. You give me the number of the virtual universe. I'll leave the world of glory and enter the virtual universe, to then connect you. Let us have a mock fight in the virtual universe. How does that sound? Cha-Man Emperor's eyes gleamed. Good. Clever, Lily Emperor said with a smile. You'll have a mock fight in the virtual universe first, so you can determine how powerful you actually are. Compared to other third-level heirs after that, you'll know who to choose to fight. Cha-Man Emperor and I are both upper middle tier of the third level. Heirs all join, too. You can easily learn how powerful you are, relatively speaking, by fighting us. Count me in. Thousand Reign Emperor said. I'm from the Hong Alliance and have the number of the virtual universe, too. Haha, thank you all, Luo Feng said. Luo Feng had a strong desire to fight after receiving so many challenges. How could he possibly let it go? He didn't know when or if he would receive so many invitation letters again. After being given the number of the virtual universe, Luo Feng's mind left the world of glory and connected to the virtual universe. Inside one of the practice fields in the virtual universe, a range of rocky cordilleras ran along the practice field. Luo Feng stood on one of the mountains while Thousand Reign Emperor, Lili Emperor, and Cha-Man Emperor stood across from him. Blade River, said Cha-Man Emperor, let us at least make it a good fight. Their battle senses burned brightly like Seven Blade Emperor and Meng Sui Emperor before, having been silent for a long time, but in terms of power, these fighters were stronger. Who would like to start? Luo Feng asked, looking at the three strong beings in the distance. I am slightly weaker than Cha-Man Emperor and Lili Emperor, said Thousand Reign Emperor. How about I take the first shot? Blade River Emperor, if you fight them first, you might lose pretty badly. Both Cha-Man Emperor and Lili Emperor looked at Luo Feng, waiting for him to choose. If you want to fight, bring in the strongest one, Luo Feng said bluntly. Fair enough, said Thousand Reign Emperor. Cha-Man Emperor and Lili Emperor looked at each other, and then, the world was filled with Cha-Man Emperor's eerie voice. Lili Emperor and I are basically on the same level, he said. I can fight first, however, Blade River, do not underestimate us. Just because we are low-keyed, there are only 2 to 3 beast god level emperors among humans who are stronger than us. Newcomers like Seven Blade Emperor are weaker than us. I surely won't underestimate you, said Luo Feng. He knew very well that among humans, many of the older guys maintained low profiles, although these guys had probably been stuck in the last step for an eternity. Some of them possessed intimidating, tremendous strength. On the contrary, rising newcomers like Seven Blade Emperor and Dreamfire Emperor may have been enjoying great fame, but if they couldn't even break through 100 million eras, they would fade to obscurity in future generations. That was simply the cruel nature of time. In midair, Luo Feng and Cha-Man Emperor faced each other across a distance. Familiarize yourself with your godly body, said Cha-Man Emperor. Let me remind you that we will be fighting in the virtual world, hence, as soon as the fight begins, we will both burn our godly bodies and fight frantically. Do not be as reluctant to burn your godly body as you are in reality. Said Luo Feng, feeling his own virtual godly body. Boom. With vigorous power filling his body, his every cell, comprised of unparalleled godly force, Luo Feng could, if he were willing, turn into an inexhaustible godly force in an instant. Even when his godly body was shattered to pieces, he could recover in the blink of an eye. His confidence in his own dominance and absolute control was much stronger than when he had been a sector lord. This was a godly body 100,000 times stronger than that of a sector lord. There are pros and cons, Luo Feng said, acclimating to this godly body in real life. Even with the assistance of the general soul, my spiritual force is only on the low emperor level, thanks to my willpower, which is more domineering than most of the universe knights. I can ultimately rival pinnacle emperors, but right now, even without the general soul, I have reached the pinnacle emperor realm with virtual godly force coupled with my willpower and consciousness. I will naturally grow stronger. During his sector lord period, the primal force had combined with the spiritual force, becoming the strength of a world during his undying period. They became an undying force now, with the virtualized undying godly force. He could strike a soul attack. Previously, in the real world, Luo Feng muttered, "My strength of a world was too weak, my soul was nothing compared to the general soul, even after my soul amplification using the techniques that I inherited from Demon Note God General, but now my virtualized godly force is amplifying completely once again." From the aspects of godly force and amplification, Luo Feng had, indeed, improved a lot, but there was a weakness: the supreme treasure, the star map, was gone. The power of the star map could have helped Luo Feng skip 2 or even 3 levels. Weapon. As he turned his palms over, 600 semi-transparent golden globes filled with mysterious engravings, which were the interpretations of Luo Feng's mightiest techniques, started to float above his hands. These were very common spiritual weapons Luo Feng made through the virtual universe. After all, only common weapons could be used during battles in the world of glory. "Have you gotten used to it?" said Cha-Man Emperor. Luo Feng laughed. "Cha-Man Emperor," he said, "you'll have to exert your greatest effort to avoid a humiliating defeat." With a booming sound, Luo Feng's breath intensified, his every cell started to burn completely, and his strength became 1,000 times stronger in a split second. "How long have you been cultivating?" asked Cha-Man Emperor. "A little friendly advice: don't mess around with us old tough guys. I will defeat you within 3 moves." Abruptly, 2 giant, blade-shaped claws appeared, covering Cha-Man Emperor's fists. Buzz. The 600 golden globes floated as Luo Feng turned his hands over. "Spirit Reader," said Cha-Man Emperor. He frowned slightly, looking at Luo Feng in confusion. Before heading to the land of inheritance, Spirit Readers should have been told by the members within their races that they would be at a disadvantage if they were to take the Beast God path. Why was Blade River Emperor still a Spirit Reader? Luo Feng tossed the globes randomly through the intricate patterns on the 600 golden globes. The burning virtualized godly force activated the law of merging ultimate sources. Suddenly, an enormous beast god appeared high in the air. Since this move was unleashed by burning godly force, this beast god was more real, so much so that its scaled tail had infinitely formidable power. "Humph!" Cha-Man Emperor snorted deeply. Boom. Cha-Man Emperor transformed swiftly into a human-shaped beast god with thick shoulders covered in scale armor. Behind him, a giant, semi-visible beast god shadow also emerged. His eyes were fraught with madness. This powerful human being, quite genteel a moment before, had suddenly become insanely barbaric. Cha-Man Emperor became a beam of light and pounced at Luo Feng. Thousand Rain Emperor and Lily Emperor watched attentively from afar. "Blade River Emperor is indeed impressive," said Thousand Rain Emperor. Pleasantly surprised, though he is in a slightly unfavorable position, he has gotten used to Cha-Man Emperor's fighting style. In no time they are running neck and neck. "Hold on," Lily Emperor said in a soft voice. "Cha-Man Emperor thinks that Blade River Emperor is weak in techniques due to his short cultivation time. That's why Cha-Man Emperor didn't use his most powerful secret technique from the start. Look, Blade River Emperor is losing out. isn't he humph now that their godly bodies are on the same level, it is the comprehension of laws, secret techniques, godly force amplification, experience, etc., that are at stake. Cha-Man Emperor is perfect in those aspects, his secret technique is a pinnacle technique, and his godly force amplification is inherited from the demon note god general. Pinnacle techniques were not uncommon. Almost every universe knight could create pinnacle techniques, so those remarkable geniuses who had the potential to become universe knights would certainly put stricter demands on themselves, particularly in the event that they couldn't break through the endless ages. Those geniuses would put greater emphasis on the creation of pinnacle techniques under the instruction of good teachers. Many talents from peak races had created pinnacle techniques over an extended time. Luo Feng had complemented simply because it had cost him a short time to invent his pinnacle techniques. It is not bad for Blade River Emperor to be on a par with Cha-Man Emperor, who was Lily Emperor, trailed off, stunned. What? Thousand Rain Emperor was also stupefied. Blade River Emperor, but he couldn't even finish his sentence to their surprise. Blade River Emperor's energy suddenly burst. Previously, the two opponents had been equally matched, but now, Blade River Emperor's strength seemed to surge, suppressing Cha-Man Emperor immediately. In the air, with his gaze burning crazily, Luo Feng maximized his willpower in an instant. "You shall lose," he said. Boom. With a rumbling sound that trembled the surrounding space, the scaled tail of the giant beast god pushed through time and space like a steamroller. The thrashing of the scaled tail was terrifyingly fast and ferocious. Bang! Roaring, the human-shaped beast god of Cha-Man Emperor resisted the whipping of the scaled tail with his two claws. Bang! He was beaten so hard that his godly body deteriorated rapidly. "Admit your defeat," demanded Luo Feng. Gaining momentum, Luo Feng attacked Cha-Man Emperor repeatedly until the godly body of Cha-Man Emperor vanished entirely. Luo Feng had won. Standing in midair, Luo Feng gazed at the dumbfounded Thousand Rain Emperor and Lily Emperor in the distance in astonishment. He muttered to himself, "I can't believe that I am pushed to this extent to exert my own pinnacle techniques. Compared to them, I still have the advantage of the beast god conception." While other heirs were arousing their pinnacle techniques using law comprehension, Luo Feng stimulated his by beast god conception in terms of the comprehension of the combination law. Luo Feng belonged to the intermediate level of the third stage, but his beast god conception had already surpassed the third stage, reaching the threshold of the fourth stage. After all, Luo Feng's current beast god conception was incredibly close to the 21st level of Heavenly Bridge. Therefore, Luo Feng had great advantages with his beast god conception. Besides, Luo Feng's spiritual force amplification was also very strong and couldn't be considered a shortcoming. Still, Luo Feng couldn't help but sigh at the beginning of the battle. Before his willpower broke out completely, he had been at a slight disadvantage. In the end, his willpower, which was more incredible than most universe knights, had burst. If he were just a fighter, the benefits of strong willpower wouldn't have been obvious, but things were different for a spirit reader. Willpower was the commander-in-chief, consciousness was the general, and spirit force was the soldier. The might of Luo Feng's willpower made his ability to control his spiritual weapon upgrade 2 levels, turning his unfavorable position into complete suppression over Cha-Man Emperor. Cha-Man Emperor flew over, looking at Luo Feng incredulously. I have lost. Blade River, how did you? I admit defeat, too, said Lili Emperor. There's no need to compete, Lili. Emperor sighed, shaking his head. Blade River, you truly live up to your fame. We are convinced by your treasures as well as your strength. They both felt rather bitter. As low profile as they were quite confident in their strengths, for they ranked on the middle upper level in the land of inheritance, a place with numerous talents. It was obviously very difficult to improve once they had reached certain levels in the aspects of willpower, consciousness, secret techniques, and godly force amplification. They had nearly achieved perfection. Yet they had still lost. Luo Feng had won in a landslide. It was only through the simultaneous outburst of two absolute advantages, my willpower and my beast god conception, that I could overwhelm Cha-Man Emperor. Luo Feng thought to himself. On the distant Bauhinia Island, the core land of the ancestral god school, the heirs who had sent Luo Feng invitations to fight were discussing this matter. In small groups, they soon received their replies. Blade River Emperor is just a sector lord, after all, said one heir. In the virtual world, he must abandon every treasure he owns in the real world and rely on his actual strength to fight. Hump Shu Chong Emperor also yielded. Before, didn't he? It is estimated that hundreds of thousands of challenges to fight have been sent to him, replied another. How many does he dare accept? Haha. Well, he has accepted mine. What he accepted? Lucky you. Perhaps he chooses the weakest ones to battle. Haha, but alas, he has also accepted mine. I have also gotten his response. He has agreed to fight. On the open-air square of the world of glory, numerous strong beings of other races were flipping through their black books. Every one of them had received replies accepting their challenges. My challenge has been accepted, they said to one another. So has mine. Blade River Emperor has agreed to battle. Soon, frantic discussions were heard in every corner of the open-air square. The heirs of hundreds of millions of races of the universe were left in great astonishment. How many challenges has Blade River Emperor accepted? Probably tens of thousands. Numerous colorful aurora surrounded Bauhinia Island, and the halos, displaying the mysteries of universe law, constantly diffused up in the sky. Bauhinia Island was home to palaces of diverse races. In one of the palaces were plenty sculptures of ancient swords. Suddenly, the gate to this palace opened out. Walked out a figure, with eyes as sharp as blades, and a mark of 7 battle swords between his eyebrows. This man, dressed in purple armor, looked like a battle sword himself. Shouted. 2 chimpanzee-like beings from another race shouted at the figure from afar. 7-Blade Emperor. Blade River Emperor from the human race is quite something. 7-Blade Emperor, did you invite him to fight? 7-Blade Emperor had gained a treasure from the land of valuables, and as a result had become moderately famous on Bauhinia Island. Furthermore, the treasure had been found at a spot reserved by a super being of the ancestral god school for its inheritors. Mediocre as 7-Blade Emperor might have been in the battles in the world of glory, he could be very intimidating with his 7-Blade inheritance, beast god, great being inheritance, and formidable ability to survive in the real world. His good luck even invoked jealousy from numerous great beings among the human race. Thanks to the 7-Blade inheritance, 7-Blade Emperor and Dream Fire Emperor had become 2 undying level talents of their generations to be trained intensively by the human race. The beast god great being inheritance had made Seven-Blade Emperor's status surpass that of Dream Fire Emperor among the human race. However, many races had no idea what the treasure was, since Seven-Blade Emperor had kept the secret to himself. Even the automaton race, a peak race, only knew that he had gained some sort of inheritance. The land of valuables had numerous treasures left by the beast gods of the ancestral god school, including school-guarding beast gods and beast god cultivating great beings. As for what the treasure was, it was difficult to tell. The treasure was not necessarily related to the beast god path. For example, if Luo Feng reached a high status in the future, he could also put some of the treasures he had acquired by chance and didn't use in the land of valuables for future generations. Therefore, apart from Seven-Blade Emperor and the senior staff of the human race at the ancestral god school, none of the other factions knew the extent of how amazing Seven-Blade Emperor's actual gains would be. Otherwise, no one would have tried to assassinate him. Seven-Blade Emperor laughed with blade light flashing in his eyes. Ha ha, he is also a human now that so many great beings of other races have challenged him. Why would I invite him to fight? By the way, do you know how many challenges Blade River Emperor has accepted? If you don't know, what makes you think we would? All we know is the number is over 10,000. Then the two chimp-like beings each took a step greater than 600 miles and disappeared in the distance. Standing in front of the palace, Seven-Blade Emperor murmured to himself, "Over 10,000 battles. Blade River Emperor, the most incredible talent of the human race. I will never admit defeat to Blade River Emperor so easily." Having acquired his new treasure, Seven-Blade Emperor believed that he had outclassed Dream Fire Emperor, thus becoming the best of his generation among humans. But now, Blade River Emperor was in his way. During the fight for Sealed Star in the battlefield of the outer regions, you were so insignificant that I barely noticed you, said Seven-Blade Emperor. What a surprise that you are a sector lord. I know that you are madly accepting challenges to fight for the first time. You have my full attention. I want to see your strength, for you are such a talent of the human race that even my teacher believes you are better than me. I don't know if you are overly confident or just insane to agree to engage in over 10,000 battles. Soon, you will realize that all the heirs here are peerless talents. Even I am only considered mediocre in the world of glory. You will soon come around to this cruel reality. In the heartland of the ancestral god school, the Thunder Beast God Palace was one of the 8 palaces for beast gods. The palace was magnificent in appearance, standing taller than 60 million miles. Inside the palace was a time-space containing picturesque scenery, including rivers, mountains, deserts, ice fields, and snow. Deep inside those endless ranges of mountains, a repetitive sound erupted like breathing. Ha-hoo! Ha-hoo! The diameter of the time-space exceeded a light year, and every ha filled it with pounding thunderbolts, and every hoo filled it with roaring winds, destroying numerous mountains, drying up lakes and rivers, and swirling up sand from the deserts. Luckily, there were no other creatures in the whole time-space. Who dares interrupt my slumber? Echoed a rumbling voice. Several peaks of those endless mountains were pushed upward. A gigantic, winged, 3-hoofed beast god, covered in green hair, longer than 50,000 miles, stood up with every step it took. The earth shook and mountains collapsed. Why does the ancestral god make me manage the trivialities of the school? It growled. The other 7 beast gods have slacked off and gone elsewhere while I am the only one who has had to stay here for 100 million eras, alas how long have I slept? Only 30 million eras. I can leave only after staying for 70 million more eras. The time-space trembled as the hairy, giant beast god stepped forward. Come on in, Thunder Beast God finally spoke up. The time-space of the Beast God Palace opened, and the God General that had been waiting outside entered the palace. Greetings, Beast God, said a voice. I am Blood Fire God General. Blood Fire God General flew across the sky and landed on the peak of a mountain, looking at the Beast God, which was much bigger than mountains from afar. I told you not to disturb my sleep unless there was something truly important, said Thunder Beast God, and the airflow that spurted from his nostrils wiped out the surrounding mountains in the sky. More thunderbolts generated out of nowhere, as if expressing the fury of Thunder Beast God. Blood Fire God General saluted the Thunder Beast God and said, Beast God, this is an important matter. The operating system of Ancestral God School left the Blood Fire God General with no choice but to solve many problems himself. The beast gods were so lazy that they didn't even bother to connect their consciousnesses to the world of glory. Apparently, sharing their consciousnesses irritated the beast gods. Speak, Thunder Beast God demanded, looking down on the tiny Blood Fire God General. Having inherited the position of a God General, Blood Fire God General wielded strength that could rival common universe masters. As for Thunder Beast God, once it had inherited the supreme status of a beast god, its strength would become even greater. We have found a universe talent worthy of being trained by Ancestral God School, said Blood Fire God General. A universe talent? You woke me up just for this. Thunderbolts flashed in Thunder Beast God's eyes. He is only a sector lord, yet he can attack and kill an emperor limit, said Blood Fire God General. Said Thunder Beast God, a powerful special organism. Thunder Beast God's eyes lit up. The Ancestral God School needed to cultivate great beings as well. For example, great emphasis was put on Zhuchong Emperor for his cultivation. Once the Ancestral God School appreciated the great beings, things would turn out differently for them. But the issue was, the Ancestral God School was extremely picky. It didn't even care about the so-called peerless talents of the universe like Kudi. No, he is a human, said Blood Fire God General, but he was capable of killing an emperor limit even during his sector lord period, even hitting and killing from the front. Since he took the place of beast gods in managing Ancestral God School, Blood Fire God General had extensive secret knowledge when it came to the law of how the universe worked. The Ancestral God School undoubtedly held the most profound understanding. Kill from the front. This is against the law of the universe, said Thunder Beast God in a rumbling voice. With some extremely powerful treasures, it would be possible for a sector lord to kill emperors at the limit level by waging sneak attacks, but from the front, great beings of emperor limit level would defeat sector lords easily with their soul attacks and godly force attacks. According to the intelligence from the Ancestral God School, when he was in Ice Hell, he could conceal his breathing with an invaluable treasure, thus enabling him to fight with Emperor Limit, continued Blood Fire God General. And he could withstand soul attacks and substance attacks. His strength can even kill emperors at the limit level. There was light in Thunder Beast God's enormous eyes. He has received special treatment, enabling him to violate the laws of the universe in some respects without being suppressed by the law. Thunder Beast God knew very well what this meant. The universe was fair strength-enhancing armor, such as general armor and king. Armor placed a great burden on one's body, for instance, only a body that was 10,000 times stronger than a sector lord force could put on the king armor. Even the golden horned beast could only wear it after cultivating the 9-volume manual, hence, without the incredible 9-volume manual, it would be impossible to use general armor, king armor, general soul, and the like. Without these items, Luo Feng, as a sector lord, was just a common peerless talent who could, at best, rival Kudi but couldn't kill an emperor limit. Violating the universe operation law without being suppressed by it, said Thunder Beast God in a rumbling voice, from now on, I will pay close attention to him. Thunder Beast God, said Blood Fire God General, because he has killed emperors at the limit level as a sector lord, he enjoys great fame in the universe, but he is a human, after all what he has achieved is quite stunning, though no other factions understand the implications yet except the ancestral god school. Ever since he arrived in Land of Inheritance, many heirs have invited him to fight. Just now, this human accepted all the challenges. All of them. Thunder Beast God was stupefied. Yes, all of them. Over 620,000 battles. 620,000 battles, said Thunder Beast God. What's his name? Blade River Emperor, said Blood Fire God General. Apparently, his real name is Luo Feng. Let us wait and observe the outcomes of these 620,000 battles, said Thunder Beast God. His opponents are peerless talents from all over the universe. I want to know how far this human being, who has run against the universe operation rule, can go. In the battle world of the world of glory, in the endless desert, Luo Feng was dressed in black armor and a pair of black battle boots and a pair of wings with scales. Wings were the most convenient way for Luo Feng to fly and dodge. Though I have not become immortal, I have felt the powerful godly body that is 100,000 times stronger than the force of a sector lord, said Luo Feng, looking at a shadow in the distance. A silver-gray snake-shaped monster was gradually rising from the desert. Its triangular-shaped head was high, while its gigantic godly body appeared indistinct beneath the desert surface. With a trace of a smile on his face, Luo Feng said, the first of my 620,000 battles. The silver-gray, snake-shaped monster slowly arose from the desert with its triangular head high. It stared coldly at Luo Feng from afar and squeaked in a voice millions of times jarring than scraping glass. Blade River Emperor, it hissed, how many glory points do you have? Do you dare to bet with me? Like a shockwave, the voice stirred up vast quantities of sand. You should feel honored to be my first opponent in the world of glory, Luo Feng said, smiling amid the swirling sand. The silver-gray, snake-shaped creature glowered at Luo Feng. Your first one. Haha, a pleasure for me. Indeed, 3 glory points. Do you dare? I will choose 1 glory point to fight each of my rivals, said Luo Feng. Luo Feng was daring, but he wasn't stupid. Judging by his fight against Cha Man Emperor, he estimated that he could become one of the best among the third stage inheritors with his beast god conception and mighty willpower. However, if he wagered high stakes and lost all of his glory points right at the beginning, he wouldn't be able to battle with other rivals. After all, he had accepted over 620,000 battles, betting 1 glory point for each battle was surely enough. 1 point, what I want is to win and acquire all your glory points, so That the inheritors of other races can't battle against you, said the snake. Complacently, by then, all of Bohemia Island will know that Blade River Emperor was defeated by me, King Circumference. Luo Feng chuckled, cut the nonsense, you're just my warm-up, let us fight. Damn. With a jarring squeak, a stream of formidable current surged toward the sky, making the whole desert tremble. Very good, commented Luo Feng. Boom. With his eyes lit up, Luo Feng also augmented his breathing sharply and burned his undying godly body. Meanwhile, as his scaled wings fluttered, he turned into a beam of light and flew upward as he flung his left hand fiercely. 600 golden beads flew across the sky, simulated within the battle world of the World of Glory. The 600 golden beads were made from common materials that Pinnacle Emperor-level spirit readers used for forging weapons. As the beast god roared and King Circumference screeched, the battle began. Only seconds later, after a few dozen moves, the godly body of King Circumference was annihilated. No, King Circumference wailed. Its cold, snake-like eyes were fraught with fury. It refused to recognize that it had lost to a sector lord, especially under the conditions that they both fought in godly bodies, and then, its figure blurred until it vanished. Obviously, it had been kicked out of the battle world. Luo Feng had moved on to his second battle. During the interval between the two battles, Luo Feng looked at his black book. Indeed, 1 glory point had been added. For glory points, he said, the first rival that I chose just now ranked medium on the list of third-stage inheritors. Well, its strength was weaker than that of Chaman Emperor. Without being pushed to his limit, Luo Feng had defeated his opponent. He still stood in the desert, looking at his second rival in the distance. Luo Feng grinned, here comes another one, to give me their glory points. The battles continued. The open-air square of the World of Glory had turned into a state of commotion at the moment. At least 100 million heirs, including 7 Blade Emperor, were connected to the World of Glory, for they had received word that Blade River Emperor had commenced taking on his challengers non-stop. What one onlooker said to a defeated challenger, you lost to that Blade River Emperor, a sector lord, he has no treasures to turn to in the battle world, and you still lost. Haha, so useless to lose. Another added, I hope Blade River Emperor doesn't lose all his glory points too soon. Watch me when it is my turn to fight him. In the beginning, the 3 great beings who lost one after another became objects of ridicule within their respective factions. Although the rest of the heirs sneered, they also put their guards up because they knew the strengths of their partners. Since the open-air square was large enough for nearly 100 million inheritors to gather there, forming smaller groups of hundreds of or thousands of heirs, the news that 3 heirs had lost consecutively spread quickly within their factions. But Luo Feng was fighting very quickly because his godly body fully recovered after each fight. He didn't need to rest at all. Before long, he had fought 1,000 battles in succession. After about 11 hours, Luo Feng paused his fighting and decided to take a break. It took me about 11 hours to fight 1,000 battles, thought Luo Feng. Well, the actual time consumed by each battle averaged less than 10 seconds. It was the launch of every fight in the battle world and the conversations with my rivals that wasted so much time. Usually, Luo Feng didn't bother to speak too much except for some trash talk, such as, give me your glory points or, die or, don't keep me waiting. Bohemia Island in front of Luo Feng's mansion. Blade River, said a voice from outside. Blade River, said another. After 1,000 battles, Luo Feng had left World of Glory temporarily. He was about to rest. When he heard his name called twice, he knew the voices belonged to Thousand Rain Emperor and Cha Man Emperor. As Luo Feng took a step, he disappeared from the attic and arrived at the gate to his mansion. Opening the door in person, it was Cha Man Emperor, Thousand Rain Emperor, and another human heir standing outside the door. Seven Blade Emperor, Luo Feng said in shock. Dumbfounded, Luo Feng looked at this great being of the human race who had come to visit him. He had met Seven Blade Emperor in the Star Tower before. For the first time, the Seven Blade Emperor attentively observed Blade River Emperor, the mysterious fighter who had stunned the universe at first glance. Blade River Emperor was very common, but if anyone paid attention to Blade River Emperor's eyes, they would have felt the formidable strength harbored in his heart. The strength was the confidence brought by mighty willpower, indicating that Luo Feng was extremely self-assured. After Skywolf had revealed his identity, Luo Feng had felt relieved, and he had stopped hiding. Instead, he had become more fearless, ready to confront any obstacle. True gold feared no fire, and a blade became sharper after refining. Seven Blade Emperor, we meet a second time, Luo Feng said, with a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Blade River Emperor, Seven Blade Emperor said with a smile, I didn't notice you last time, because I only cared about the sealed star. Now, here I am to meet the legendary Blade River Emperor. I wonder if my visit is welcomed. Of course, Luo Feng smiled and moved aside. Please come in, my three guests. Haha, I told you that Blade River Emperor is a very amiable friend, said Thousand Rain Emperor with a smile. Cha Man Emperor, meanwhile, kept his cool. Soon, the four of them entered the mansion together and arrived at the reception hall, where the garden style was that of Jiangnan, China. Luo Feng's hometown. There were only old-fashioned wooden armchairs and a tea table in the reception hall. Luo Feng sat in the center, though Seven Blade Emperor, Thousand Rain Emperor, and Cha Man Emperor were confused about the layout. They noticed the three chairs alongside the table and sat down casually. Blade River, said Cha Man Emperor, how many battles have you accepted? I have accepted every challenge issued to me, said Luo Feng. Seven Blade Emperor and Thousand Rain Emperor were slightly startled. How many is that? Asked Thousand Rain Emperor moments after you entered the open-air square of the World of Glory. You had received tens of thousands of challenges. The number must have climbed up afterward. Besides, by consulting other factions, the great beings of various races in the World of Glory have estimated that you must have accepted over 100,000 battles. It's hard to count the accurate number, because there are too many camps, but the number should be clear in a few days. Luo Feng smiled and said, That's right, I didn't receive too many challenges when I was new to World of Glory, but the number snowballed later. In total, I have accepted over 620,000 challenges, considering that there are over 90 million third-stage inheritors. The fact that less than 1% challenged me isn't surprising. 620, Cha Man Emperor stammered in astonishment. 620,000. Thousand Rain Emperor's jaw dropped. Even Seven Blade Emperor was speechless for an instant. The number was horrifying. Everyone knew Cha Man Emperor had been here a long time, and he had accepted less than 1,000 challenges in all. When it came to fighting, the human race had to be extremely careful, because humans had already made plenty of enemies among the other races in the universe. You can kill emperors at the limit level as a sector lord, Cha-Man Emperor sighed, shaking his head. You are so famous that it is believed that you are to be an unforgettable peerless talent. That is why those confident heirs of other races, no matter how cautious they are, want to fight you, since the base number of total inheritors is over 90 million, it is to be expected that over 620,000 of them challenged you. We are here to congratulate you on your 989 victories during your 1,000 battles today, Thousand Reign Emperor said, laughing. Congratulations, said Cha-Man Emperor. Earning over 900 glory points in one day, sighed the Seven-Blade Emperor. That is sufficient to exchange for 9 inheritance opportunities. How I envy you, and this is only the first day of your battles. Luo Feng grinned but said to himself, I still lost 11 times. Although his strength was at the peak, it didn't mean that he was the best of the third stage inheritors among the 1,000 rivals Luo Feng had selected on his first day. There were stronger and weaker ones, but one should have known the different fighting styles or secret techniques that could restrain them. Usually, it was the great beings with confidence who would challenge Luo Feng. And almost every great being on the top level on Bauhinia Island had invited Luo Feng to fight, and Luo Feng had accepted every challenge. Luo Feng's heart was filled with pride. I don't care about losing a few glory points, he said, after combating against so many heirs of other races. The losses are worthwhile. The second day, Luo Feng continued fighting. By reading their black books, the heirs of other races could see Luo Feng's battle records on the ranking list of third stage heirs. The numbers of wins and losses were clearly listed. That day, Luo Feng fought another 1,000 battles. He did so again on the third day, 1,000 battles every day. Then Luo Feng would take a break after fighting and continue likewise the next day. He kept fighting in this way, and thanks to his extremely high winning rates, Luo Feng's glory points skyrocketed, stunning numerous heirs of other races. Soon, it had been proven that Blade River Emperor was one of the best of all. 90 million third-stage inheritors. As a result, many heirs who had wished to humiliate Blade River Emperor started to deeply regret their decision to challenge him. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't withdraw now that Luo Feng had accepted their challenges. Even if someone chose not to fight, 1 glory point would be deduced automatically. On the open-air square of the World of Glory, millions of heirs flipped through their black books frequently, viewing Luo Feng's combat records within the ranking of third-stage heirs. Today was the third day since Luo Feng commenced accepting his challenges. He had fought 2,700 battles, 2,682 wins. 18 losses was his latest record. Why is this Blade River Emperor so powerful? Asked one challenger. It seems I am going to lose one of my glory points. I have always been very cautious when it comes to inviting others to fight in the battle world. I never choose anyone who ranks higher than me. I have tried my best to choose the weaker ones or someone on essentially the same level as me. At best, thanks to my caution, I have collected 51 glory points till this day. Now, I'm going to lose a point just like that. At this speed, the Blade River Emperor must have collected plenty of glory points. You don't say, said a great sea monster-looking being with dozens of tentacles. He seemed rather bitter. I think I am going to lose my glory point to Luo Feng as well. Who would have known that this human was so strong? Alas! The hundreds of thousands of inheritors that have challenged him to fight shall suffer great losses. Although I didn't challenge him, I could understand everyone's thinking. Offered another, how pleasant it would be to humiliate the legendary blade. River Emperor, who is such a powerful sector lord, even without any external assistance, he is absolute. Almost every conversation in the open-air square was about Blade River. Emperor, the inheritors were incredibly irritated even as the heir spoke. Luo Feng's winning rates went up sharply. 2,779 wins, 19 losses. 2,789 wins, 19 losses. 2,811 wins, 19 losses. 2,889 wins, 19 losses. The heirs, who had to fight so hard to gain one glory point, now felt rather embarrassed if the Blade River Emperor had shown his strength in the world of battle from the beginning. Never would so many heirs have sacrificed their glory points to challenge him. The heirs treasured their glory points dearly, but regret was futile. Perhaps Blade River Emperor is just an outlier, said one heir, sighing deeply. It's unusual to collect glory points in such a great amount. How could one ever hope to be like Luo Feng? Firstly, they would have to be famous among the billions of races in the universe. Few great beings had enjoyed fame to this extent. Secondly, they would have to be sector lords. Otherwise, the heirs of other races would not challenge them so readily. The heirs were not stupid. Only when facing sector lord level heirs would these peerless talents believe they could win. In the history of the ancestral god school, Luo Feng was not the only sector lord who had arrived at the land of inheritance, but few sector lords had done this. Among these few sector lords, two were very famous, but neither had willpower as strong as Luo Feng's. After these battles, Luo Feng's strength had convinced numerous heirs on Bohemia Island. Without any external assistance, Luo Feng, as a sector lord, was able to stand on the peak of the third stage fighters during combats in the battle world. Some superpowers of the universe had noticed Luo Feng long ago. Once a large number of challenges began, many heirs sent the information back to their clans. In front of the magnificent Sky Wolf Palace, roaring sounds trembled the entire area, which was filled with flames as large as fixed stars. Kill, kill, kill. The master of Sky Wolf's eyes were fraught with malice. The human Blade River Emperor must not live. Lurking among the void before Sky Wolf Palace, the giant snake Shadow was alarmed by master of Sky Wolf's rage. His law comprehension is surprisingly strong to rank as one of the best among the third stage heirs. Master of Sky Wolf roared, he can compare himself with innumerable peerless talents of diverse races. He must be about to fulfill the third stage of beast god inheritance, and as far as law comprehension, he is also close to that of universe knights. As long as he wants to, he can become an undying fighter at any time. Continued master of Sky Wolf, once he has become undying, coupled with his plentiful glory points, his alarming amount of inheritance opportunities from the ancestral god school, plus with his comprehension, which is very close to that of universe knights, it would be a simple matter for him to become a universe knight. Then it will be difficult to have him killed. Master of Sky Wolf issued an order, hurry up, devise a plan and report it to me. We must kill this human quickly. Right, the giant snake Shadow bowed and said respectfully. Suddenly, Master of Sky Wolf's green eyes shot out two green rays, landing on the giant snake Shadow. Go, he said. Boom. Removed from this time-space, the giant snake Shadow arrived at a time-space beyond Skywolf Palace's control, then it teleported and vanished. Human grumbled master of Skywolf as he stood before the palace's green. Eyes were constantly flickering with the intention to kill among the universe. Masters of the demon clans, Master of Skywolf was surely one of the most cunning and cruel. When I saw Blade River Emperor before, I didn't take him seriously because he was just an insignificant sector lord. Unexpectedly, he can still defeat most of the heirs in the battle world, even without the help of many treasures from the outside world. His law comprehension is amazingly insightful if he is assisted by a large number of inheritance opportunities. Master of Skywolf now deemed Blade River Emperor a major threat to demons in the future. In the mysterious and desolate star domain. In the void, a black ripple expanded outwards in concentric circles. At the core of the black ripple was an enormous black throne standing tens of thousands of miles tall. At the top of the back of the throne, 18 golden skulls of various races were embedded. The black throne was at the core of the endless black ripple that covered billions of miles of the void. Anyone looking upon this throne might have mistaken it for an endless sea of blood, with its 18 embedded golden skulls howling at all times. Master. A great being with 9 scorpion tails lay on the verge of the ripple. Its voice penetrated the ripple. Here is the news from our clan's heirs in the ancestral god school. The human Blade River Emperor has agreed to engage in hundreds of thousands of fights. Currently, he has only lost 19 out of 2,781 battles. He is, without a doubt, the best of the best Emperor Undying level inheritors on Bohemia Island, and it is predicted that he will be able to exchange his points for a surprising amount of inheritance opportunities. It is highly possible that he will become a universe knight in the future. Haha. Soul-penetrating laughter was heard from the black throne, causing the previously calm time-space to tremble and stirring up a black wave, as if innumerable black dragons were chasing one another and wandering in the void. A peerless talent has emerged from the human race, said the voice, and he is about to become a peerless great being. It is not us, the prison clan, but the human race's neighbors, the automaton race, demon race, and bug clan, who are most anxious about this situation. Haha, just wait and see the assassination attempts targeting this human peerless talent are about to begin. I look forward to seeing whether this human will become a peerless great being after the brutal obstacles or fail miserably along the way. Haha, go go. The laughter from the black throne echoed in the time-space. At the end of the black wave, the great being with 9 scorpion tails bowed and vanished. The creatures of the prison race, one of the 6 pinnacle races, had their roots in a peculiarly dangerous place of the universe, but they had survived the perilous place and made a name for themselves. The physiques, appearances, and the life essences of these prison race great beings varied. Some were rock creatures while others were made of flesh and blood, but they shared one thing in common: they were all born in that peculiarly dangerous place, a place that they called prison, from which they took their name. Forged by numerous crystals, a cluster of magnificent palaces covered a region. In several light years, within the cluster of crystal palaces, planets, fixed stars, and neutron stars were like ornaments embedded everywhere. A high tower among the palaces stood 2 light years tall. Its razor-sharp spire shot a bright ray upward into the depths of the boundless, starry sky. Everywhere this ray traveled, a hole would be pierced on any planet or fixed star. The power of this ray could reach almost the entire starfield before it completely declined. Many great beings resided within the cluster of palaces in front of the tower. 2 universe knights stood guard. They had impeccable appearances and perfect bodies forged by crystals. Their heights were almost the same, and they both wore dark green ancient armor that emitted formidable force. Between their eyebrows, they both had a golden eye issuing invisible waves in all directions and supervising the vast areas around the high tower. Inside the tower, "My lord, that is how the situation is," a great being said, kneeling in the hall. Above the hall stood a great being with a gleaming, crystal-cast godly body, dressed in a resplendent golden robe. As the golden eye, between his eyebrows, gazed below, it seemed that the heart of the universe knight below was pierced through. "How interesting," said the great being, and though the voice was gentle, it possessed a persuasive power. The human race usually wins due to their large population, and every human possesses tremendous potential. How unexpected that such a talent has emerged among them. Issue my order that the human Blade River Emperor has been listed as an invincible level creature of another race. Yes, my lord. Powerhouses of the universe, including as the 6 pinnacle races, the Space Beast Alliances, and the Northern Border Alliances, had all received the news. At the summit of Thunder Island in the virtual universe was the palace of primal chaos energy. A blurry phantom stood before the palace, and then he walked into the center of the hall and said respectfully, "Primal Chaos City Leader, assassination attempts against Luo Feng are almost a certainty. How should we handle this operation? Please give us your instructions." "Assassinations," said the voice of the Primal Chaos City leader, Shadow. "How can you be so sure?" Startled, the blurry phantom said, "Blade River Emperor has agreed to fight over 620,000 battles, and don't you know about the results of his latest 3,000 battles? I sent you messages long ago. Luo Feng has accepted 620,000 battles." The figure dressed in golden globe walked out from the primal chaos energy. It was the Primal Chaos City leader. As he touched the void slightly, 3 messages fell one by one. Obviously, he had read none of the messages the Shadow Emperor had sent him. Primal Chaos City leader had an extremely high status both within the human race and the Hung Alliance, so lots of issues would go to the city leader directly through virtual messages. However, there were different classifications of mail, and the leader would only read the urgent mail under ordinary circumstances. The leader would read them when he was free. Shadow Emperor was in charge of the intelligence department of the virtual universe company and the Hung Alliance. He was one of the universe overlords. The news of Luo Feng, as in Blade River Emperor, was known by the seniors of the human race. Shadow Emperor, of course, also knew about it. What Primal Chaos City leader said in surprise, holding the messages, he won 2,979 times out of 3,000 battles. Yes, Primal Chaos City leader, Shadow Emperor said with veneration. I didn't expect him to achieve that. Primal Chaos City leader was indeed thrilled. The top ones out of the 90 millionaires were all equals. Luo Feng could either win or lose when he was fighting his rivals. Luo Feng has a bright future ahead of him. Shadow Emperor, who was in charge of Hung Alliance Intelligence Department and known for his indifference and eerie presence, smiled. Haha, more than 26,000 battles. The Primal Chaos City leader laughed, and his voice echoed in the palace. If he keeps the winning rate, God knows how many glory points he will earn. He can trade 100 glory points for 1 inheritance. and he can get numerous inheritances, the ancestral god school might cultivate a supreme being of our human race this time. No one doubted that even the demon race, prison race, and other superpowers in the universe thought that if nobody stopped Blade River Emperor, he would grow to be a supreme being of the human race, a terrifying creature nobody could tell how long that would take. That was why they needed to kill him before he reached that stage. Primal Chaos City leader, not only could Luo Feng earn a great many inheritances with such a winning rate, but he also shows how deep his comprehension of laws is, Shadow Emperor said with a slight bow. The bug race, the demon race, and the automaton race will no doubt try to assassinate him in the near future, before Luo Feng can become a Universe Night City leader. What should we do about it? Assassinate him. Primal Chaos City leader nodded and said, the demon race, the bug race, and the automaton race have all sorts of methods to do that. However, my disciple is now in the ancestral god school, and they can do virtually nothing about it. The only feasible way for them is to ask the powerful heirs to kill Luo Feng. Yes, Shadow Emperor nodded. The ancestral god school could not be infiltrated. Peak races like the demon race would rather Luo Feng became a supreme being than risk sending someone to trespass there. I'll deal with it, the Primal Chaos City leader said, and have some faith in my disciple. I'll leave now. Shadow Emperor bowed. Go. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. Shadow Emperor had become the person in charge of the intelligence department of the Han Alliance, because he was from the Virtual Universe Company. The Virtual Universe's terrific efficiency of information sharing attracted the other races in the universe to place spies within it and classified communications methods, even though they were often cracked and cost the other races dearly. That was why he had become the person in charge of the intelligence department of the Han Alliance so quickly after being in charge of the intelligence department of the virtual universe. His power was so enormous that it could rival the sum of the palace leaders within the Han Alliance. The bug race, the demon race, and the automaton race had stopped observing. The bug race had already come up with a plan to commit the assassination of Luo Feng. Inside the virtual universe of the bug race, surrounded the endless clouds and mist, was a beautiful floating island. There lived one bug clan queen after another, all of them with beautiful wings resembling butterflies and transparent bodies like crystals as they played. Their figures were so breathtaking that other creatures could not help but want to protect them. Look, it's one of the other races, said one of the queens. It's Kongwan clan from our bug race alliance, said another. The bug clan queens looked at a figure with prominent cuticles wearing a mask. Dressed in ancient black armor, the powerful warrior from the Kongwan clan arrived at the center of the island. In no time on the island stood a palace made of wood. The door opened, and the masked warrior of the Kongwan clan walked in without being stopped by the guards. Greetings, Universe Master, from Zhuguang of Kongwan clan, said the masked figure with a bow. On the wooden throne in the palace sat a beautiful creature that could mesmerize even the most powerful souls. A colorful mist surrounded her. Zhuguang Knight, she said, her voice was clear and melodious, do you know what I want you to do for me? I do, Zhuguang Knight answered with veneration. Do you have anything to say? The one sitting on the throne asked. Universe Master chose me because, firstly, I'm an heir, Zhuguang Knight said. Secondly, I've decided to give up on the beast god path, because I didn't make enough improvements, and I'm planning to follow the path of space and time. Thirdly, I have my alternative bodies, and finally, as one of the Kongwan clan, I'm proficient in mind control. It'll be most cost-effective for me to assassinate Blade River Emperor. Yes, you are indeed the most suitable one out of everyone in Bug Race Alliance, said the creature on the throne. However, you shall pay a huge price. Losing one of the bodies of a universe knight will cost you dearly. Besides, you'll lose the opportunity to inherit and step into the ancestral God School forever. Zhuguang Knight stood still, listening respectfully. The Alliance will compensate you for everything you'll lose, the beautiful creature said. Do you have any idea how you will assassinate him? Based on what I know, Blade River Emperor has been accepting challenges, and he stays in his palace the rest of the time. Zhuguang Knight said. An heir has absolute control over its own palace. If anyone dares to trespass, the five-color Aurora Lake will attack the trespasser and kill it instantly. I can only wait for the human to step out. Will you lure him out? Asked the creature on the throne. The most tedious way, but also the best way, is simply to wait for the human to step out, Zhuguang Knight said respectfully. The beautiful creature looked down at Zhuguang Knight and smiled. You are calm. However, I have to remind you that you had better utilize mind control over Blade River Emperor. Once you take his mind, the humans might turn back time and resurrect him. Of course, you can also choose to kill him directly if you can't control his mind. Yes, Zhuguang Knight answered respectfully. Bohemia Island. Zhuguang Knight walked slowly while all the other heirs tried to keep their distance from him, showing respect for a universe knight who demanded deference. Zhuguang Knight was pleased by this. However, he frowned when he saw the distant palace resembling Earth's Jiangnan. I'm a universe knight here, he said. However, to creatures in my clan and the Bug Race Alliance, I'm nothing compared to that human. The only way to kill Blade River Emperor is to allow myself to be killed by the five-color Aurora Lake. The most terrifying proposition is to then be confined to living a secret life ever after, or being confined only to the territory of Bug Race. Otherwise, the human race will kill me to revenge their peerless talent. Pathetic. Zhuguang Knight felt helpless and hopeless. Even his clan couldn't resist the order of the Bug Race, let alone him. Perhaps he was indeed powerful on an individual level, but he was nothing compared to the peak creatures of the universe. 2 days later, the shadowy, snake-like creature stood at the peak of a mountain and looked down. Sacrifice myself to kill him. Master of Sky Wolf promised to bring me back by reserving the time. However, I will lose the opportunity to follow the beast God path forever. Even if I'm resurrected also, I'll be hunted until the end of time by the human race. He could practically still hear the roaring of the Master of Sky Wolf kill him. The automaton race, the demon race, and the bug race had all sent their powerful ones. However, they had all sent knights of other races rather than those from their own races. They had to pay the other races rather than be too tyrannical in their demands. That was the price of preserving the alliance. Time passed, and Luo Feng continued to fight 1,000 battles a day, as was his routine. The demon race, the bug race, and the automaton race all awaiting the good news. They all knew that humans had already perceived that they would try to assassinate Luo Feng. However, they thought that unless Blade River Emperor hid in his palace or was guarded by a universe knight every time he stepped out of his palace, someone would surely make good on the first chance to kill him. Rumble. In the world of battle, Luo Feng, clothed in black armor, flew above a city in ruins. He had black wings on his back, and as he waved his hands, 600 golden balls flew back. After almost 2 years and more than 620,000 battles, Luo Feng had finally finished them all. All the battles are finished, Luo Feng whispered as he looked at the waves of godly power afar. On Bauhinia Island there were plenty of palaces for the heirs from different races. Several thousand miles away from Luo Feng's mansion, there was an ancient mansion like a massive dead tree, which was the residence for an emperor-level heir from the Bug clan. On top of the manor, a universe knight stood silently. "Orders from the Alliance," said the Light Perception Knight to the Emperor. "Level heir, I am to stay at your palace temporarily, and you must not divulge this information." "Yes," the heir replied respectfully. "Knight, if you want me to do anything for you, please tell me. I will be in the silent room." "All right, off you go," the Light Perception Knight nodded. After the heir left, the Light Perception Knight was the only one on the top floor sitting with his legs crossed. He looked over the railings at the space before Blade River Emperor's mansion in the distance. Although the Bug Clan Alliance has nearly 10,000 heirs on Bauhinia Island, only a few dozen of them can see Blade River Emperor's mansion clearly from their dwellings. Light Perception Knight said to himself, "This is the only way to watch over him. Once Blade River Emperor comes out, I can spot him. Today, his battles come to an end, he will probably come out." Light Perception Knight stared at Luo Feng's mansion. In total, 626,183 heirs had challenged Luo Feng only days after Luo Feng commenced his battles. Various clans had contacted each other and confirmed that this was the correct number, as Luo Feng fought 1,000 battles every day. Today was the day he was scheduled to finish all the battles. With a bit of his consciousness connecting to the world of glory, Light Perception Knight looked at Luo Feng's ever-changing battle records in the Black Book. "The last 32 battles," he muttered. At the thought of Luo Feng's formidable battle records, Light Perception Knight couldn't help but have mixed feelings. The tremendous number of glory points owned by Luo Feng was simply unbelievable, rendering Light Perception Knight envious. Prior to Blade River Emperor, no others had ever gained this many glory points. If the rest of the great beings knew that you were so powerful, they wouldn't challenge you unless they were confident enough to win. Light Perception Knight said to himself, "If I could possess these glory points, I might have the chance to become a universe overlord." He checked the book again. All the battles have concluded. With his eyes lit up, Light Perception Knight stared at Luo Feng's mansion more intensively. Apart from the 3 knights sent from the Automaton clan, the Bug clan, and the Demon clan, several great beings from other powerhouses were also watching silently. Though they did not step in, they didn't mind viewing a significant battle. Those powerhouses had already speculated that the 3 pinnacle races adjacent to the human race would not allow Blade River Emperor to continue growing stronger. Only the toughest side would survive this battle. Everyone was waiting silently. 1 hour went by, then 2 hours, then 3 hours. Including the Light Perception Knight, the 3 knights were hidden in 3 different places where they could observe Blade River Emperor's mansion. All of them waited patiently, including the great beings of the other powerhouses. Perhaps Blade River Emperor is tired after fighting continuously for so long. He will probably come out soon. A day went by, then 2 days, then 3 days. Finally, the universe knights and emperor-level heirs that had been continuously staring at Luo Feng's mansion became a bit restless. Is Blade River Emperor going to hide in his mansion forever, they wondered. But he must go out to accept his inheritances at the inheritance passageway. Before the palace of Bohemia Island, right? The other clans were quite bewildered, but the fact was, Luo Feng had never come out. The virtual universe, the 9-star bay of Black Dragon Mountain. For the past few days, Luo Feng had done nothing but spend time with his family. Although he was insanely persistent about his cultivation, he could not neglect his family, and he admitted that he owed them a lot. "Dad, you know what," said Luo Ping with a laugh. "Younger brother caused big troubles while adventuring in the universe, but what's amazing was that the sovereign of Ganwu, the most powerful being in the Ganwu universe, saved him." Su Xian couldn't help but say, "Luo Feng, discipline your son, he indeed has made a mess this time." "What's the matter?" Luo Feng looked at his son, Luo Hai, curiously. "Nothing," said Luo Hai, "I just wanted to make a name for myself with my strength without showing off my identity while adventuring in the universe. And then I pissed someone off." Luo Hai pursed his lips. He was very arrogant. "Because he had an undying level emperor teacher, so what? My dad is the disciple of the primal chaos city leader. Why should I be afraid of that douchebag?" "So, you guys fought?" Luo Feng also smiled. Luo Hai nodded. "Yes, that idiot was barely able to beat me, all right." However, his undying level emperor teacher showed up in the end furiously. "He attacked me, and the plants that I brought with me were no match for him. Because I was adventuring with my friends from Ganwu, the news that we got involved in a fight with that douchebag traveled back to Ganwu swiftly. Unexpectedly, the sovereign of Ganwu showed up in person and protected us." Luo Feng was a bit surprised that, over the course of 10,000 years, his son had, for the first time, provoked a great being who was an undying level emperor. "Be more cautious next time," said Luo Feng. Since his son Luo Hai wanted to follow his path and become a great being, it was expected that he would encounter some dangers and setbacks. All his son could do was remain alert. "Luo Feng, the sovereign of Ganwu, has treated our family well," said Su Xian. "Not only did he save Luo Hai a few years ago, but he also bestowed us a large patch of territories as big as 12 starfields a year ago. What's more, those territories were the 12 starfields around our hometown, Black Dragon Mountain. Starfield, the royals of the Ganwu universe, were the ones who had made such an arrangement to compensate the royals of those 12 starfields. A year ago Luo Feng was a bit startled. At that time, he had been halfway through his battles against the 620,000 heirs. "It seems that the sovereign of Ganwu is well informed," said Luo Feng to himself. Without visiting Luo Feng, the Ganwu emperor had quietly helped the Luo family time and again, and had even saved Luo Feng's son Luo Hai. Usually, the Ganwu emperor would not know about such a triviality as Luo Hai and his friends being in danger. Apparently, the Ganwu emperor must have instructed that any information about Luo Hai be delivered to him directly. That was the only explanation for why the Ganwu emperor could arrive at the battlefield so swiftly. "Emperor of Ganwu, I will remember your favor," Luo Feng said to himself. 9 days had passed since Luo Feng had finished his battles on Bohemia Island. The great beings of the various races that wanted to kill Luo Feng were still waiting patiently for him to come out. Luo Feng's mansion, in a pavilion close to a lake. Filled with enormous pride, Luo Feng held a wine glass and said to himself, 621,081 wins and 5,102 losses over 610,000 glory points with every 100 glory points I can exchange for one inheritance opportunity. Haha, those heirs of other clans plan to humiliate me, but it is I who have benefited. Significantly, every single one of my 620,000 or so rivals were peerless talents, but only 6 were undoubtedly stronger than me, though plenty other rivals defeated me. They got lucky just as I was lucky enough to beat other heirs. In respect to accumulated points, Luo Feng ranked first after all. His 621,081 wins were an impressive feat, the great being who ranked second only had 9,822 wins in terms of win-loss ratio. This runner-up, who had won 9,822 times and lost only 3 times, was far better than Luo Feng. In summary, 6 of the 9 most potent third-stage heirs had battled against Luo Feng. Besides that, nearly 10,000 heirs whose power had been on the same level as Luo Feng had fought him. After so many battles, I have gained more comprehension about the Tao of Beast God. Nevertheless, there's no rush for me to accept my inheritances, for it's only been 2 years since my last inheritance. I need to concentrate on internalizing the experience I have gained from these 620,000 battles before I receive the inheritances. Through this opportunity, I should completely understand the third stage inheritance. After that, I can set out to search for the special life suitable for my third body. Luo Feng had made detailed plans a long time ago and couldn't afford any sloppiness. Without any hesitation, Luo Feng sat with his legs crossed and started to study the Tao of Beast God above the pavilion near a lake. On Bohemia Island, Light Perception Night and the other 2 nights still waited anxiously for Luo Feng to appear. The heirs from other powerhouses had already given up. Many of them cursed Luo Feng secretly. He has been hiding in his house without going out, they said. What a hideous and spineless human, but with so many glory points, how could you not go to the land of inheritance? 1 year passed, then 2 years, 3 years, 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. In the beginning, the Light Perception Knight observed Luo Feng's mansion with his full attention for 3 years. He also cursed him secretly. Later, as he started to cultivate, he only used a bit of his consciousness to watch over Luo Feng and didn't bother to curse the human anymore. As time went by, the Light Perception Knight brought out an intelligent robot and opted to let the robot supervise Luo Feng's mansion. He didn't want to watch Luo Feng's self-dwelling place any longer. Just wait, he muttered. One day, you will go to receive inheritances, and I'll be waiting for you. Light Perception Knight had no other option but to wait. In a blink of an eye, 900 years had passed. Wow, 900 years of contemplation, Luo Feng said joyfully. Those 620,000 battles were especially beneficial to me. I have achieved amazing progress in space law comprehension and beast god conception, and I am close to fulfilling the third stage of the Tao of Beast God. Luo Feng had been cultivating the law of the fusion of space and gold. By comprehending fusion, Luo Feng had also gained more insights about space. Now, both my original earthling body and my golden horned beast second body can teleport, he thought, but I still need to comprehend the other 2 major aspects regarding space law. Suddenly, Luo Feng stood up. Time to go out. If I go to receive inheritances now, I believe that I can fulfill my third volume right away. Luo Feng looked at the gate to his mansion in the distance. Moments later, amid the silence, Luo Feng pulled open his mansion's gate, which issued a squeaking sound, and walked out with a smile. At this time, no heirs were personally watching Luo Feng's residence. Even the three universe knights had arranged robots or slaves to do their job, who now reported the news. My lord, the door is open. My lord, Blade River Emperor has come out. My lord, he is here. With a great shudder, the three universe knights in three dwellings on Bohemia Island woke up in an instant. Several other heirs who had also sent out slaves or robots to monitor Blade River Emperor's mansion were on the move as well. Light Perception Knight heard his intelligent robot servant scream eagerly. He opened his eyes and saw Luo Feng step out of the door. Blade River Emperor. Hostility flashed through Light Perception Knight's eyes, and murderous rage filled his heart. He had waited 900 years for this moment. A universe knight for a sector lord. You should be flattered, Blade River Emperor. Light Perception Knight suddenly disappeared. The seniors from Northern Territory Alliance, Prison Race Alliance, and the Nine Territory Alliance stared at the palace of Blade River Emperor. The seniors had clear orders, and the demon race, the automaton race, and the bug race would send assassins to kill the human Blade River Emperor. Do you think it will be the doom of Blade River Emperor, or the loss of the three peak races? They mused. How will they kill Blade River Emperor? Over 10,000 heirs were watching in secret, holding their breath. Luo Feng walked out the door with a smile on his face. He waved his hands, and the door closed. Without any warning, a huge figure appeared in front of Luo Feng. It was a beast from another race, and it was covered with mud. Its eyes looked misty, but filled with aggressiveness. Rumble. The beast fluttered towards Luo Feng at an incredibly fast speed. Its body emanated an aura that could tremble the surroundings. Its godly body was burning. Said Luo Feng. Light Perception Knight witnessed the beast covered with mud appearing by teleportation. He was dazed. Mud-swallowing Knight. Light Perception Knight was sharp enough to evade the scene by flying 1,000 miles away. That mud-swallowing Knight is trying to kill Blade River Emperor too. Light Perception Knight was surprised. I'll watch first. I only teleported nearby without attacking him first, so the 5-color Aurora Lake Wound I planned to kill Luo Feng. I'll see how this plays out. Luo Feng was attacked by mud-swallowing Knight's burning godly body the moment he stepped out of his palace. Sure Wu Wing, Luo Feng shouted. His body trembling wings appeared at his back, and he tried to dodge the attack. Rumble. A beam of godly power drilled into Luo Feng's brain, trying to control Luo Feng. Trying to make me a slave, said Luo Feng. It won't be that easy. Luo Feng had an incredibly firm will under the attack of the godly power. Luo Feng's soul wasn't tempted at all. Went. Tower Pearl was guarding the beast god's soul and defended it from that godly power. Mud-swallowing Knight, who had moved quite close to Luo Feng, was surprised to find that he had failed to control Blade River Emperor's mind. He was a universe knight, and even burning his godly body wasn't enough to do it. Rumble. The 5-color Aurora Lake, which was normally tranquil, started to vibrate fiercely. Traces of Aurora dove toward mud-swallowing Knight. However, mud Swallowing Night was already burning his godly body before Luo Feng, and he was speedy. He didn't even glance at the terrifying five-color aurora. Mud Swallowing Night opened his mouth. Voila! His enormous tongue, covered with drops of muddy water, came at Luo Feng like a charging wall. This was one of his talent techniques. His tongue had tremendous eroding power. Even Universe Knight's godly bodies couldn't resist it. Luo Feng's Wu Wing was indeed fast, but it couldn't compare to a Universe Knight's burning godly body. Mud Swallowing Night stuck out his tongue like a frog, and it struck fast as lightning. Luo Feng was captured before he could move a muscle. Hang! Luo Feng looked at Mud Swallowing Night the second he was captured. Mud Swallowing Night disregarded it. The second that giant tongue entangled Luo Feng, the eroding power went to work. Wu Wing wasn't eroded in the slightest, but Luo Feng's armor immediately started to crack. Holes were burned through it. The tongue ate through the armor and lashed against Luo Feng's body like a whip. The eroding power didn't kill Luo Feng, but the force was extraordinary. Rumble. Even with Luo Feng's defending power, his body could not stand up to the powerful attack. In an instant, he was annihilated. His body turned into nothing. All that was left was his broken armor, his complete wings, the tower pearl, the star map, a drop of General Soul, and his solid world ring. Hua 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 hua. 5 color auroras dived. They were like beams of lightning arrows, and they locked the surrounding space, preventing Mud Swallowing from teleporting himself to freedom. He was within the range of 5 color aurora lake. Haha! Mud Swallowing Night lifted his head and roared. He stared at the diving aurora. There was no shame in dying at the hands of the guarding true treasure of the ancestral god school. The auroras were over 10,000 kilometers long. However, they were shrinking as they fell, narrowing to the size of arrows. Poo 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 poo. The arrows pierced through Mud Swallowing Night's body instantly. Most of the body vanished like foam. A moment after that, what little remained also disappeared while the auroras flew back. Everything went silent. The 5 auroras were still flying. Gradually, the damaged ground in front of Luo Feng's palace was suddenly fully repaired, as spotless as a snowfield in ice hell. Dead, gasped Light Perception Night. He had watched from afar the 5 color aurora lake, ranked among the most powerful true treasures in the universe, was so mighty that it had annihilated a Universe Night instantly. The 5 color aurora lake was indeed terrifically forceful. Light Perception Night felt fortunate, scared, and regretful all at once. Anyway, now that Blade River Emperor is dead, I'll report back to the bug race. Light Perception Night thought. The heirs watching the events from afar were all dazed. Blade River Emperor died just like that. He's dead. He was annihilated. And they began to spread the news. Among the stars, Master of Sky Wolf received the news almost at the same time. Haha! Mud Swallowing Night killed Blade River Emperor, he growled gleefully, surrounded by flames. Haha! He's dead. That annoying little one is dead. I hope Mud Swallowing Night managed to control his mind before he was killed. Either way, I've achieved my goal. The primal Chaos City leader was trying to protect that human all this time. What a shame. Even the primal Chaos City leader wouldn't dare trespass on the holy grounds of the ancestral God School. Master of Sky Wolf stood in front of Sky Wolf Palace and roared joyfully, shaking all of the surrounding space, exhilarated not only because the human Genius had been destroyed, but because he had finally gained his revenge. On Bohemia Island, lots of flying shadows approached almost all the heirs. From the various races came out of their palaces the energy waves created by mud-swallowing Night's burning godly body had been massive, and the auroras from the five-color Aurora Lake had rocked the surrounding space. Everyone knew that something terrible had happened. What happened? Said Seven-Blade Emperor as he arrived. He had teleported himself to Luo Feng's palace. The second he sensed the waves caused by a Universe Knight's burning godly power, he had witnessed the auroras killing Mud-swallowing Knight, but Mud-swallowing Knight's tongue had shrouded Luo Feng's body by the time he made it there, so Seven-Blade Emperor hadn't even seen Luo Feng. Who did Mud-swallowing Knight kill? Why did the auroras come down? Seven-Blade Emperor asked, confused. Seven-Blade Emperor, answered several onlookers. Cha-Man Emperor, Lili Emperor, and Thousand Rain Emperor all arrived via teleportation. Who died? Asked Thousand Rain Emperor. Who did the five-color Aurora Lake kill? They were less informed than Seven-Blade Emperor and hadn't even witnessed the death of Mud-swallowing Knight. It was Mud-swallowing Knight, said Seven-Blade Emperor, but I don't know who he killed. Seven-Blade Emperor's eyes went wide as he noticed the treasures scattered in front of the palace. They belonged to Mud-swallowing Knight and Luo Feng. Mud-swallowing Knight had known he was going to die, hence he had left his precious treasures elsewhere. Luo Feng, on the other hand, had left quite a few. The most eye-catching one was the set of giant silver wings. Blade River Emperor was known for those wings, and rumor had it that the wings were a true treasure. Those wings, it was Blade River Emperor. Seven-Blade Emperor was dazed. He had already made up his mind to surpass Blade River Emperor, never expecting that something like this would happen. It was Blade River Emperor who died. Blade River Emperor was killed by Mud-swallowing Knight. The voices of discussions among the other races came from afar. The sector lord who had garnered widespread fame across the universe, the heir who had gone through 620,000 battles and won a considerable number of glory points. Only 2 years after stepping in the land of inheritance had just died. The news shocked every race. That was the wing left by the late Blade River Emperor, the onlookers said. A true treasure, that wing. Yes, you're right, that wing is a true treasure. Lots of the heirs from other races were stupefied by the news that Blade River Emperor had just been killed. However, lots of cheering was heard, and even those Universe Knights watching the fight from afar were staring at the objects in front of Luo Feng's palace, especially those huge silver wings. The temptation of a true treasure couldn't be overstated. The numerous heirs and Universe Knights floating in midair all stared at the eye-catching, giant silver wings before the manor gate, all eager to claim them. That is a true treasure, said a Universe Knight. If I could get one, it would be so valuable that I wouldn't need to come to the land of inheritance ever again. A creaking sound. Surprisingly, the closed gate to Luo Feng's mansion opened again, startling the numerous heirs in the distance. Wasn't Blade River Emperor dead? Why was his gate opening from the inside? An emperor-level, undying great being, whose godly body seemed like being carved of diamonds, stood at the gate in green armor. It was Luo Feng's slave, Honed Heart Emperor. Heirs, said Honed Heart Emperor loudly. Blade River Emperor is not dead. You are not permitted to touch his treasure. If any of you touches it, you are Essentially stealing from Blade River Emperor. I believe that every heir present understands the rules of the ancestral god school, the five-color Aurora Lake protects every heir. If any of you dares to kill another heir, you will be attacked and annihilated. Seizing the treasures from other heirs is just as grievous a crime as assailing and killing them. By doing so, you will also be destroyed. Tens of millions of heirs looked at Honed Heart Emperor, who dared not step out from the manor gate. The rumbling voice of a demon clan heir spoke up. Blade River Emperor is not dead. How do you know that, and who are you? Anyway, I have never met you on Bohemia Island before. I am Blade River Emperor's sole slave, said Honed Heart Emperor. I have never left this mansion. If my master Blade River Emperor is dead, then so am I. If I am alive, it means that my master is also alive. I say again, none of you shall touch my master's treasure. If you touch it, you will be stealing from a fellow heir, and the five-color Aurora Lake will kill you. Honed Heart Emperor's voice echoed through the air of Bohemia Island. Tens of millions of heirs hesitated. If they stole a treasure from a living heir, they would certainly be killed, but if an heir was dead, his treasure would become ownerless and up for grabs to anyone. Swish! A figure dove at the silver wings. In the blink of an eye, a stream of black light had arrived at the mansion gate. I will make the most out of a bad situation, announced the black, shadowy figure, having been trapped in the last step for billions of years without achieving any results. I shall gamble for success this time. I saw with my own eyes that the Blade River Emperor was annihilated. How can I trust the words of someone I don't even know? Humph! As long as the Blade River Emperor is truly dead, and I acquire this pair of valuable wings, no other heirs will dare attack me. Besides, my clan members and I can exchange this true treasure for plenty of resources. Perhaps I can even break through the last phase and become a universe knight. Don't, shouted Honed Heart Emperor. Some greedy heirs were irritated. We hesitated, and now he is a step ahead of us. However, they dared not steal the treasure. It is mine, said the black shadow as he grabbed the silver wings. The moment his sharp claws touched the silver wings, an invisible force froze the area in a space. Ripple mud swallowing night had not been able to escape from this very force last time. Neither could the black shadow. No, said the black shadow as he felt himself locked in the space ripple. He issued a shrill cry. He refused to accept his doom. If he died today, all the treasures he had accumulated over many years would be gone. Even if his clan members resurrected him in the future, he would have lost his opportunity for inheritance. It had already been difficult for him to break through to the last step. He would only be worse off after being resurrected. Swoosh! A streak of aurora fell swiftly from the sky. The black shadow dropped the silver wings in his hands and flew across the sky, trying to escape. Whiz! In an instant, the aurora punched a hole through his godly body, and then, like a bubble that had been popped, his godly body vanished. The streak of aurora flew up high again, returning to the endless five-color aurora. Silence filled all of Bohemia Island. Dead. The tens of millions of heirs in midair were dumbfounded. These were the peerless talents of many races, highly confident in their knowledge and abilities. It was impossible for them to blindly believe Honed Heart Emperor's words, yet they now saw the truth with their own eyes. The five-color aurora had killed an heir for touching the silver wings. That meant Blade River Emperor was still alive. Blade River Emperor is still alive, muttered the light perception knight. Looking down at the mansion gate from afar, eyes fraught with astonishment, he said, "How is this possible? He was obliterated. Does he have multiple bodies?" It was very rare to possess more than one body in the universe, though a second body could be created. The strength and breathing of the second body would differ from the original, as a light perception knight would have quickly been able to tell a phony from the real thing. Apparently, it was the original body of Blade River Emperor, not his second body, that had been destroyed. Light Perception Knight had a hard time accepting the idea of multiple bodies. "I am bestowed with this technique because I am the sacred son of the Kong-Wan race, but he is just a human. How can he have that ability? What should I do now that he is still alive?" Light Perception Knight was very anxious. While the tens of millions of heirs in midair above Bauhinia Island looked at the treasure on the ground in astonishment, a formidable force arrived. A dragon-like body covered over 6,000 miles as a pair of giant wings unfolded, and the dragon head of the creature extended and looked downward. Suddenly, the tens of millions of heirs landed on the ground and bowed respectfully. "Master of the island," they said in greeting. It was the guarding beast god of Bauhinia Island who had arrived. The guarding beast god's voice was a guttural rumble. "How dare that universe knight attempt to assassinate Blade River Emperor at the vital center of the Ancestral God School, for blatantly violating the rules of the Ancestral God School. He deserves to be dead forever, even if time and space were reversed and Mud-Swallowing Knight was resurrected. The Ancestral God School would hunt him down and kill him again." This formidable force terrified the heirs. How brutal the guarding beast god was. The Ancestral God School would chase and kill the revived Mud-Swallowing Knight. Since the guarding beast god delivered the message, it must represent the opinions of the leaders of the Ancestral God School, thus frightening numerous heirs. "Luckily for me, I didn't make a move first," said Light Perception Knight, shuddering at the thought. "I can't believe other heirs would try to snatch Blade River Emperor's possession," the guarding beast god said, looking down with cold eyes. "Blade River Emperor's inheritance token is not broken. Of course he is still alive. Although the Ancestral God School is lenient, once a rule is set, it cannot be challenged. For seizing an item from an heir, that thief deserved to die." Meanwhile, in a pavilion of Luo Feng's mansion, there was a cushion on the ground. The cushion had been transformed from the Masha body and contained the World Ring. Inside the World Ring was Luo Feng's core. In the vast internal world, a naked, black-haired youth hovered high in the upper at the center of the world. "I did it again," chuckled Luo Feng. "I can't believe the other races tried to assassinate me at the cost of a universe knight, and the very moment I went out, they must indeed think highly of me. Too bad they failed. They have only wasted a bit of my energy." A battle uniform condensed over the surface of Luo Feng's body. After Luo Feng's 620,000 battles, the news that other races were going to assassinate him spread widely. If other heirs suspected an assassination attempt, how could Luo Feng not have known about it? But he was very confident. Since he could have more than one body, he had nothing to worry about as long as he kept his core in his mansion, the safest place for him. Even if his original earthling body was destroyed, he could be revived. Furthermore, since his soul did not perish, his inheritance token would not be broken, and the five-color Aurora Lake would know that he was still alive. In that case, he knew that only he could touch his treasure. If anyone tried to take it, they would be attacked and killed by the five-color Aurora Lake. In other words, he had nothing to fear. That was why Luo Feng had exited his manor so intrepidly. Since the Tower Pearl guarded his soul, he was not intimidated by soul control. He had wanted to see what tricks the other races had up their sleeves. Apart from the universe knight who attacked me, there was another universe knight who appeared suddenly but withdrew at the last moment, said Luo Feng. He shook his head regrettably. After this battle, I believe he will be too afraid to attack me. He now knows it is useless to attack me, and he might even get himself killed for his trouble. Swish. Luo Feng left the internal world and arrived at the pavilion of his manor. The formidable guarding beast god silenced the heirs. Suddenly, they saw the silver wings and other treasures left by Blade River Emperor fly toward Luo Feng's manor. These were the treasures melded by Luo Feng, meaning he could easily summon them. The reason his Masha body did not gather his treasures was that the Masha clan could not assemble the general armor, and the general soul, only a body with flesh and blood, could wear the general armor, and only the soul of an earthling could use the general soul. Of course, his golden horned beast body could also summon his treasures. However, the golden horned beast was so enormous that if it exited the internal world, it would fill the sky. Numerous heirs watched the items fly toward Luo Feng's mansion. What they said: why did the treasures fly inside? Blade River Emperor is not dead, someone said. Those are treasures melded by him. Of course, he can summon them, but we saw him killed and annihilated. How could he? Tens of millions of Emperor-level, undying great beings, plenty of universe knights, and even 7-Blade Emperor stared at Luo Feng's residence attentively. Honed-Heart Emperor, who had been standing at the gate without stepping out, bowed with respect. Master. A figure had come out of the mansion, a youth from the human race dressed in silver armor and a pair of silver battle boots. The Sherwu wings unfolded. Behind him it was Blade River Emperor, back from the dead. Stunned, the heirs from various races watched Luo Feng as he walked out from his manor. They murmured among themselves in hushed voices. It's him, it's the Blade River Emperor. He is surprisingly safe and sound. Does he have the legendary talent to have multiple bodies? Luo Feng bowed to the beast god in the air. Master of the island, he greeted. Looking downward, the guarding beast god answered, The great beings who wanted to kill Luo Feng, Light Perception Knight included, were shocked to see Blade River Emperor die and reappear. They now realized that killing Blade River Emperor was thousands of times harder than they had imagined. Meanwhile, the great beings from the human race, such as 7-Blade Emperor and Cha-Man Emperor, along with numerous heirs, now realized that Blade River Emperor was exceedingly strong and mysterious. I shall take my leave, said the guarding beast god floating in the sky above Bohemia Island, his voice spreading across the entire island. Remember, Blade River Emperor is an heir of the ancestral god school. You'll be hunted down by the ancestral god school if you attempt to assassinate him. Yes, said the heirs, bowing as one. The heirs held their breath. Didn't relax until the guarding beast god had disappeared. What is the meaning of this? Someone spoke up. Throughout the history of the ancestral god school, there have been killings between heirs, but the ancestral god school never hunted them down. Why should mud-swallowing knight be hunted even after he is brought back? This is... How silly are you that you can't even understand this? Someone else cut in. Apparently, the ancestral god school gives Blade River Emperor special Treatment. Didn't you see how the ancestral god school favored Zhu Chong? Emperor now, they're favoring Blade River Emperor, too. You mean Blade River Emperor is another Zhu Chong emperor? Humph. Based on his potential, he might not be inferior to Zhu Chong emperor. Once he becomes an undying fighter. Either way, the ancestral god school treats him special. The heirs from all the races in the universe continued talking while flying away like beams of light. Most of the heirs only just, but some of the heirs, particularly those assigned with tasks from their own races, were a bit irritated. How am I supposed to kill him? Light Perception Knight wondered, looking at Luo Feng, who stood in front of the palace from afar. He was terribly upset. There's no way to kill him now. Suddenly, Luo Feng looked up and smirked directly at Light Perception Knight. It was a look that said, "Come kill me if you dare." Light Perception Knight knew that the human had already discerned that he was a killer. He teleported himself and disappeared without saying a word. Luo Feng stood in front of his palace and watched the countless heirs leave. Thoughts flooded his mind. The guarding beast god had said publicly before that mud-swallowing knight would be hunted down by the ancestral god school. Even after he was brought back, although Luo Feng's earthling body had still been in the world ring at the time, his Masha body had heard every word of it. The ancestral god school gave me special treatment, Luo Feng thought, but on second thought, it seems that I'm not as important as Zhu Chong Emperor in their minds. Zhu Chong Emperor was given 2 true treasures, whereas I was given none. Luo Feng turned around and went back to his palace. "AI," said Honed Heart Emperor, and he closed the door. "Although I was completely safe in the palace, my multi-body technique has now been exposed," said Luo Feng. "There must be a weakness to the multi-body technique for safety reasons. My original body had better stay in the human territory." Luo Feng walked to one of the side palaces, and the Masha body had already gone back to the internal world. The ring fell back into Luo Feng's palms. He was standing in the side palace when he saw a beam of blurry, golden light. And God Country transportation was enacted. He saw the boundless God Country on the other side of the Golden Isle. So, the teleportation was over. 5 minutes later, the golden light was on again, and Luo Feng went back. "Master," Honed Heart Emperor said, already waiting in the side palace. Luo Feng laughed and smiled as his multi-body technique had been exposed. He had sent his core to the primal secret region in the virtual universe. He had assigned Tianqian Emperor to wear the ring, which held the golden horned beast body and its core. "Master," said another voice. Luo Feng turned and saw 360 cloud contact vines flying into the side palace. Luo Feng had known that he would be assassinated, hence, he had chosen not to bring the cloud contact armor. "I'll go and take another inheritance," Luo Feng said. "You, cloud contact, shall stay here with Honed Heart Emperor." "Master, I'll go out with you," said cloud contact, vine swinging. "Although it's highly unlikely that I'll be assassinated again, I need to be careful," Luo Feng said with a smile. "Rest assured I'll bring you out if I leave on an adventure." "Yes," Cloud Contact answered, and the vines drooped. Luo Feng walked out of his palace instead of teleporting himself. After a half-hour stroll across Bauhinia Island, he reached the palace of the guarding beast god. Luo Feng, of course, caught countless powerful ones' attention by walking in the open for so long, including 2 of the universe knights who had been ordered to kill him. However, they could do nothing about it. Killing him wasn't the problem. If they managed to kill him, he would be resurrected again, and their deaths would be in vain. The two universe knights were smart enough not to do that. So Luo Feng stepped into the waterfall. Blade River Emperor went to take an inheritance, said one of the universe knights. He can take an inheritance whenever he wants, said the other. After all, he has over 600,000 glory points. The land of inheritance has become his territory. The heirs of the other races brimmed with jealousy. While Luo Feng was taking the inheritance, news spread, and all the superpowers of the universe already knew what had happened. The demon race, the bug race, and the automaton race were all infuriated. It was bad enough already that the human was so powerful. Now he even had the multiple bodies technique. It was unfair that there was such a peerless talent in the human race. The multiple bodies technique could not be gained by training. It was a technique owned by only some of the races and special organisms. Normally, it was extremely difficult to kill an undying fighter with the multi-body technique, as other bodies could be used to resurrect the killed fighter. The worst that could happen was to lose a great deal of energy in the process. His adversaries adjusted their plans. Universe Master, there are no other ways to kill Blade River Emperor except by controlling or eroding his soul. This is the only way to deal with a powerful one with the multi-body technique. Go and make a plan. His sector Lord core must be hidden in the safest place of the human race. There is only one way to kill him, and that is to control his soul. All the supreme beings and superpowers knew that the core was Luo Feng's weakness as long as he was still a sector lord. However, if he became an undying fighter, the core would become a god country, which would become his new weakness. A god country, however, could be hidden in a remote area in an interlayer of space, which would make it almost impossible to find. An undying fighter with the multi-body technique would usually leave a body in the god country in case his other bodies were destroyed. In other words, the only way to kill an undying fighter with the multi-body technique was to control their souls. The soul was the common element that connected different bodies. Different bodies though they were, they had the same will. All three of the bodies of Luo Feng were interconnected, and once one of the souls was controlled, the other two would be, too. If the soul was eroded, the other bodies would be likewise eroded. It worked like a virus. The master of Sky Wolf roared in fury. Mud-swallowing night will be hunted by the ancestral god school. Even after he is brought back, they fiercely demand more compensation from our demon race. I've already brought Mud-swallowing night back as a promise to compensate them. Now they want more. The demon race was the most enraged out of all the human race's enemies. The death of a universe knight had only consumed a fraction of Blade River Emperor's energy, and perhaps the strength of a world used to recover his body was worth less than a mixed element. Mud-swallowing night is in a pitiable state, said his shadowy, snake-like acolyte. It's natural that his clan demands more. Master of Sky Wolf, if we refuse to do this, the other races in the alliance will be disappointed. Damn it, Master of Sky Wolf shouted, furious. He was angry with the humans, particularly Primal Chaos City leader and Blade River Emperor. He stood in front of the Sky Wolf Palace and stared down at the snake-like acolyte. You'll be in charge of the compensation, but now, let me ask you first, do you have any idea how to kill Blade River Emperor? The snake-like acolyte groveled as it said, the only way is to control his soul. And how can we do that? Master of Sky Wolf said. Master of Sky Wolf, the most upsetting thing now is the order from the Ancestral God School. The school must value that human very much it wants to train him as a second Shuchong Emperor, however, he is not powerful enough yet, so the Ancestral God School hasn't revealed how much it favors him. Regardless, the death mark on Mud-Swallowing Emperor is already deterring Universe Knights in the Ancestral God School from killing Blade River Emperor. And besides, there are only a few Universe Knights of our demon race in the Ancestral God School. The only thing we can do now is wait. Wait till when Master of Sky Wolf roared. The giant snake stopped talking. When indeed who knew when, as long as Blade River Emperor remained within the domain of the Ancestral God School, it seemed there was nothing they could do about it. Even the Universe Knights who were proficient in soul control were afraid of being hunted down by the Ancestral God School as retribution for attacking him. After all, it was the mightiest power in the universe. The Universe Knights were not afraid of being hunted by the human race, but they were, indeed, afraid of being hunted by the Ancestral God School. Master of Sky Wolf knew that his acolyte couldn't answer this question. Go, he commanded. He turned around and walked into the Sky Wolf Palace. Bohemia Island, the secret land of Beast God inheritance. In a deep valley, Jiao Feng Knight looked at Luo Feng with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Blade River Emperor, he said. Your name has already disappeared from the 3rd level heir ranking and has entered into that of a 4th level heir. You've completed the 3rd level inheritance. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. The 620,000 battles with all the talents from other races had helped him a lot, and together with the 900 years of comprehension and training, he had completed the 3rd level inheritance at one time. However, Luo Feng had barely gained anything. Work hard, Jiao Feng Knight told him. All the supreme beings of our human race have high expectations for you, although I did the same thing on Rome. June, I have the same expectation for you, too. Luo Feng smiled and went back to Bohemia Island through the portal. The virtual universe, in a city of the Hong Alliance. After receiving the inheritance, Luo Feng appeared at the booth of a restaurant on the same day. Luo Feng, Thousand Rain Emperor, Cha Man Emperor, and Lili Emperor had gathered together. Blade River Emperor, why did you call us here? Lili Emperor asked bluntly. Do you need to unwind after someone tried to assassinate you today? You think Blade River Emperor is like you? Cha Man Emperor ridiculed Lili. Emperor, didn't you see how he looked after the assassination under the eyes of millions of heirs? Blade River Emperor walked out from his mansion unflustered. It's hard to tell what he wants, Thousand Rain Emperor said jokingly, studying Luo Feng. Guys, Luo Feng held up a wine bottle and poured wine for his 3 guests. I want to ask you for a favor. Even the most common wine becomes a rare vintage if Blade River Emperor serves it, Cha Man Emperor said, holding up his wine glass and taking a tiny sip. Blade River, tell us, what can we do for you? We will try our best. Without hesitation. For them, it would be an honor to help Blade River Emperor. It was well known by now that as long as Blade River Emperor didn't die, he would attain remarkable heights in the future. It was challenging to build and maintain a friendship with such a great being. For example, the sovereign of Ganwu had taken an indirect approach. Instead of visiting Luo Feng, he chose to help Luo Feng's family. Just say the word, said Thousand Rain Emperor. We will spare no effort to help you, added Lili Emperor. I want to gather the detailed intelligence about the secret region of the Ancestral God School, said Luo Feng. As far as I know, plenty of the heirs of the ancestral god school head to the secret region through the transport passage in front of the palace of the master of Bohemia Island. Many of them must have collected a great deal of information. I need the intelligence. Holding his wine glass, Cha-Man Emperor frowned. The ancestral god school has set up 3 passages, leading to the land of valuables, the land of inheritance, and the secret region, respectively. Apparently, the school wants the heirs to adventure in these places. Plenty of heirs have done so. They would team up and help each other. What's more, once the heirs apply to form a squad in the world of glory, the squad members must not kill one another in the secret region of the ancestral god school. The heirs' consciousnesses can always be linked and sent simultaneously to the world of glory. If anyone dares to kill their partners, they will be expelled and hunted down by the ancestral god school. Both Thousand Rain Emperor and Lily Emperor looked at Luo Feng. They were speculating whether Blade River Emperor was going to the secret region. If you are going, you'd better join a team, said Cha-Man Emperor. I need the intelligence, said Luo Feng. Just tell me if you can get it. No problem, Cha-Man Emperor said, nodding. Plenty of heirs have been to the secret region, and there are many bits of intelligence within the Hong Alliance. Besides, information is frequently shared among different groups. Give us some time, and we will collect the detailed intelligence about the secret region of the ancestral god school. Blade River Emperor, if you must go to the secret region, you should be careful, said Thousand Rain Emperor. That place is so dangerous that even the detailed information and the strength of the undying level aren't enough for you. I know that you have multiple bodies and can revive even if you die there, but the adventure would be for naught if you lost your treasures in that perilous place. You'd better join an adventure team with Universe Knights, for example, Universe Knights from the Hong Alliance, or Knights from other races that have good relationships with Hong Alliance. Come on, then, said Luo Feng, raising his glass. Let us drink. Since Luo Feng didn't want to say more, his 3 guests stopped talking and enjoyed drinking with Luo Feng. The banquet didn't end until much later. As they watched Luo Feng leave, the 3 guests stood in front of the restaurant and looked at each other. It seems like he is very interested in the secret region of ancestral god school, Cha-Man Emperor said. Thousand Rain Emperor frowned. Who isn't it's the most magical and advanced secret region, but I have the feeling that Blade River Emperor wants to go there alone. No worries, Lily Emperor said. Blade River Emperor's methods are beyond our imagination. It's a rare opportunity that he asks us for a favor, so let us gather the intelligence quickly. In an instant, the 3 emperors left the virtual universe and headed to the world of glory. Bohemia Island. Luo Feng's mansion. The secret region of the ancestral god school, muttered Luo Feng. The most advanced secret region of the universe. It harbors the most treasures and special organisms. Hence, it is also the best place for me to search for my third body. Hands on the railings, Luo Feng looked at the sky in the distance. The halos, containing numerous law engravings, enlarged, faded, and revived in the air. Now that I have fulfilled the 3rd volume of Nanshan 7 forms, I can access the 2nd pattern of Sherwu wings, which can form spatial turbulence. My ability to escape will be 100 times stronger than it is now. Fulfilling the 3rd volume also means that my law comprehension has reached the limit of the 20th level of Heavenly Bridge. I can't delay anymore. It's time to choose my third body. Luo Feng's blood was burning with anticipation and desire right after the inheritance was concluded in the land of inheritance. The first idea that came to Luo Feng's mind was to find a unique life form suitable for incubating his third body, and then he could step into the undying level. The universe has known my name, he said, and the three pinnacle races have decided to murder me. I must improve my strength as soon as possible. When I become undying, I believe my genes will be essentially the same as Zhu Chong Emperor. By then, I will possess the strength of a universe knight, and no ordinary universe knights can be my rivals now. I should wait patiently for my third body. It is crucially important for my growth in the future. Luo Feng was physically present in his mansion, waiting for Chaman Emperor's intelligence, but his heart had floated into the mysterious secret region, where he was sure to find a special organism suitable for his third body. He waited for 16 days. Virtual universe in a city of Hong Alliance. On the 16th day, in the same restaurant, Luo Feng, Thousand Reign Emperor, Cha Man Emperor, and Lili Emperor sat around a table containing cuisine from throughout the universe. As Luo Feng clicked the air, a screen occurred and floated in the air. He clicked open the mailbox and read the message content. In the long history of Ancestral God School, an array of heirs who didn't think they could make a breakthrough on their own efforts had ventured into the secret region early. They traveled in groups and were extremely cautious. Some received special treatment and thus became successful. Their experiences had left behind a high amount of intelligence for the generations to come. "What do you think?" said Thousand Reign Emperor, jokingly. Staring at the screen, Luo Feng nodded several times. "Very good, better than I imagined. The intelligence is very detailed and has recorded many dangerous places and special organisms." "Blade River," said Chaman Emperor, "because we are friends, I want to tell you something, though it might upset you. Even with this intelligence, many heirs have died in the secret region. It is so large that nobody has fully explored it since the dawn of the universe. As detailed as this intelligence is, it has recorded only a small part of the secret region. You might want to think twice before going there alone." "I see." Luo Feng turned off the screen. He would study the intelligence carefully on his own later. "Relax, I won't do anything stupid." It was a promise given to reassure his friends. But Luo Feng was not so easily swayed. The day he got the intelligence, Luo Feng left Bauhinia Island through the God Country transportation and arrived at the Star Tower of the Outer Region Wars. At the center hall of Star Tower. Since Luo Feng had already left letters in the Star Tower, they could be delivered to the center hall at any time. "I have only 100 stars in my star map," he said. 52 stars have been consumed. In my second move, I'm afraid the stars won't be enough for me in the future." Luo Feng came to the edge of the center hall. As he flipped his hands, an enormous floating scroll appeared. Meanwhile, Luo Feng controlled the stars around the center hall and made them fly toward him. These were the temporarily unused stars in the Star Tower. Swish, swish, swish. Like raining hail, one after another star shrank and blended into the scroll. Swiftly, moments later, 1,700 stars were integrated into the parchment. The star map now contained as many as 1,800 stars. Luo Feng extended his left hand, and the large scroll in the air shrank rapidly into his palm. Looking at this scroll, Luo Feng felt that the star-dotted map was just like the sky full of stars. As he counted, he found out there were 1,800 stars in total. The star map feels different after integrating 1,800 stars. On the surface, the star map was not different from before, however, since Luo Feng's consciousness was connected to the scroll, he could sense the massive, formidable power contained by the giant stars inside it. By the time I can rouse these 1,800 stars, I'll probably be a universe. Night, Luo Feng said to himself, with these 1,800 stars, the star map is sufficient for me to use for a long time. Luo Feng smiled and added, Star Tower, when I come back next time, I can control you completely. And then, rays of golden light appeared in front of him. Swish. Luo Feng left through God Country transportation. After carefully studying the intelligence about the secret region of the ancestral god school, Luo Feng purchased some treasures that he could carry from the human race's domain. Later, he returned to Bauhinia Island. Luo Feng stood in his mansion and said, I have a Masha clan body, so I can send it to explore many dangerous places. How could I possibly be suitable company for other heirs, now that numerous groups are trying to assassinate me? Adventuring with other heirs would only complicate matters. Honed Heart Emperor, he instructed, stay and guard the mansion. Remember, never set foot outside the mansion. Understood, Honed Heart Emperor said respectfully. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng had entered the world ring at the same time. The Luo Feng's Masha body appeared. Aha! As the Luo Feng in black clothes grinned, he stirred up the air flow. By copying the talents and techniques of the original Luo Feng, Masha Luo Feng turned himself into an heir of a different race, but his breathing was still the same as Luo Feng's, since Bauhinia Island was within the 5-color aurora lake. Everything that happened on the island was supervised. As a result, the 5-color aurora lake was aware that the transformed heir was Luo Feng. Go. Luo Feng's Masha body teleported himself. At the same time, he appeared at the square in front of the palace for the master of Bauhinia Island. He took a step forward and entered the water curtain of the spring at the right side of the square. Swish. He vanished and was sent to the secret region. The ancestral god's secret region was boundless. Inside floated a beautiful spring, and the spring water doused the surroundings. Again and again a figure walked out of the spring. Luo Feng's Masha body. The Masha body looked around and saw only the floating spring. There were no guards here. The ancestral god school is so confident that it placed the portal here without worrying about it being vandalized by others, he said, but, on second thought, it seems right. The secret region is the property of the ancestral god school. After all, transform. His bodies changed, and the original earthling body came out while the Masha body went back inside the world ring. The original earthling body was much more powerful, especially after completing the 3rd volume. He was able to practice the 2nd form of Shiwu wings, which gave him a much higher chance of survival. Detector. Luo Feng turned on both the micro and macro detectors. Detectors were designed for adventuring in secret regions of the universe instead of the outer region. Warzone macro detectors were designed for those hurrying in their journeys through secret regions of the universe. Macro detectors could identify some celestial bodies afar and remind users to dodge them, making movements much safer. As for micro detectors, they were used for precise exploring in dangerous places. So, Luo Feng flew away like a flash of light. After finding that it was temporarily safe ahead, he teleported himself. He dodged the hazards cautiously, the celestial bodies inside the ancestral God School's secret region were peculiar. Some of the colossal ones looked odd in the normal regions of the universe. Most of the celestial bodies were spherical planets, stars, white dwarfs, neutron stars, and even black holes, but in the ancestral God secret region, the celestial bodies took on irregular forms. Some of them were like enormous continents, some were gigantic lakes in space, possibly containing islands. From time to time, Luo Feng could also see floating mountain ranges with waterfalls running over them. It all looked so beautiful and magical, but in reality, it was full of danger. Luo Feng saw one waterfall whose water could freeze even universe nights and crush their life marks, which could lead to their demise. The water was a rare substance called cold whale 9-colored water. It would be lucky for someone if they could use a treasure like the purple clock or other items to take some of the water. The water could be used in battle and wielded enormous power. Unfortunately, beneath the cold whale 9-colored water lived a terrifying special organism called the cold whale. Cold whale 9-colored water appeared as different colors from different angles, 9 colors in total. Some great beings had discovered the 9-colored water when the universe was young and had tried to collect some. However, they had been attacked by the cold whale before they could even touch the water, thus losing their lives. There was only a short description of cold whales in the information Luo Feng collected. Only universe masters were their rivals. Heirs were transported directly to the deepest area of the ancestral god secret region, which was the least dangerous. It was the place where the ancestral god school trained their heirs. Of course, there would be dangerous if there were some precious of the universe. On the 9th day of Luo Feng's journey, a beam of light suddenly stopped in the space outside the border of a mountain that was thousands of light years long. I'll rest first. After 9 days of the journey, Luo Feng stood in the space and looked around, spotting the massive mountain. The celestial bodies in the ancestral god secret region are indeed very weird. This mountain is more than 6,000 light-years long, and it's perilous according to the information I have. There are 201 of them. Lots of heirs had tried to explore the mountain before. However, only a small part of it was mapped, as it was far too dangerous. It should take me around 32 days to arrive and see the world tree at my speed, said Luo Feng. Expectation flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. World tree, the third body of his plan. Luo Feng had high access authority in the human race and had collected a great deal of information about special organisms. He had researched them, and he had to admit that the ancestral god secret region had the most special organisms in the universe. Many mystical and powerful organisms lived in the ancestral god secret region, such as cold whales, the back mountain tremble, and world trees. They were all special organisms that could rival universe masters. After careful screening and filtering, Luo Feng had decided that he would choose world tree as his third body, although there existed some other organisms that would be more beneficial to him. Only special organisms at the sector lord level could suffice, so Luo Feng had chosen the world tree. There were 9 world trees in total in the universe. The most powerful one was a universe knight. Its trunk was 7 million miles wide, and it was 370 million miles tall. The tree's canopy had a diameter of over 500 million miles. It was the largest tree-type special organism in the universe. There were 3 undying level trees, which were only slightly smaller than The one at the universe night level, at heights of 75 million miles below. Those were 5-sector Lord level world trees, which were 40 million miles tall. Luo Feng chose world trees as his third body firstly because of their abilities. World trees had the ability of manipulation of space and time. They could control the space and time within a set range, although it couldn't. Compared to that of universe masters, the power surged as their strength grew. Rumor had it that the universe night world tree could manipulate space and time as skillfully as a universe master. As for the undying level and sector lord level ones, they were much more inferior. However, they could crush those at the same level as them. World trees had genes that were thousands of times superior to humans. Thanks to their size, they had overwhelmingly mighty godly bodies with terrific amounts of godly power. Only a few creatures dared to engage in combat with world trees. Their manipulation of space and time and their enormous size were only two of the advantages. There was a third advantage: a world tree could amplify and solidify God country. Luo Feng hadn't managed to find anyone with a world tree body. However, he had found that man Tua, general of the ancestral god school, had once taken a twig from the universe night world tree and had planted it in his own god country. The twig had grown into a giant holy tree named Live Tree. Live Tree could stabilize God country. The stabler God country was, the most pressure it could impose on the enemies trespassing in the God country. Man Tua, general, had used it to lure enemies into his god country. He killed many. It was no secret. Normally, undying fighters in God country used the pressure to suppress enemies and make themselves several times stronger with the live tree planted in God country. However, it could make an undying fighter 100 times more powerful and more efficient in stifling enemies. The live tree is indeed magical, thought Luo Feng. World trees must be a great deal more magical and would further strengthen God country. How could Luo Feng not be tempted? Besides, world trees can give me an edge in both space and time. Although I'm following the beast god path, I'll need a breakthrough when I actually become one. Also, I might not even finish on the path of beast god. I'll have the opportunity to follow the path of time with a world tree. The idea was to follow the path of time and space and became a universe master. Luo Feng pondered his future beside the gigantic mountain. Although his aim was a world tree, Luo Feng was also worried. No one had ever done this before, according to the intelligence he gathered, but it was possible that someone had hidden the information. Primal Chaos City leader once said that there was a limit to my internal world. Luo Feng thought, I can't hold the unique organism in my internal world. The world tree I chose is at the sector lord level, the weakest one. A species without a breakthrough in its genes hit its limit in size when it became a peak sector lord. Golden horned beasts were more than 600 miles long, and they would remain so even when they became undying fighters. Universe knights, and even universe masters, the size would only change if the genes were improved. Luo Feng's body didn't change after practicing the 9-volume manual. With his original earthling body he remained less than 6 feet tall. However, the 9 world trees varied in size. The most powerful one had genes thousands of times superior to those of humans, and it was a top-tier special organism. The 3 undying world trees were inferior, followed by the 5 sector lord world trees. Even the sector lord world trees are better than a twig. The twig became a live tree, which is not even a world tree. I'm just not sure whether I can Breed that sector Lord World Tree or not? It should be okay, Luo Feng told himself. He was perturbed, but he also had a strong desire, the manipulation of space. And time, a 37 million mile trunk, how mighty that godly power was. God country was the core of an undying fighter, how could Luo Feng not covet the world tree with all its advantages? The 9 world trees are living here together, which makes this a bit tricky, thought Luo Feng, but I only need a leaf of the world tree, it shouldn't be that big of a problem. Actually, Luo Feng was also worried about another issue, the dwelling place of those world trees was as strange and exotic as the mountain beside him. It was a place called 9 Remoteness Space. 9 Remoteness Space was 12 light-years long, apparently not as large as the mountain beside him. However, it was one of the most dangerous areas in the ancestral god's secret region. Luo Feng had already known of several creatures that could rival universe masters. The 9 world trees occupied only a corner of that space, but a few other powerful special organisms lived there as well. That was all the information the intelligence had revealed. The ancestral god school instructed the heirs about the 8 most dangerous places, and 9 Remoteness Space was one of them. These were the places that could trap even a universe master. Creatures that could rival universe masters, which had been discovered by unlucky heirs, might only be the surface of it. I need to be careful, Luo Feng reminded himself. Even universe knights can be trapped in 9 Remoteness Space forever. I need to step lightly and maintain a low profile. I'll let the Masha body do the work if I run into dangers, because my internal world can recover it even if it is destroyed. However, if my original earthling body is damaged and trapped in one of those dangerous places, I might never recover my true treasures. Luo Feng was indeed a bit nervous, which was perfectly normal, given the reputation of 9 Remoteness Space. No risk, no reward, he said. I need to be cautious, but surely I can get a leaf of the world tree with my multiple bodies technique. 9 Remoteness Space was extremely dangerous, whereas it was visited the most by the heirs. Why was that? Because they were not afraid of death. Throughout history, heirs who couldn't achieve their breakthroughs had resorted to venturing into this dangerous place. 9 Remoteness Space was indeed dangerous, but it contained the most treasures. Even though many heirs met their demise there, many others gained a lot. A random precious object obtained in 9 Remoteness Space could be a true treasure, which was tempting even to universe knights. There were many more heirs in ages past. Now, there are only around 100 million. Of those who had died in other places, most had died in the secret region. Luo Feng ate something and relaxed. After half an hour, he flew into the depths of the space alongside the mountain. Sometimes he flew, and sometimes he teleported himself. Always, he was careful. Inside the palace at the peak of Thunder Island, Primal Chaos City leader, dressed in a golden cape, stood in front of his palace overlooking the vast Thunder Island. Below was one palace after another. Countless undying gods lived there, and the undying fighters lived at the bottom. There was a mountain in the middle of the island, and along the hillside lived universe knights. Universe masters lived on the top of the mountain. The summit was surrounded by mist, shrouding the peak from those living below. The palace of Primal Chaos City leader was at the peak of the mountain. Standing at the top, Primal Chaos City leader could see all of Thunder Island, including Yuxiang Mountain floating afar, where his students were being trained and instructed by the powerful ones. Can my student acquire part of a world tree? Chaos City leader mumbled to Himself, he's bold enough to choose the world tree as his third body, but, on second thought, everyone who wants to be a supreme being is bold, although it's dangerous. He has the multi-body technique I don't need to worry about him falling. 9 Remoteness space, he mused, even I haven't been there. That place belongs to the ancestral god school, and many of the places of that school are off-limits to the 6 major races. The treasures can only be obtained by the heirs of the ancestral god school. 9 Remoteness space was famously dangerous. However, this was not the case for Gigantic Axe founder. Gigantic Axe founder could, by all means, go in and take all the treasures there, which would have infuriated the 3 ancestral gods. The ancestral god secret region belonged to the ancestral gods, and many special organisms were owned by the ancestral god school, along with other treasures. The ancestral gods could certainly have taken them all. Instead, they left them there for the students. After all, such treasures were of no use to them. The heirs were cultivated by the ancestral god school and were given some special treatment. They would become sub-members of the school. As for the 6 major races, the Space Beast Alliance, and the Northern Territory Alliance, they were given no chance of getting in. Luo Feng, he said, it all depends on you now. You need power, brains, and luck. Let us see whether your internal world is strong enough to breed the world tree body. Primal Chaos City leader knew that a result would come in a month or 2. He wasn't sure if Luo Feng's internal world could breed the world tree body. The internal world of the golden horned beast could breed a body that was 100 times stronger than their original bodies. As for the world trees at the Sector Lord level, they were 2 levels lower than the most powerful one. Perhaps it was just within the limit of Luo Feng's internal world. Luck, said Primal Chaos City leader, we shall see whether he has the luck of breeding a world tree. Expectations flashed through Primal Chaos City leader's eyes. Luo Feng was going forward carefully and trying to dodge all the dangerous places. He wouldn't even go to places he thought might hold treasures, as his only target was the world tree in 9 Remoteness space. He didn't want to trouble himself in the ancestral god secret region, where there were treasures. There was danger. So Luo Feng sped up like a flash of light, followed by his macro detector and micro detector, constantly scanning for danger around him. He teleported himself only in some safe areas. 08 light-years away from Luo Feng, there was an area without any celestial bodies. Luo Feng arrived there after flying and teleporting himself for an hour. According to my information, there were hidden dangers in this information. Luo Feng looked at the boundless space, but, alas, this is the safest route. To my knowledge, I still need to pass 12 dangerous areas to arrive at 9 Remoteness space. It was impossible to find an absolutely safe route to 9 Remoteness space. Luo Feng was, after all, still very weak. Many areas that would have been safe for Universe Knights were hazardous for him. This area was one of them. Universe Knights might have flown across it or teleported through it instantly, whereas the farthest Luo Feng could teleport was 1 light-year away. Careful Luo Feng told himself. He used world projection, which helped him detect the danger around. So. Every time, Luo Feng teleported within the range of world projection, and each teleportation was tens of millions of miles away. Luo Feng teleported hundreds of times. After teleporting a light-year away, Luo Feng stopped and started to rest. Such short distance teleportation, Luo Feng said, shaking his head. Ahead of him was still the boundless space. Wang. Without warning, a space whirlpool with a diameter of about 6,000 miles came into being around Luo Feng. The pressure from the space whirlpool was unbreakable for him. Shiwu wings. Luo Feng opened the wings and tried to drive with the help of his current level of law comprehension. The complicated Shiwu wings were connected by countless threads. Before, in the outer region warzone, Luo Feng could only carry out the first form of transformation of Shiwu wings. Now, with more and more law threads utilized by Luo Feng, all the edges of the Shiwu wings were lengthened and turned golden. The feathers on the wings had previously looked like ordinary feathers with sharp edges. Now, they were long and sharp, like miniature saber silver wings with golden edges. Voila! The Shiwu wing swung, and the saber-shaped feathers on its edge cut through space. Under the space energy of the Shiwu wings, a windy turbulence was formed. Break! Luo Feng shouted. Trapped in the space whirlpool, Luo Feng struggled to get out. The space whirlpool was blocked entirely from the outside, and he couldn't teleport himself. His only recourse was to damage the space whirlpool with his Shiwu wings. Pung! After only 2 seconds, the space whirlpool faded like smoke. Luo Feng was relieved. However, he was dazed at the sight of his surroundings. Where am I? Luo Feng was surrounded by solid ground covered by all sorts of plants and trees. They all had different colors, and a flowery fragrance drifted through the air. A mountain blocked his view in the distance. The sky above the ground was filled with blue air. Better check the universe coordinates, Luo Feng said. He was astonished. After checking the coordinates, I'm 300 light-years away from the space I just left. That space whirlpool must be a natural portal. Luo Feng frowned and looked around. That whirlpool had disrupted his plan. Fortunately, according to the coordinates, he was actually closer to 9 remoteness space. Now, as long as he could get out, it would only take him 10 days to arrive at 9 remoteness space. What is this, he wondered. I have no information that describes this place. He looked around, alert. It was an unidentified area, and he had been transferred here by a space whirlpool that had come out of nowhere. Surely that had been no accident. It was highly likely that there was danger lurking here. Both the macro detector and the micro detector started to scan the surroundings. The space ripple here was completely separated from the outside world, he said, and that blue air seems to be responsible. I can't feel any space ripple outside that layer of blue air. Luo Feng looked up. It was common for certain districts in the secret regions of the universe that could block teleportation. Now I'm in trouble. While the detector rapidly searched for hidden dangers, Luo Feng stood still, making no reckless movements. I have 2 options, thought Luo Feng. First, I can explore this unknown place and find a way out. Second, through the God Country transportation, I can be sent back to the human race's domain, then to Bauhinia Island, then back to 9 remoteness space. Eyes as sharp as blades, Luo Feng examined his surroundings. It was quiet. Here, apart from the beautiful plants, there were no other creatures. I'm getting out on my own, he said. I can make it if I'm careful. According to the Ancestral God School's briefing for the heirs, this place is not listed as dangerous. I don't want to waste a dozen of days by departing from Bauhinia Island again. By then, I'm afraid I'll need to go through that void area Again, what if I were sent to this place a second time? Soon, a plethora of data appeared on the screen on Luo Feng's protective sleeve. Luo Feng lowered his head to look at it. Everything looks normal, Luo Feng said. He frowned slightly. Then I'm leaving. Luo Feng chose a direction and flew across the sky. A natural wormhole is found, the detector suddenly alerted Luo Feng. A natural wormhole, said Luo Feng. He had been flying as a beam of light, but he slowed down immediately. He looked at the map displayed on the detector to verify the location and rushed toward the wormhole. After flying for tens of millions of miles, Luo Feng arrived at a mountain. He stared at the slightly distorted space in front of him. A wormhole, here, he said. Wormholes were common throughout the universe, each one connected to places, sometimes spanning vast distances. If one were to step into a wormhole, they would instantly reappear at the opposite end. For a wormhole to be found in deep space was normal, but it was unusual to see one in the secret region. Where does this wormhole lead to? Luo Feng wondered. He considered, then came up with an idea. A streak of black air flew up and condensed into a muscular man. Luo Feng's Masha clan body. Even if this Masha body is destroyed, he said, I can condense another one and send him here via God Country transportation. Since Luo Feng was a token gatherer, his soul slaves could easily sense him telekinetically. The Masha body was cautious at first, but then he flew into the wormhole. The moment the Masha body crossed the wormhole, he instantly arrived at another place. What Masha body said, gazing at an enormous basin in front of him. Among the basin was a lake with over 6,000 miles in width. Above the lake floated a cone-shaped peak over 600 miles high. A lake and a floating peak, Masha body said. He was a bit surprised to find that he could easily sense the location of his earthling deity. My earthling deity is probably less than 6 billion miles from here. The distance between them was so short that Masha body could reach his earthling deity by teleportation. The deity of Luo Feng continued flying. He had learned about the situations on the other end of the wormhole, but he hadn't rushed to investigate. There were other matters to attend to. Moments later, the detector alerted him, another natural wormhole is found. Another one. Luo Feng was stunned. He flew toward the location indicated by the detector. This wormhole was in a river. Luo Feng dared not enter the stream recklessly. Instead, he summoned his Masha body and let him try. Masha body dove into the river. Nothing special about the water other than its high density, Masha body quickly confirmed. Using his strength of a world, Luo Feng condensed a large clay pot and filled it with the water of the river. I will study it after leaving this place, he told himself. His Masha body went into the wormhole in the river. The other end of the wormhole was also underwater. Masha body was stupefied as he rose to the surface of the water and looked around. My gosh! A cone-shaped peak floated above the vast lake, which was contained within a crater-like basin. The first wormhole ended on the shore of the lake, said Masha body, while the second ended in the lake. The two wormholes lead to the same place. Masha body was at a loss. Bewildered by Masha body's findings, Luo Feng continued moving ahead and soon found a third wormhole. This time, Masha body went through the wormhole and discovered that it led to another bank of the lake. As Luo Feng continued, another wormhole appeared, which led to the surface of the lake. One after another, 9 wormholes were discovered. Eventually, the Impatient Luo Feng stopped flying. He teleported himself to the lakeside. How weird, he said, standing beside the lake. He surveyed the floating, cone-shaped peak before him. The 9 wormholes all lead here. Maybe this is what makes the dangerous place special. 10,081 wormholes are found, the detector said. Luo Feng looked down at the screen on his protective sleeve, wide-eyed. What? The screen indicated the positions of the wormholes. What gave him chills was that the 10,081 wormholes seemed to be arranged like a giant beehive that completely covered the cone-shaped peak. They formed a pattern similar to his Masha body's life core, which had 10,081 cut surfaces spread with very intricate law engravings that represented the space laws. The more unique a place is, said Luo Feng, the greater the possibility that it contains treasures, and vice versa. A place with treasures is naturally dangerous. Numerous heirs over time had encountered the same experience. If anyone found treasures at a place without encountering any danger, it was only because great beings of the past had already tackled the hazards. Luo Feng looked at the cone-shaped peak. He felt that it was the most suspicious, but he couldn't afford to go in by himself. What if a dangerous and unique life form like the cold whale lived inside the peak, and Luo Feng's trespassing alarmed it? If it swallowed Luo Feng's earthling body, it would be difficult for him to retrieve his Sherwu wings and Tower Pearl. Luo Feng said, "Go find out where these 10,081 wormholes lead to." Swish. His Masha body immediately flew toward one wormhole in the air. After entering the wormhole, Masha body arrived on the other end swiftly. It was a silent desert about 19 billion miles away from the lake. Masha body returned to the lake and went into another wormhole. As his Masha body rapidly explored the wormholes, Luo Feng gradually got more familiar with the situation in this mysterious place. All these wormholes led to numerous locations within this strange place. The furthest one was about 75 billion miles away from here. What startled Luo Feng the most was that in 3 areas, he had found some shattered armor and broken weapons, but no treasures. Heirs have special status, he said, holding a piece of broken armor. They are very likely to possess treasures. These broken and worthless pieces of armor indicate that some life forms, probably heirs, have been here. However, not a single valuable treasure, not even a world ring, has been left behind. Perhaps some survivors, or the natives of this mysterious place, have taken away the treasures. I doubt many heirs have been here. If they had been, the information about this place would have been more substantial. If survivors do exist, why don't they send out the intelligence about this mysterious place? Luo Feng considered the matter. Swish. Luo Feng drew back hastily. Through a spatial wormhole, he retreated to a location over 6 billion miles away. My earthling deity should stay away from this, he concluded. I will send my Masha body to explore the place. Masha body flew toward the cone-shaped peak floating in the air and observed it. According to the detector, there were 10,081 caves densely distributed on the mountain. Since every cave was only 10 or 12 feet high, these caves seemed insignificant compared to the peak. Swoosh. Masha body flew inside one cave. Nothing but stones, he said. As Masha body grabbed one of the stones, the wall of the cave suddenly filled with streaks of silver light. Masha body felt like a formidable force had attacked him so fiercely that his body had been shattered to pieces, and then, as black airflow circulated, Masha body recovered What the heck, he shouted, stupefied. Masha body gazed at the seemingly normal wall. Every stone is integral to the wall, it's like the wall is alive. My sector lord pinnacle energy is somewhat weak. I wonder what would happen if my earthling deity came and picked up the stones. Masha body kept moving ahead carefully. The cave was very serene and deep, and the spatial ripple here felt somewhat unusual. There were no plants to be seen, just the empty wall within the cave. After walking for hundreds of miles, Masha body finally arrived at the central region of the cone-shaped peak. In the middle was a pool divided into 5 smaller pools. The color of the water in every pool was different, and every pool produced powerful but unique auras, such as the aura of flames and the aura as sharp as gold. Above the 5-colored pool were numerous spatial cracks that repeatedly appeared and disappeared. Enclosed within the spatial cracks, which were arranged like a gigantic, stunning beehive, was a globe-shaped crystal, suspended in the air. It had 10,081 cut surfaces, some of which appeared to flow like water, while others leapt up like transparent flames or grew like plants. Treasure, Masha body said, staring at the globe-shaped crystal attentively. But where are the dangers? Even an idiot could tell that this atypical crystal was a treasure, and the 5-colored pool beneath it was extraordinary, but Masha body dared not approach the crystal recklessly. It was clear that this mysterious place was unstable. The globe-shaped crystal had created numerous cracks in the area, and if its energy exploded completely, it would destroy Masha body in an instant. According to Luo Feng's understanding of the secret region, apart from the danger of the treasure itself, there were usually additional hazards. Cautiously, Masha body observed the 5-colored pool, the crystal globe, the tranquil environment around him, and the entire peak, which seemed to be alive. Masha body observed the 5-colored pool and the floating crystal ball at the same time. Inside a canyon 10 billion kilometers away, Luo Feng hid in a cave of the cliff wall, sitting with his legs crossed. "I'll check where the 5-colored pool and crystal ball come from first," said Luo Feng, connected to the virtual universe with his mind. Inside the study room of Luo Feng's manor in Yuxiang Mountain, Luo Feng turned on the laptop on the desk and started to search. He uploaded the picture to the internet with his mind. This was an advantage. Only humans possessed the ability to search in the virtual universe whenever they came across danger or unknown treasures. Of course, different humans had different clearance levels. The more mystical the treasures were, the higher the clearance level required. Ever since Luo Feng had become famous under the name of Blade River Emperor, his clearance level had increased higher than the average universe knight. Luo Feng, I found it," shouted Babata on Luo Feng's shoulder. Luo Feng frowned and stared at the screen. He clicked the link on the top, and the virtual universe provided a precise answer to Luo Feng's question. The 5-colored pool, called 5-colored abyss flower, only looked like a pool. However, there was no water inside, and it was composed of 5 portals leading to the origin point of the universe. It absorbed the 5-element original powers and gathered them here. There was normally a space heart inside the 5-colored abyss flower. The crystal ball was the space heart and could only be formed after an eternity within 5-colored abyss flower. It had 10,081 facets when it became spherical and required a longer time for it to become solid. When it was becoming solid, there would be an evolution of the 5 elements on its surface only after it became a solid and stable crystal without any space. Cracks would the crystal be completely matured? The space heart was only useful after that. The 5-colored abyss flower was actually 5 portals, a special phenomenon in the universe, and it couldn't be moved or taken from its current location. As for the space heart, it was one of the ingredients for making original true treasures. Original true treasures. Luo Feng was stupefied, as this was another term he'd never heard of. It certainly couldn't be considered mediocre if it was a true treasure. His star map, tower pearl, and Sherwu wings barely crossed the threshold of true treasures, and they were almost useless to universe masters. I got lucky, thought Luo Feng. No wonder the ancestral god's secret region is considered the most magical secret region. He immediately ran a virtual search for original true treasures, and space heart, and a plethora of information was soon displayed. Luo Feng scrolled down. Original true treasures were original type true treasures. Great beings could be injected with their energies and transform their bodies into godly bodies, but only after they became undying fighters and triggered the law ocean. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with proper training and enhanced power. Great beings could also trigger the law ocean and absorb energies. However, it was far too slow if they did it after becoming undying fighters. Lots of great beings spent millions of or even hundreds of millions of years to make their breakthrough, although they could only absorb the energies. Slowly, they could improve their godly bodies continuously. Nevertheless, it was common for great beings to burn their undying powers while fighting, especially when the fights were matters of life and death. Once the undying power was burned, it would take a long time to recover, given that they had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. Fortunately, there were multitudes of treasures in the universe that could help them quickly gain back the undying power, and they might even revive the undying fighters and restore their strengths. The treasures were useful for undying fighters. Universe knights, however, had unrelenting godly bodies, and once 30% or 50% was gone, a huge number of treasures were required for them to recover, which could be tens of thousands of times more than for undying fighters, if not more. Some universe knights spent their entire fortunes and still failed to buy enough treasures. In the case of battles waged between races and universe masters, it was even more terrifying. A 50% loss of a universe master's godly body was a loss for the entire race, even for a peak race like the human race. If Primal Chaos City leader lost one of his bodies, it would break humanity's heart. Given how much energy was required to restore a body belonging to the Primal Chaos City leader, few treasures could restore a universe knight's power. For some universe overlords and universe masters, a specific type of true treasures was exceptionally important. Original true treasures. These treasures were called original true treasures because they were valued by universe overlords and universe masters. They were not used for defense or attack. Instead, they were used by great beings to trigger the law ocean. It was 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or even 1,000,000 times faster for great beings to prime the energies in the law ocean, and different levels of original true treasures improved the efficiency at different degrees. It would take 1,000,000 years for a universe master to fully recover if he was severely injured. An original true treasure, however, could make the energy absorbing process 100,000 times faster, meaning it would only take a universe master 10 years to recover. 10 years was a blink of an eye for a universe master. Even lower-tier original true treasures, which could only make the process thousands of times faster, were highly desired by the universe overlords with this type of treasure, burning 10% of the godly bodies during a fight was nothing, as it would take a short time to recover if only a small portion of the godly body was turned with the help of an original true treasure. The body could be restored in no time. These treasures allowed great beings to burn their undying power without worries. It was clear how valuable these treasures were, but the ingredients required to make them were scarce. Each ingredient could only originate under certain conditions and in special environments throughout the universe, and it took a long time for them to develop and form. The core ingredients required to make an original true treasure could be divided into several tiers. The lower tier included gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, thunder, and light, while the upper tier included time and space. The top tier included fusion of space and gold and fusion of wood and sky. Space heart was one of the high-level ingredients that connected the space law. Ocean space heart, together with some additional ingredients, could produce an original true treasure. Inside the floating mountain, Masha Body stared at the crystal ball, thinking, original true treasures are normally in the hands of universe overlords and universe masters. This space heart is more deluxe, and it might be as valuable as my Sherwu wings. Original true treasures were demanded by the more powerful beings, as the weaker ones could only absorb undying power slowly. As for universe matters, they could absorb undying power terrifically fast, a bit like a whale swallowing everything in its path. However, compared to their unrelenting godly bodies, the average absorbing speed was mediocre. With original true treasures, they could increase their amplification by thousands of times. It was like recklessly robbing energies from the law ocean. Masha Body shook its head. I never expected the five-colored pool to not be a real pool at all. I can't get anything out of that, but that crystal ball is a space heart. Masha Body looked at the crystal ball, surrounded by space cracks, and saw blurry flames and flowing currents of water on it. According to the description, it hasn't matured yet, said Masha Body. It should be completely solidified after maturing, then the cracks will disappear. I can only take it after it matures. Masha Body was worried. How long should I wait? Should I just give it up and move on? This was a core ingredient of an original true treasure. It was as priceless as the Sherwu wings or the star map. How could he give it up? As Masha Body anxiously wondered when the space heart would mature. So, a towering figure appeared on the lake below the floating mountain. It had a huge snake tail and the upper body of a human being. However, its head was shaped like a triangular prism and bore three faces, all of them hideous by human standards. It had two muscular arms covered in scales, one of which held a black scepter. It's been 3,000 eras since I discovered the five-colored abyss flower, and the space heart is already formed. Many whirlpools have been formed in the surrounding space, and scores of heirs have tried to get in, but all were killed by me. I need to be careful, said the towering figure. I must come here for an inspection every day and kill any heir to make sure the news won't be leaked. Although most heirs wouldn't recognize a space heart even if they saw one, words would still spread. They might attract some universe overlords and even guarding beast gods. After all, with the chance of acquiring an original true treasure, everyone would want to come here, but it belongs to me and me only. My surviving abilities and fighting power will be largely increased after I Harvested, I won't need to worry about burning my godly body anymore. It checked the cone-shaped mountain first, then used its undying power to probe all 10,081 wormholes. If it found any heirs, it would kill them. Time to see if my space heart has matured yet. Black specter in hand, the towering figure flew to the floating, cone-shaped mountain. In the central region of the floating cone-shaped mountain, Masha Body stared at the space heart, a crystal ball, an ingredient for original true treasures, and had a value comparable to such low-level true treasures as the Sherwoo wings. However, because the crystal's surfaces were still displaying the 5 elements and the surrounding spatial cracks came into being and vanished continuously, it meant that the crystal ball hadn't fully matured yet. When on Earth will it mature? Masha Body wondered aloud, a bit apprehensive. It was difficult for him to give up, but it might take as long as 1,000 years for it to mature. Waiting here for 1,000 years would be a small price to pay if I could obtain such a true treasure material, Masha Body said to himself, or I could head to 9 remoteness space and arrange for a soul slave to watch the crystal here. While Luo Feng hesitated, the towering, 3-faced figure flew into one of the 10,081 caves. The deep, dark, quiet cave meandered for hundreds of miles. Shrinking his godly body and shaking his snake tail, the great being flew into the depths of the cave. The great being's 3 ferocious faces were full of anticipation. I can't wait any longer, he said. My space heart, please mature quickly. Swish. The great being dove into the central region of the mountain. The moment his godly body enlarged to its original size, the great being's 3 faces gaped in astonishment at the sight of an undying level heir from the ancestral god school standing beside the 5-colored pool. At a glance, the knight of another race recognized this as one of the heirs of Bauhinia Island. Heir, it bellowed. Masha Body had assumed the appearance and simulated the breathing rhythm of one of the heirs. The knight of another race couldn't tell that Masha Body had shapeshifted into an heir. What? Said Masha Body, then turned around and looked. His eyes widened, dumbfounded. A universe night. Because the universe night had concealed its breathing, Masha Body hadn't noticed his presence until the night had reached the mountain center. The knight's 3 faces grew more savage as Masha Body looked at him. The knight was furious to see an heir in the cone-shaped mountain. Had the heir conveyed the information to anyone? Usually, heirs wouldn't divulge the location of such a unique treasure, but there was the risk that even after he killed the heir in front of him, the news could be disclosed. If the heir was revived, die, the universe knight roared. Soul control, destroy and kill him. The knight turned his head fiercely. Among his 3 faces, a single green face stared at Masha Body and deployed the soul control technique. By doing this, the knight could completely eradicate the chance of the information being leaked. A virtualized godly force attacked Masha Body. Unaffected, Masha Body flew toward the 5-colored pool like a gust of wind. In an instant, he had arrived at the space between the 5-colored pond and the space heart above it. Standing there, Masha Body felt the essences of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth springing upward and converging into the space heart over his head. If you try to kill me, I will self-destruct, Masha Body roared furiously at the knight. Surely you realize what will happen if I explode above the 5-colored abyss flower. Stop! The knight grew so frightened that the eyes of his 3 faces widened. In anxiety he knew the situation was dire. Usually, heirs at the undying Level would not know the secrets of original true treasures, yet he had encountered an heir that was aware of the mysteries of the five-colored abyss. Flower and the space heart. Do not self-destruct, said the knight anxiously. Previously, the knight had only exerted sole control upon Masha body, to prevent him from leaking information. He hadn't tried to kill him with godly force for fear that the dominant godly force would affect the five-colored abyss flower. The environment around the five-colored abyss flower was unique, but the self-detonation of an emperor-level undying would be enough to lacerate the space, thus damaging the five-colored abyss flower, although it would recover gradually over a long time. The space heart it had been creating would no longer be able to absorb energy. How is this possible? Said the knight. He is unaffected by my soul control. How is he unaffected? The knight was vexed. When ordinary heirs dared to threaten him, he killed them by using soul attack, but since the heir in front of him could completely withstand his soul control, perhaps an attack from his godly force would also be futile. As his Masha body confronted the universe knight, Luo Feng's earthling deity, lurking in a cave 6 billion miles away, was stunned. A knight from another race, Luo Feng said, frowning, I'm going to leave some tokens here and depart from this place for the moment. Without hesitation, Luo Feng threw a spatial ring, which had been disguised as a stone, amid the many rocks in the cave. Then he immediately flew downward, isolated an energy ripple through the micro-detector, and had his slaves boot the God Country transportation. As the vague golden rays lit up, God Country transportation was ready. Luo Feng stepped into it and was shuttled to the distant God Country. In the central region of the floating cone-shaped mountain, hovering between the five-colored pool and the space heart, Masha body looked at the knight who stood beside the five-colored pool. Boom! Suddenly, the optical computer on the protective sleeve of Masha body's right arm exploded. Meanwhile, a dominant godly force suppressed Masha body. Instead of being anxious or furious, the knight had grown unconcerned. Looking at Masha body, the knight said, as an undying fighter, you can resist my soul control. Good for you, but you are too stupid. You think you can threaten me by blowing yourself up. That might have worked while I was unprepared, but you won't be able to fight back now that I've had a bit more time. Buzz. A membrane-like guarding shield, composed of and containing mighty godly force, coagulated above the five-colored pool. Do you think your self-destruction can destroy my godly force protection? The knight was very confident. Besides, the receiver of your optical computer on your protective sleeve has been ruined by me. An heir probably has only one receiver bestowed by the guarding beast god, unless you have a backup receiver. You won't be able to enter the world of glory. The moment I found you, I went into world of glory to supervise you, for fear that you might disseminate the news about this place immediately, but you didn't. I'm not sure whether you are stupid or kind. Despite the fact that he was being constrained by the formidable force, Masha body was not flustered. You destroyed my world of glory receiver, then guarded the five-colored abyss flower. Masha body flashed a smile. But do you think I am that witless? The knight was stupefied. Indeed, the heiress' behaviors seemed unwise. Every heir was a talented fighter. How could this one have made such rookie mistakes? But you didn't connect to the world of glory, nor did you send out the information, said the knight. If you were connected to the world of glory, I would have spotted you once you appeared in the open-air square. You may have ruined my world of glory receiver, said Masha Body, but I still have a virtual universe receiver. Virtual universe, the knight was stunned. The virtual universe of the humans. Very good, Masha Body smiled. The instant I found you, I had left behind numerous messages in the virtual universe and set up the conditions to send. The messages will send the moment I become disconnected from the virtual universe. In that case, my friends and the super beings of my race will become aware of my disconnection. The three faces of the knight were growing increasingly ferocious. He gritted his teeth. Although Masha Body had shape-shifted into an heir of a race different from the human race, he could still possess a virtual universe receiver. No matter how high the costs were, many other races had placed information networks within the virtual universe. That was because only messages from the virtual universe could be sent to any domain in the universe. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for a peerless talent from another race, probably controlling a human slave, to carry an anonymous account receiver. The knight glared at Masha Body. What do you want? Tell me. My life is in your hands, said Masha Body, stalling for time. Even if you give me some treasures, you will kill me immediately by the time you get the space heart. How can I trust you? In fact, when Masha Body found the knight, he planned to dive into the five-colored pool to escape. Thanks to his research in the virtual universe, Luo Feng had uncovered some secrets of the five-colored abyss flower. There were 5 abysses in the 5-colored abyss flower. If Masha Body dove into them, the abysses would transport him. However, since the land of origin would reject Luo Feng, his Masha Body could leave this place via the abysses. Normally, no universe knights, not even this knight of another race, would know the secrets behind the 5-colored abyss flower. But just as Luo Feng was about to execute his plan, he had changed his mind. For just as his Masha Body had flown into the space between the 5-colored abyss flower and the space heart, Luo Feng had discovered something astonishing and exhilarating. The life crystal inside his Masha Body began emitting buzzing sounds. The life crystal also had 10,081 surfaces, which had intricate space law engravings. The life crystal seemed to be resonating with the space heart. Above it is another bizarre form of energy transmitted into the life crystal and slowly transformed it. Luo Feng had never heard of such a circumstance before, but it seemed beneficial to him. Both the life crystal and the space heart had 10,081 surfaces. They could both resonate with the land of origin and the law ocean. Though the powers they contained were different, the resonance of the life crystal could make Masha Body's space law comprehension dozens of times stronger than it currently was. As a high-level material, the legendary space heart, once shaped into an original true treasure, could absorb the godly force 10,000 times faster than it could now. Apart from their size differences, they were distinct in quality. A sector Lord-level life crystal could be easily destroyed by an undying fighter, while the space heart indestructible. However, peculiar changes started to occur as Masha Body appeared beneath the space heart. Under the resonance between the life crystal and the space heart, energy was continuously transmitted into the life crystal. It was because of these changes that Masha Body talked to the knight to buy himself some time. The knight opened his 3 mouths and roared ferociously. 3 voices echoed in the mountain. Damn it, tell me, heir, what exactly do you want? Let me think, Masha Body said with a frown. I know my power very well, Masha Body told the knight from another race standing beside the 5-colored pool. I don't intend to take the space heart by force. And I don't want to die, either, but how can I be sure you're not going to kill me? The knight's faces were a bit twisted. Suddenly, it said, we can form an adventure team as long as we're in the same team. We can't kill each other. Otherwise, we will be hunted down by the ancestral god school. Did you forget that my sensor for the world of glory is already broken? Masha Body said, no. Damn it, the knight bellowed in spite of itself. Nothing could work. What could it possibly do? Knight, give me a plan that can guarantee my survival, and I want to say anything to anyone. Masha Body said, I'll even volunteer to guard the space heart until it matures. Masha Body kept talking to the knight while thinking about his internal world. The life crystal and the space heart, one was small while the other was huge. One had the energy of a peak sector lord while the other was powerful enough to be the core of a true treasure. One was only an ordinary creature of the Masha clan, while the other only formed after the 5-colored abyss flower absorbed the energy from the land of origin. Wang Wang. The energies resonated as they were transferred into the life crystal. These energies were the essence of the space heart, the essence that had been cultivated for a long time, and the root of a core of a true treasure. However, they were now continuously being transferred into the life crystal. And growing with each passing second, the life crystal expanded, shrank, expanded, and shrank again each time. It was fundamentally, radically changed. The root of Masha Body was the life crystal. Normally, one couldn't go further after becoming a peak sector lord unless it became an undying fighter. However, its life crystal kept changing, resulting in a leap of life level just as Luo Feng practiced the 9-volume manual, which improved both his original earthling body and the golden horned beast body even after they had reached peak sector lord level. Humans had their own ways to improve their genes, like using blood river crystals. Similarly, Masha lives had their own ways of improving their genes. However, it was more demanding, and thus more difficult for them to do it. Besides, Masha creatures were rare in the universe, and the secret to change was only known to the seniors of the Masha clan. Few supreme beings of the other races knew about it. Hua hua hua. Hong hong hong. Like waves crashing against a shoreline, the energies stored in the space heart continued transferring, and as the life crystal transformed, the amount of energy it could hold increased as well. Gradually, after repeated expanding and shrinking, a golden engraving appeared on the life crystal, and slowly, more engravings appeared as if gracefully painted by an artist's practiced hand. The more energies it absorbed, the more engravings came into being. There were already engravings on the life crystal, and the second set was more intricate than the previous set. Masha Body tried to hide his joy, feeling himself evolving externally. He was still talking to the universe knight from another race. Okay, how about this? The knight started to say, but it didn't finish the thought. It looked up in shock. Masha Body felt something weird on top of his head. He looked up too and saw the 10,081 space cracks surrounding the space heart suddenly wink out and disappear forever. Huh, said the knight. From a distance, Luo Feng saw the energies in the space heart simmering. It had been stable for hundreds of millions of years, but now it was starting to destabilize. After losing most of its energy, it looked deadlier now than before. The space cracks have disappeared. The knight looked at the space heart with energy simmering inside. It must have matured. Finally, it's matured. The space heart is mine. Now I don't need to talk with this goddamn air anymore. So The knight flew toward the space heart and tried to grab it. Ka. The space heart trembled, and a crack showed up on its surface, which dazed the knight. He looked at the space heart, stupefied. "What is happening?" the knight said, staring at the space heart. His knowledge of the space heart was based purely on research. He had never seen a real one other than this one, let alone one that was maturing. He had seen the space cracks disappear, which should have been an indication of its maturity. He was perplexed, but he suspected that a mature space heart wasn't supposed to be this way. Kaka. More and more cracks appeared on the crystal. No, the knight grew concerned, but he could do nothing about it. Soon, the crystal ball and its 10,081 sections were covered with cracks, and then, energies from the space heart gushed out. It shone upon the entire mountain like a sun. The knight was bewildered, but still had hope. Maybe it is going to die first before it can be reborn. The energies are so extraordinary that they tremble the very space around us. The space heart is indeed powerful. On the contrary, Masha body could feel the life crystal in its body morphing, and new engravings were carved on the life crystal more and more rapidly. While the space heart was covered with cracks, a complete and complex set of engravings was already formed on the life crystal. The engravings gave out a golden light. There were 2 sets of engravings on Masha body. One set was natural, and the other set was newly formed. Just when the life crystal in Masha body couldn't evolve any further, and the set of engravings was complete, the energies from the space heart stopped transferring. The last remaining energies gushed out of the space heart. This both perplexed and lifted the spirits of the three-faced knight. "It looks like it has reached its terminal power, and this is its last ray," said the knight joyfully. "The evolution is complete." But Masha body knew exactly what had happened. He could feel the full weight of the substantial energy had been transferred to him in that short period of time. Masha body felt transformed at once with his surroundings. Before, the relationship between Masha body and the surrounding space was like a fish in a river. Now, he had become a drop of water in an ocean. He had become a part of the space. "I must study into the secret of this body," thought Luo Feng, controlling Masha body from a distance. "It seems that the space heart is going to crumble." Luo Feng didn't dare to stay longer. "Guard the space heart as long as you want," said Masha, gazing at the 5-colored abyss flower below. "I'll leave you alone now." The three-faced knight had already been guarding the 5-colored abyss flower with his undying power, as he was afraid that the air would self-destruct and damage it. However, he stopped caring about it after the cracks disappeared and seemed to mature. So, Masha body dove into one of the golden ponds and vanished. The knight from another race was stunned, glancing at the spot where Masha body had disappeared. He vanished right in the middle of the 5-colored abyss flower. Did he die or just flee? His information was not as nearly as detailed as Luo Feng's. The knight only knew that the 5-colored abyss flower provided energies to the space heart. Little did he know was that it was actually 5 portals. "Whatever," the knight said, "the space heart has already matured." The knight looked at the space heart that was emanating forceful energies with hope. The space heart, it shone so brilliantly. Pung! Suddenly, the space heart burst like glass, and the fragments vanished. "What? How?" the three-faced knight stammered in disbelief. "How is it possible? How could it break? Surely that air had nothing to do with it." He had been watching him the whole time, and the air hadn't even touched the space heart. I didn't know a space heart will break, the knight said. Was it because the air dove into the 5-colored abyss flower, causing a reaction? The knight looked down at 5-colored abyss flower. He couldn't think of any other reason. No, he said sorrowfully. How could this happen? The knight didn't want to believe it. He had been waiting for 3,000 years for the space heart to mature. During the latest era, he had found that the space heart was formed. Since then, he had come here every day and inspected the mountain to make sure no other great beings would steal it. After all, a space heart was a core ingredient to make an original true treasure, and it was as valuable as some other true treasures. Any true treasure or any core ingredient to make one was highly sought after by universe knights. He had been waiting for it for such a long time, but had gotten nothing in the end. The air did rush into the 5-colored abyss flower, said the knight, but that was after the cracks had already disappeared. The space heart had matured. The knight shook his head. Why? What caused it to break? The knight's pain and exasperation were too much. Its 3 faces roared simultaneously. Hell! The forceful undying power burst out of the caves in the mountain, and countless pillars of light erupted outward. The jubilant Masha body didn't bother to care about the knight's reaction. Swoosh! The instant Masha body dove into the golden pool, he sensed the distortion in space. He had entered an abysmal passage filled with dominant godly force of gold and leading him rapidly to the land of origin, the ocean of gold laws. Boom! As Masha body was about to reach the land of origin, an irresistible power from the universe suppressed him and kicked him out of the passage. Masha body rolled, then stood in the air. He was in a void. In the distance were some irregular astronomical objects, including some giant, desolate meteorites and floating pieces of broken continents. Where am I? Masha body immediately checked the universe coordinates and was pleasantly surprised when he saw the data. He had been ejected while on his way to the land of origin and had instead arrived at a void only a few light years away from the place that had been breeding the space heart. I'm several light years away from that mysterious place, he said, but luckily, this is close to 9 remoteness space. Not only did I waste no time, but I actually saved a lot of time now. Regarding this transformation, Masha body was filled with joy. He couldn't wait any longer and began to examine the changes in himself carefully. Even if he could somehow acquire the space heart itself, he still wouldn't have been as exhilarating as he was at this moment. After all, the applications of space heart would have been limited until Luo Feng's strength reached a certain level, but as Masha body clenched his fists, the formidable power it produced trembled the void. Break! Masha body casually swung his right hand, which formed a claw shape, and tore through the void. Haha, this power is mighty, he said, and awesome. Previously, Masha body had only had the strength of a pinnacle sector lord. His strength was so weak that he could only fight against official level undying fighters with the help of his profound law comprehension. I am 100 times more precise than before, Masha body said, his eyes bright with excitement. What was the reaction accuracy of a great being? Masha body was sure that his strength had reached a stage 100 times stronger than the force of a sector lord among the billions of lineages in the universe. Even the space beasts from the 12 pinnacle lineages, like the golden horned beast, were only 10 times stronger than the force of a sector lord. Now that Masha body had gained power 100 times stronger than that of a sector lord, he had reached the level of an average special organism. The space heart had elevated him to the level a special organism, of course. Such a transformation could be attributed to Masha Body's life characteristics. The weaker the Masha body was, the greater the effect the space heart could exert upon him during his transformation. As far as I know, it is complicated to enhance the life gene level, Masha Body said to himself. Even by using all kinds of treasures, few great beings from the human race can improve 10 times. The same probably applies to the Masha clan. I can't believe my Masha body has enhanced 100 times, but perhaps this should come as no surprise. A space heart is, after all, the core of original true treasures. In fact, within the Masha clan, the great beings on the senior level would use such life gene level enhancing treasures as the space heart to improve themselves. The effects on them, however, were not as pronounced as they were on Luo Feng, perhaps only a once-in-a-billion-year, incredibly talented sector lord would be eligible to use such treasures. Masha Body deployed his teleportation. Swish. Masha Body blended into the void and reappeared 60 million miles away. Swish swish swish. He kept teleporting himself to different places. Wow, my teleportation doesn't induce changes in space ripples, huh? As soon as Masha Body stopped, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Within the void world level, teleportation was normally like diving into space ripples rigidly and reappearing in the distance. Other great beings could easily sense the unusual changes of the space ripples. For instance, world levels were easy to be found once they teleported within the ice hell. However, things worked differently for universe knights. With thorough control of space laws, they could blend into space ripples seamlessly without causing any unusual changes. And when they reappeared in the distance, the space ripples would remain as expected. For example, when Luo Feng had stolen the black metal board and the purple knight appeared behind him via teleportation, Luo Feng hadn't been able to notice his presence. A universe knight could teleport over 1,000 light years without causing the slightest fluctuation, whereas world level teleportation would induce abnormal changes by teleporting 1 light year or so. This was the distinction between the two kinds of teleportation. My teleportation no longer invokes changes in the space ripples, Masha Body said, delighted. I have never felt so closely connected to space as I do now. I felt like I was integral to space when I was in the central region of the cone-shaped mountain, but that intimate feeling has become clearer as I teleport at this moment. Masha Body integrated himself entirely into the space ripples and reappeared in the distance. If Masha Body had been favored by space before, he was now what would be considered a space special organism, who could seamlessly integrate himself into space 10,000 times better than before. The distance of the space ripples that I can sense has also changed, said Masha Body joyfully. I feel like I can teleport over 100 light years without causing the slightest fluctuations, haha. Masha Body was exuberant, but he also knew what he had achieved was to be expected, for he had completely absorbed the essence of the space heart, thus becoming an incredible special organism. Special organisms like Silver Eyes were not only enormous in size, but had numerous fascinating methods. Let me see the last method, said Masha Body with a bit of anticipation in his eyes. When the life crystal imprinted the second set of law engravings, Masha Body realized that he had gained another talent technique, since he had never exerted this talent technique before and was not clear on its true power, but The talent techniques of special organisms were unique and dominant if Luo Feng's gene-level transformation, a result of cultivating from the 9-volume manual, could be considered artificial transmutation, then Masha Body's conversion was more like natural evolution, which fit more comfortably within universe law. No matter how much Luo Feng's earthling deity and the golden horned beast improved themselves, they would not attain another talent technique, but since Masha Body's life crystal had been imprinted with a set of law engravings, he had gained one more talent technique. Begin, said Masha Body, and activated the new set of law engravings inside himself. Buzz. Instantly, everything within 6,000 miles of Masha Body was controlled by him. How fascinating it was to have absolute control over the surrounding space. Eyes filled with excitement, Masha Body said in a low voice, I am space. Space is me, this is my domain. The moment he deployed this talent technique, a large number of messages sent from the law engravings appeared in his head. This new talent technique was called domain. Deity, Masha Body said. Buzz. Suddenly, vague golden lights appeared in the void. Amid the golden lights stepped a figure. It was Luo Feng in silver armor and silver wings. Masha Body and Luo Feng looked at each other and smiled. The deity of Luo Feng brought out Jihong Emperor from the world ring. Greetings, my lords. Jihong Emperor greeted Luo Feng's deity and Masha Body. Due to the connection of their souls, he felt that both of them were his masters. Lock down the surrounding space within 1,000,000 miles, Luo Feng's deity commanded. Yes, Jihong Emperor answered respectfully. As the godly force diffused, the surrounding space locked swiftly. The regular space ripples had paused. My lord, the space ripples within 1,000,000 miles have been locked, said Jihong Emperor. With respect, teleportation is prohibited within this range. The deity of Luo Feng looked at his Masha Body and laughed. Eyes closed, Masha Body once again enjoyed deploying his newly gained talent technique, domain. Once he exerted domain, he could thoroughly dominate the space 6,000 miles around him. Masha Body revealed a smile. Swish. He vanished and reappeared 3,000 miles away. What? Jihong Emperor stared at him with surprise. As Masha Body flickered, he appeared 6,000 miles away. Swish swish swish. Masha Body shifted his locations continuously, moving freely as if the space lockdown didn't exist. How is he able to teleport? Jihong Emperor asked, utterly bewildered. The principle of teleportation was to blend into space ripples and reappear in a far-off location via the space ripples. Once space ripples were locked, it meant that no one could teleport, not even Universe Knights could violate this law. Before using this talent technique, Masha Body could easily integrate himself into space ripples without causing any fluctuations, but it had been impossible for him to vanish under the circumstances of space lockdown. This is domain, said Masha Body. In domain, space is me, and I am space. I am integral to space. By blending into space, I can instantly turn into space anywhere within 6,000 miles, then reappear. Masha Body was full of joy. It was not teleportation that he had just displayed, but a new, two-step transportation process. Firstly, he turned himself into the space with a range of 6,000 miles. Secondly, he changed himself back into Masha Body, with the ability to choose any spot within the 6,000-mile range to reappear. Domain was an incredible method that was unrestricted by any lockdown within the domain. Masha body could be anywhere. The talent techniques of special organisms are marvelous, mused Luo Feng. Like the endless reincarnation of silver eyes once glared at by his eyes. Many great beings would die. Another example is Zhuchong Emperor, a unique organism that has even destroyed universe nights. His talent techniques must be even more terrifying. Luo Feng nodded. Masha body's new talent, domain, is not a method for striking attacks directly. If he wants to attack, he still needs to rely on law comprehension and creating techniques, but domain is indeed a top-notch method for assassination, escape, and adventure. Tut. With this talent technique, Masha body is bound to be an assassin. Masha body was not as skilled in attacking as some special organisms like Silvereye. However, it excelled at assassinating and ambushing. So, Masha body disappeared instantly, becoming a metal sheet within the interlayer of Luo Feng armor. I can now go anywhere with my Masha body, said Luo Feng. The prospect was exhilarating. After all, Masha body was almost as good at teleportation as ordinary universe knights, and domain was a technique that couldn't be gained through training. It would have taken me roughly 10 days to arrive at 9 remoteness space before, whereas now I can arrive there in half a day. My Masha body can teleport 100 light-years away and bypass the dangerous places. Luo Feng waved his hand and took Jihong Emperor back into his world ring. Then he vanished into space. Few dangerous places were 100 light-years long, even in the ancestral god secret region. Even if there were, Luo Feng could easily dodge them. After half a day, Luo Feng appeared, opened his silver wing, and looked upon the area before him. On the surface, 9 remoteness space looked like a boundless water world. 9 remoteness space, Luo Feng murmured. Hard to imagine that several creatures with universe master level power are living in this 12 light-year diameter region, in addition to the innumerable valuables that have been attracting heirs here for generations. Unfortunately, most of them failed and died. I hope fortune will be with me in my quest for the world tree. Desire and aggression filled Luo Feng's heart. He would have a much brighter future if he could have a world tree as his third body. The technique known as manipulation of time and space, the stabilization of God country, and the enormous godly power, all of which Luo Feng craved. So, Luo Feng vanished and teleported into 9 remoteness space. It was quiet and dark in the mountainous valley. There were no plants or trees. On the mountains, only rocks. The only thing that brightened the mountains was a waterfall flowing all the way from the top of the mountain to the lake. There, the water flowed outward in different directions via babbling creeks and streams. So, Luo Feng appeared in his silver armor. Finally, I've arrived, Luo Feng said. Looked around. He saw the desolate rocks and smiled. It's Rock Island. Although 9 remoteness space was filled with danger, there were some safe places where heirs could land without concern, and Rock Island was one of them. Nobody had ever found any danger on the island, and no one had ever been attacked by the terrifying beings of 9 remoteness space there. Desolation implies safety, he muttered, and there's nothing but water and rocks here. So, Luo Feng flew up like a flash of silver light. As he flew, he looked down and spotted pieces of broken armor and scattered bodies. Remains of heirs, he whispered. He shook his head and sighed. I presume that the heirs who died here were killed by other heirs. Although Rock Island was the safest place in 9 remoteness space, it did not offer protection against fellow heirs killing each other for valuables. Was common. Luo Feng flew more than 60 million miles, flying over the tallest mountain. He took in the mesmerizing view from afar. Breathtaking, Luo Feng gasped. He landed and stood on the top of the mountain's peak, surveying the boundless ocean around the island. The water in the ocean was sometimes blue and sometimes purple. Suddenly, it became red, then transparent as he watched. It turned golden, silver, gray, and blue. In that order the color was constantly changing, giving it a magical appearance. 9 remoteness ocean, Luo Feng said. 9 remoteness space was mainly a limitless ocean containing islands of varying size. Some aboriginal residents lived on these landforms, and fearsome beings like world trees inhabited others. One island, in particular, was colossal and had been named Tree Island by the heirs. Rock Island was tiny and one of the most commonly visited islands on 9 remoteness ocean. Tree Island was much larger and was ranked among the top 10 largest islands of 9 remoteness ocean. 9 remoteness ocean is enormous, but perilous, Luo Feng thought. The islands notwithstanding, even the ocean itself is terrifying, especially the 9 remoteness whirlpool. Rumor has it that there's almost no way to get out if one becomes trapped in the whirlpool. Luo Feng gazed afar. Based on the coordinates, Tree Island lay in that direction. However, it was too distant to see from here. I need to use my Masha body again. Luo Feng nodded and smiled. Even if my Masha body fails, I can breed it again. So Masha body appeared, and Luo Feng teleported himself, following Masha body. They crossed 9 remoteness ocean without difficulty and soon reached Tree Island. I'll just wait here. Luo Feng's original body nodded and flew into one of the caves in the mountain. He turned on the micro-detector and hid himself in the sky. Masha body stood in the air and stared at the massive island hundreds of millions of miles away. Beautiful, he said. Rock Island is ugly by comparison. What a pity. So magnificent, yet so dangerous. Masha body squinted to look at the awesome scenery on the island. There were plants and trees of all sorts, and flowers of all colors were blossoming. The view was spectacular. The most eye-catching object was an emerald-colored tree whose crown was a vast, luxurious canopy. Its leaves sparkled like delicately carved jades. It was incredibly vivid and dominated the plants around it. The most powerful world tree, said Masha body, a universe night level special organism that can rival a universe master. There are 9 world trees in total. He is the most powerful one. It was 360 million miles tall, and its crown had a diameter of over half a billion miles. Its crown alone was larger than Rock Island, and together with its glowing, jade-like trunk, it was a sight to behold. 3 undying world trees, and 5 sector lord-level world trees, muttered Masha body, surveying the 8 world trees that surrounded the most powerful 1. The taller ones were at the undying level, and the short ones were at the sector lord level. Even the sector lord level trees were 40 million miles tall, much taller than any other known creatures. There seemed to be many typical flowers and grasses on Tree Island, but there are also lots of trees. Masha body frowned. The strongest ones are the world trees, but there are also some other undying level trees here. According to my information, some universe night level trees are of different types from the world trees. It's not just the world trees I need to worry about if I land on Tree Island, I need to dodge other trees first. Masha body stopped hesitating. So. He teleported and landed on Tree Island. The world trees were the kings of Tree Island, and many other botanical life forms lived there. Most of the plants on the island were quite ordinary, but a few of them were special organisms. Most of those special organisms could pose a threat to Masha body. I can't let them see me or notice me, thought Luo Feng. Masha body disguised himself in the facade of a floating cluster of seeds on the wind like the tuft of a dandelion seed floating in the air. Luo Feng couldn't he think of anything safer? A moving plant would have drawn attention, but a seed on the wind would hopefully go unnoticed. Some of the powerful trees were intelligent, especially the undying level ones, and they were not inferior to humans as such. Luo Feng didn't he dare teleport himself directly to the most powerful world tree. Teleporting would certainly draw that world tree's attention. I'll just flutter and flutter until I reach the world tree, he thought. The seed cluster kept fluttering slowly in the air. Too slow. The seed cluster was already approaching the world trees as quickly as possible. He couldn't alter its course or increase its speed without giving himself away. If it flew against the wind or at a different speed, it would be noticed, and there would be no hope after that. I must be patient, Masha body told himself. I'm in no rush as long as I can fly near the world trees. I can just take a leaf if there are some leaves on the ground. That'll work even better. I'll just take a single leaf. I'm not greedy. The seed cluster kept floating. Tree Island was like the Arcadia of ancient myth, a land of beautiful, unspoiled wilderness. Countless seeds floated in the air, and Masha body's seed cluster was inconspicuous among them. But after 3 months of aimless floating, Masha body was growing impatient. Gazing at the world trees still so far away, he shouted in his mind, too slow. The seed cluster, containing Masha body, still hadn't reached the periphery of where world trees lived. Even after more than 5 months of floating, at the center was the most powerful world tree, and the other 8 trees surrounded it. The 9 world trees occupied about a quarter of the island. The other trees, which were at the undying level and universe night level, all avoided the world trees. Wang. The 9 jade-like world trees were glowing. Each had a halo surrounding it, and none of the floating seeds could penetrate those halos. The seed cluster, containing Masha body, landed silently. A sector lord level world tree with a thick trunk was tens of millions of miles away. I'm now at the closest spot to the world trees, and the closest one is a sector lord level world tree, thought Masha body. Unbelievable, there are no fallen leaves. Masha body was raging and roaring inside. If there had been some fallen leaves of the sector lord level world tree, he could have simply stolen a fallen leaf quickly and fled, and with his current teleportation proficiency, even Universe Knights would be able to find out where he had gone. There's no other way but to take a leaf by force. Masha body immediately made a decision. The hair on its seed cluster sensed the luxuriant leaves above, although it was still tens of million miles away. From the trunk, the leaves were like exquisitely carved jades, and each of them was sparkling. Leaves fall only if they wither, thought Masha body, but there's so much energy in these leaves, how could they ever wither? The hair on the seed cluster swayed with eagerness. On Rock Island, in the distance, Luo Feng's original body was looking forward to it. Please, he urged, you must succeed with that leaf. I'll have my third body. That seed cluster rolled over the ground under the wind even when it occasionally touched the halo and bounced back, it would be blown toward the world tree again. By all appearances, it rolled on the ground randomly. So, the seemingly ordinary seed cluster suddenly vanished, and a blurry figure appeared beside an arm-sized branch at the edge of the crown of the sector. Lord World Tree. Masha Body grabbed a leaf the moment it appeared and tried to tear it down. He was mighty 100 times stronger than a sector lord, but under the force of his pull, the thick twig of the sector Lord World Tree only bent. The entire canopy trembled. "Damn other races," a shrill, angry voice said from the leaves. "I didn't get it." Masha Body was dazed. Suddenly, all the surrounding leaves that had been swaying in the wind converged on Masha Body and entwined it. Pung! Masha Body was dismantled like a crushed egg, including his life core. Masha Body was dead. "So weak," the World Tree scoffed. "Is this what passes for an undying fighter? How could he just die like that?" The sector Lord World Tree was perplexed. Other heirs had tried to steal its twigs before, as a twig of a world tree could grow into a fully formed tree and stabilize a god country. However, it was only a sector Lord World Tree, so a single leaf couldn't help much. Usually, one needed a whole branch, and every world tree would strive to protect itself in the face of a threat. On Rock Island, so powerful, Luo Feng was stupefied. Masha Body died before a fight could even begin. Based on what just happened, there's no way it's a sector lord. I'm sure it's at the emperor level. Luo Feng was certain all the twigs and leaves had instantly come down on Masha Body when he failed to break the leaf, and his body had been crushed instantly. Then again, maybe the genes of a sector Lord World Tree are 1,000 times stronger than those of humans, said Luo Feng. Besides, it's instructed by that universe master level world tree, so it must know amplification. That makes it dozens of times stronger altogether. That's tens of thousands of times stronger than a sector lord, added to some natural skills for attack. Luo Feng nodded. It was an emperor level one. It was not surprising that Masha Body had been killed instantly. The other world trees didn't even react when Masha Body died. Luo Feng smiled. Exactly as I expected. This kind of threat is nothing to the other world trees, especially the most powerful one, who might only strike if the lives of the sector Lord World Trees were in danger. I should learn from my mistakes. Luo Feng began planning his next move. After a long while, a blurry, golden light glowed in the cave. A figure appeared in the light. It was Masha Body. "That just cost me some energy," said Luo Feng. Masha Body extended his hands to Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned his hands around, and a forceful flame god crystal started to dim on his palm. Masha Body took the crystal and teleported himself. "I don't believe I'll fail again," said Luo Feng, hostility flashing in his eyes. "The flame god crystal is not very powerful, but it's enough to kill an official level undying fighter, like a strike from a pinnacle emperor. That world tree is only a sector level, and it can't burn its body. It won't be able to defend itself against that, and besides, it's so large only a few 100,000 square miles will be injured. It's not a serious enough threat for most powerful world tree to interfere." Luo Feng nodded. After all, if his own student were under a threat that was not overly serious, he wouldn't intervene. "I only need to bomb it once," he said. "Leaves and twigs will fly around. After that I'll teleport myself and flee after getting a leaf." Luo Feng was looking forward to the result. He sensed Masha Body's location. He has arrived, he can definitely succeed this time. Masha Body first teleported himself above the ocean, to a point distant from Tree Island. It wasn't that far, and I can still accurately sense that position. Masha Body looked afar, and aggression flashed upon his eyes. Begin. So. Masha Body teleported and appeared under the crown of the same sector lord. World Tree. Explode. Masha Body threw the flame god crystal and teleported himself at the same time. So. It had disappeared. Boom. The flame god crystal exploded under the crown of the sector lord World Tree. With a force that could kill an official-level undying fighter and rival a strike from a pinnacle emperor immediately. 30,000 square feet around the crystal disintegrated into nothing. The surrounding 1 million square feet was blasted to ruins, and farther away from the crystal lay some twigs and leaves. Still, it was nothing to a sector lord World Tree with a diameter of over 60 million miles. Besides, the explosion took place tens of millions of miles away from the trunk. The energy ripple couldn't even shake the trunk. Return, said the World Tree. The emerald leaves that had been scattered by the explosion flew back to the crown, automatically merging with the original body, quickly recovering with the help of the tree's energies. As it was recovering, a figure appeared. Masha Body flew toward the twigs and leaves that were in the process of returning to the tree. He grabbed a broken twig with several leaves on it. Each of the leaves was broken. Got it, go. Masha Body teleported and tried to get away. Wang. Destructive energy met Masha Body. As soon as he grabbed the twig, Masha Body trembled and was paralyzed. A strong wind pressed down on it, and it turned to dust and vanished into thin air. Damn other races, damn other races. The entire crown of the sector lord level World Tree was trembling. It roared, Father, Father, let me kill him. How unfortunate you are, 7, said another World Tree. You've lost so many leaves. Haha, laughed another, 7, if it weren't for our father, that thing would get away with it. The other World Trees all began laughing in different sounds, some hoarse and some clear, all mocking. Shut up, all of you, yelled the World Tree that had been bombed, shaking its branches. Little 7, that creature of another race is indeed very good at fleeing. A soft and gentle voice echoed through the domain of the World Trees. It can teleport without even causing a space ripple. If he gets away, it'll be almost impossible to find him. I just punished him for wronging you. Isn't that nice? No, it's not. The twigs and leaves on the sector lord World Tree were shaking crazily. Then make an effort to become an undying fighter like your brothers, the gentle voice continued. Then you won't need to be scared of the other races. Hang. The sector lord World Tree fully recovered from its injury after a short conversation, and all the leaves and twigs grew back. There was not a single leaf on the ground. It seemed entirely unharmed. As the 9 World Trees spoke, all the other life forms on Tree Island went silent. Inside a remote, quiet cave on Rock Island, shock filled Luo Feng's eyes. It must be the most powerful World Tree, he said. Luo Feng could completely empathize with the terrible attack Masha Body had suffered and the desperation he felt. It was like an almighty being killing an ant, and Masha Body was the ant. It had to be the most powerful World Tree. Only it was capable of doing this. He attacked me, said Luo Feng. Although he is only a universe knight, he has The power of a universe master with its identity as a special organism, plus there's his colossal size, he attacked Masha body. Luo Feng found it difficult to believe his original plan was for Masha body to show up instantly, grab a leaf, and teleport himself to escape the time that elapsed was only a blink of an eye. Even undying world trees Shun T have been able to stop him. All I took was a twig and a leaf, and that explosion only caused a minor injury to that world tree. Was it really necessary to kill me and for the world tree to intervene personally? Luo Feng was full of grievances. He had finally, almost, had the twig and the leaf that would make it possible for him to breed his third body, after which he could have his breakthrough and immediately become an undying fighter. However, he seemed to have run into a major obstacle. I never expected the most powerful world tree to meddle. My Masha body has already been killed twice. That world tree must be alert. Now what should I do? Luo Feng was anxious. He started to contemplate this problem, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Why didn't you just let me have that twig and leaf? He muttered. That world tree has a crown 60 million miles wide. A single leaf is nothing to it. Do you really think it's worth it? Luo Feng was mainly worried about the most powerful world tree, now a creature that could rival a universe master. It had the talent technique of manipulation of space and time, and with the most powerful world tree's strength, it could control sky and land just as well as a real universe master. It must have also excelled at time pause, and perhaps it could even reverse time. As long as the most powerful world tree was in his way, Masha body didn't stand a chance of breaking free, not if time was completely stopped. What should I do? Wondered Luo Feng. Little did Luo Feng know, the most powerful world tree was a father, and the other 8 world trees surrounding it were its sons. Like any ordinary tree planted in the soil, as time passed, saplings would naturally begin growing around it. The most powerful world tree, as a special organism, allowed some saplings to grow around it. A single twig could grow into a powerful life tree. As the most powerful world tree, with endless life force, it had a mighty life origin. It grew 8 saplings around it because it felt lonely, and it gave a portion of its essence from its life origin to the 8 saplings, a bit like the space heart giving its essence to Masha body. The most powerful world tree would rather give up some of its potential to nurture its 8 saplings. It was like a father taking care of and cultivating its 8 children, and since, like most trees, world trees innately didn't like to move, they had spent an eternity together. It was far more caring for its 8 children than fathers of other races in the universe. In this way, it was understandable that it was so protective of its children. In the cave of Rock Island, several plans that had entered Luo Feng's mind had a chance to succeed, but none offered guaranteed success. Masha body has been successfully bred, he said, sensing in the primal secret region of the human territory, far away. His internal world had successfully bred Masha body. After only a few seconds, a blurry golden light flashed from God country transportation. It spent only a few seconds traveling from the human territory to the ancestral God secret region. So, Masha body stepped out and landed in the cave. Go. Masha body teleported himself and disappeared again. He showed up in the sky of 9 remoteness ocean and could see Tree Island in the distance. I'll choose the most conservative approach, with the highest chance to succeed. Masha body disappeared again. Among the seeds floating on Tree Island, another seed had joined in silence. The seed cluster slowly floated toward the world trees. I'll spend another 5 months getting there, and I'll land beside world trees again, Mashabadi murmured, then I'll let a pinnacle emperor slave throw a flame origin crystal and grab a twig and leaf. The pinnacle emperor might be killed in the end, however, those world trees will regard my pinnacle emperor slave as the head after the fight, their LLB twigs and leaves flying everywhere, and lots of them will be outside the halo, that's when my seed cluster will land on one of the leaves, then I'll teleport myself with a leaf. Even the most powerful world tree with the power of a universe master can't do anything because it can't identify the special seed cluster. This was the new plan, using a pinnacle emperor slave as a distraction to blast away a great number of twigs and leaves. Time passed, and the seed cluster, containing Mashabadi, floated along with the wind. To the superior, most powerful world tree, what had just happened was nothing but a brief interlude. After all, many heirs adventured in 9 remoteness space, and Mashabadi, trying to snatch a twig, was hardly a threat, and many heirs had the power to kill his sector lord offspring. The most powerful world tree's only priority was to protect its children's trunks. As long as the trunks were safe, twigs and leaves could be quickly recovered. I'll just go with the wind, and I'll arrive there in a month or so. The seed cluster floated with the wind, hiding among other floating seeds on the beautiful Tree Island, in the area outside 9 remoteness space. So 7 great beings from different races, and suddenly showed up. One was crawling, with a godly body of 6 miles. It was the largest. The smallest one was less than 2 feet tall, including its wings. It's 9 remoteness space, said the first. We've arrived, said the small one. All 7 great beings from other races looked at 9 remoteness space, all filled with great expectations. So fast, it only took us the time of a meal to arrive here. And it's all thanks to Here Crow Knight's teleportation. Each time, he can teleport hundreds of or even thousands of light years farther, and we jumped over countless dangerous areas. Without Here Crow Knight, it would have taken a much longer time to arrive at 9 remoteness space, and we may have run into danger. Yes, it was all thanks to Here Crow Knight. Suddenly, a piercing voice rang out, yes, we all need to thank Here Crow Knight. The other great beings went quiet upon hearing the voice. The great being who had spoken was covered in scales full of engravings. He stood there, slightly arching his back. His hands and feet were hooked claws. His hair and eyes were golden, and his voice was enough to shut the other great beings up. Am I correct, Here Crow Knight? The great being asked, looking at Here Crow Knight. Here Crow Knight was 20 feet tall with 6 pairs of black feathered wings. There was a blood-red light dimming on his body. His mouth was like a blade, and his eyes were crimson. He was the same Here Crow Knight of the 100 million heirs on Bauhinia Island. Here Crow Knight grinned. I can only help on our way here. Now, we depend on you, Bark Mirror Emperor. 9 remoteness space is filled with dangerous places, said the largest one. We'll have a higher chance of surviving with you by our side, Bark Mirror Emperor. Yes, said the tiny one, we've been stuck in an eternal loop. Lots of heirs wanted to go with you when they knew you were coming to 9 remoteness space. If we're lucky enough to discover some valuables, you and Here Crow Knight should select first. Depending on our contributions, Bark Mirror Emperor should pick first. Another spoke up. Of the 7 great beings, one was a universe knight and the other 6 were undying heirs. Here Crow Knight was the universe knight, and Bark Mirror Emperor was one of the undying heirs. Haha, relax, Bark Mirror Emperor laughed, it shall be determined by our contributions respectively. I 1t take what should belong to you. Here Crow Knight laughed, too, as did the other 5 great beings. Bark Mirror Emperor is famous for his insanity, ruthlessness, and greed. Here Crow Knight thought if it weren't for his incredible inspection skill, I wouldn't have brought him here. As for the other 5 undying heirs, how can I let true treasures fall into their hands? But I do need to be careful of this. Bark Mirror Emperor, I don't want to become a stepping stone beneath his foot. Here Crow Knight dreaded Bark Mirror Emperor. Bark Mirror Emperor was ranked in the top 10 among all the undying heirs. Since the beginning of the universe, there had been heirs arriving and being eliminated on Bauhinia Island. As time went by, the vast majority of them were at the normal level, whereas those ranked in the top 10 were the best of the best. Zhuchong Emperor, as a special organism, was only ranked 3rd. Bark Mirror Emperor was also a special organism, with its life level 2000 times more powerful than ordinary life forms. Plus, he had 2 distinctive talent techniques. He had been admitted to one of the superpowers in the universe, the Northern Territory Alliance, and had been given a true treasure. And a treasure. He was relatively weaker than Zhuchong Emperor, but he was powerful enough to fight many universe knights. Let us go into 9 remoteness space, Bark Mirror Emperor said. Let us go to the safest place, Rock Island, first. Okay, let us go. Here Crow Knight cast teleportation, and they arrived at Rock Island instantly. In the sky of Rock Island, 7 figures appeared. It was the group of Here Crow Knight and Bark Mirror Emperor. The desolate Rock Island, said Here Crow Knight, it perfectly matches the description in our information. The 7 great beings looked around sharply. They had remained cautious since stepping into 9 remoteness space. It's safe on Rock Island, but there are no valuables, Bark Mirror Emperor said. He had been born with an unusually squeaky voice. Besides, it's a small island, and it will be dangerous if we step off it. He glanced the other great beings and added, I was ready to take my chances in 9 remoteness ocean and look for the valuables in that ocean. It is the most dangerous place in all of 9 remoteness space. You can choose whether to come with me or not. The other 5 undying fighters were shocked. 9 remoteness ocean. Bark Mirror Emperor, are you really going to 9 remoteness ocean? Bark Mirror Emperor smirked. The other 5 were all from the Northern Territory Alliance like he was, which was why he had brought them here. However, it would be ridiculous for him to help the other 5 to search for valuables. He didn't have enough time. How about going to other islands first? One of them asked. Bark Mirror Emperor snorted, then looked at Here Crow Knight and asked, what about you, Here Crow Knight? Although all of these great beings were his companions, Here Crow Knight was the only one he valued. After all, he was a universe knight as well as his rival. 9 remoteness ocean was a place filled with real danger, and it would be much safer for him to go with someone else. The 5 undying heirs couldn't be blamed for not daring to go 9. Remoteness ocean was an endless ocean containing thousands of islands. Most of the heirs went there for valuables, whereas only a few of them had the guts to go to 9 remoteness ocean. Although the ocean was boundless and there might be more valuables hidden there than on all the other islands combined, it was also more hazardous than all the other islands combined. The most dangerous thing in the Nine Remoteness Ocean was the Nine Remoteness Whirlpool in the core of the ocean. Once someone was trapped in it, it would be almost impossible to survive even for a universe night. Here Crow Knight was worried. If you want to go to Nine Remoteness Ocean, I'll come with you, but I need to make sure of one thing: you're not going to the Nine Remoteness Whirlpool, are you? Bark Mirror Emperor shook his head. Of course not. I'm confident, not reckless. There is danger everywhere in Nine Remoteness Ocean. I might dare to venture into other places, but I'll avoid the Nine Remoteness Whirlpool at all costs. Here Crow Knight was relieved. Fine, he said, I'll come with you and explore Nine Remoteness Ocean. Haha, Bark Mirror Emperor's squeaky voice gave him a shrill laugh. Here Crow Knight laughed along with him. The other 5 great beings looked at each other and consulted with one another telepathically. What were we supposed to do? Here Crow Knight and Bark Mirror Emperor are both going to the Nine Remoteness Ocean. What should we do? Without them, our chance of surviving on the other islands is small, but if we follow them, we might be able to arrive at some magical places and get some treasures by luck. We're their teammates. They won't attack us. We've been trapped at this stage for an eternity. I'll take my chances. Let us go. I'll follow. Nine Remoteness Ocean is arguably the most dangerous place here at LLB. Worth it even if we die there. The 5 undying heirs had made their decisions. Here Crow Knight, Bark Mirror Emperor, will follow you. Yeah, any island in Nine Remoteness space is dangerous. We'd rather go with you guys. We'll all come with you. Bark Mirror Emperor and Here Crow Knight were glad to bring them along. Let me search for any danger within the 1 billion square miles around us. First, Bark Mirror Emperor said. Please do, Bark Mirror Emperor. The other 6, including Here Crow Knight, all stepped back. Bark Mirror Emperor had the best probing skills in the universe. He stepped forward and concentrated. The intricate engravings on his scales started to glow, and his golden eyes emanated an illusion that seemed to be a reflection of the surrounding space. Ahead of us, said Bark Mirror Emperor. Looking ahead, he said calmly and confidently, there's no danger on the island. When we cross the island, we'll arrive at Nine Remoteness Ocean. The danger within 20 million miles of rock island can be ignored. The deeper into the ocean, the more dangerous it is. I've already discovered a universe night level creature. Bark Mirror Emperor looked in another direction. He claimed to be looking. Actually, it was his talent technique known as Universe Mirror, which could inspect everything within 1 billion square miles. By reflecting it in the mirror, all the danger was visible on the mirror, unless it was a universe master who could completely manipulate the time and space of an area. Otherwise, nothing could evade the universe mirror. Other great beings wouldn't even realize that they were being probed. I found an undying level special organism, he said. He looked to his left and was momentarily dazed. Then he gave a weird smile. Bark Mirror Emperor, what did you find? Here Crow Knight couldn't help asking after seeing him smile like that. Haha, take a guess. Bark Mirror Emperor's look was perplexing, which confused Here Crow Knight and the other 5 undying heirs. It's the famous Blade River Emperor. Here Crow Knight and the 5 undying heirs were all stunned. Blade River Emperor. Interesting that Blade River Emperor has the guts to come to Nine Remoteness space, said Bark Mirror Knight. I've heard that he has a set of wings that help him fly away. It's a true treasure. I didn't have the chance to kill him on Bohemia Island, but now is a great opportunity. He stuck out his thick red tongue and licked his fangs. Bark Mirror Emperor, are you serious? Here Crow Knight was shocked. Humph, said Black Mirror Emperor, you might not dare to act, but I'm from the Northern Territory Alliance, and we're not afraid of that human alliance. You don't need to be a part of it if you don't want to. Here Crow Knight just behave yourself and don't reveal my intentions to Blade River Emperor. Otherwise, you'll make yourself my enemy. Rest assured, I won T-Metal, here Crow Knight said, nodding. Northern Territory Alliance was the alliance with the most members, and it was also one of the superpowers of the universe. It could rival the alliances of the peak races like the human race, the demon race, and the bug race. Let us go. Bark Mirror Emperor smirked and flew away slowly. He didn't dare to go too fast, as he didn't want Luo Feng to notice him. Greed filled Bark Mirror Emperor's golden eyes. It'll be worth it for me to come to 9 remoteness space. If I can get those wings, I won't even need to risk going to 9 remoteness ocean. After I succeed. He was a special organism and was naturally greedy and ruthless. However, instead of being ashamed of how he was, he chose to be proud of it. In the cave of the mountain, Luo Feng used the micro-detector to conceal himself as he sat with his legs crossed. He had no idea that Bark Mirror Emperor had used Universe Mirror to detect him. Obviously, Bark Mirror Emperor was skilled enough not to be found by the micro-detector. 1 month left, said Luo Feng. After a month, I can get the World Tree's twigs and leaves and breed my 3rd body, after which, I can be an undying fighter. Luo Feng was looking forward to what was going to happen without realizing that 7 great beings had already arrived at the mountain. Stop, Bark Mirror Emperor said. Here Crow Knight and the other 5 followed. That human has a micro-detector, Bark Mirror Emperor sniggered. Unfortunately, those detectors are useless. Even the top-tier detectors from the automaton race can't compare with my techniques. Seal. Bark Mirror Emperor looked at the mountain in front of him and used space seal. Suddenly, the space ripple in almost half the rock island stopped. Go in, he said. So. Bark Mirror Emperor rushed into the mountain. So. The other 6 followed him. Something's wrong, Luo Feng said, glancing at some of the gravel in the cave. As he sensed space seal, one of the gravels was a keepsake, and there was a second one hidden in another cave. They were used by his servants to position God Country transportation. Even if I leave temporarily, I can still transport myself here directly. So. Luo Feng opened his wings and flew out of the cave instantly. He felt a remarkable source of strength storming toward him the moment he rushed out of the cave. I saw a great being that looked like a werewolf flying toward him. He had golden hair and golden eyes and was covered in scales, which were filled with engravings. Bark Mirror Emperor, Luo Feng said. He was startled. Dealing with one of the most famous special organisms on Bohemia Island would be a handful. Bark Mirror Emperor was proficient in tracking and hunting, and he was greedy and merciless. Luo Feng shook his wings and sped up. So. Haha, Blade River Emperor, are you really trying to flee from me? Laughed Bark Mirror Emperor. I'm known for my tracking skills, and I aced space law. Besides, I'm innately fast and have a godly body, much better than yours, so let us see who's faster, you or me. Bark Mirror Emperor sped up, chasing after Luo Feng. Bark Mirror Emperor had a mighty godly body, and his constitution was 2000. times better than that of normal great beings. Human Emperor limits were 100,000 times stronger than Sector Lords, whereas Bark Mirror Emperor was 200,000 times stronger, which made him equal to a Universe Knight, a powerful, godly body with a natural gift for speed. So. Bark Mirror Emperor was speeding up. Luo Feng sped up too, but was astonished to see that Bark Mirror Emperor was gaining on him. What he said, second form. Luo Feng had to admit that he had underestimated Bark Mirror Emperor. Didn't he have time to think of anything else? Instead, he initiated the second form, and the plumes on that wings became sharp like sabers. Hua. The wings tore the surrounding space apart, resulting in significant space turbulence. His body appeared blurry within the turbulence.